and then I track a straight line from there on. Okay, now I traveled down 2,000 miles to get to the equator, then an additional 1,500 miles, 3,500 miles, and to travel a straight line to Sudan, I also uh, go west northwest. So if I could do that with a model, then you could make anything anywhere, bro. So along the same meridian, I head off. My heading starts. My straight line heading starts at west northwest from 3,500 miles apart, bro.
You guys are arguing directions. I am not trying to argue directions. I will give you any directions you want. Okay? I am talking about coplanar points. Okay?
Well, we agreed that within the continents we wouldn't know the distances. They're not far enough apart, and the airplane doesn't measure distance.
Okay, so
right. So the deception that would have to be done would only be in these incredibly long distance flights that are essentially using military aircraft, meaning it's not just a Cessna with your, a civilian guy that just saved up money and bought a Cessna and he's flying around, a couple little local areas. Where the deception would have to be is in these long distances across vast oceans where they are completely following the military GPS system. And those planes are all built by the same military industrial complex companies.
Yeah, that's a claim. What I'd like to know here is what are the actual distances, and show me how they're coplanar. That's all I'm asking for. I hear the thousands of excuses of how they might have done it. The lots of conjecture that might exist. Fine. Okay, cool.
What if I show you a plane for 5 minutes traveling 15 meters above the sea?
The question is, so then what are the distances?
If I show you a plane hovering over the for like 5 minutes before the camera just stops, would that even hint to you that maybe they're hauling ass in a straight line? They're in a fighter jet hauling ass right over the ocean. I'll post it real quick.
What do you think it means?
It means they're traveling in a straight line. They said, one muck up and they'd be doomed. They're absolutely not tilting down or up like they say that just happens automatically. I want anybody to watch this video and tell me that it adjusts automatically for curvature. It's ridiculous.
I think what RC is asking for is fair. I mean, I think it's a little bit rhetoric that he's just saying, show me, as if right now somehow I'm going to be able just to whip it out. It's going to take, like I said, hundreds of thousands of dollars, a research team, people taking weeks off of their life from their family to do this kind of project. It would be a massive undertaking to actually do. So
This is so important.
Or else you could just whip it out, Gio. Just fucking whip it out. Bro.
I came in late, bro. I think I came in late because I just heard. I heard when I joined. I heard you saying that you're traveling. It could, you don't even have to be traveling in a straight line. It could be a gradual. Him acting like that's not possible. That's where I joined in.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's part of how the deception could be done. In my thought,
he was denying that too.
The actual path could not be a straight line path. It's a curved. And I don't mean a curve like a vertical curve over a globe. I'm talking about a horizontal turn, from left to right.
How many people would be in on your little deception?
No, he did deny that, though. I mean, he denied that.
No, I think it's just you. I think it's just you, M. Stone. I think you're the mastermind of it all. What do you think?
Oh, that's a better answer than what you got.
It's probably not millions. 10,000.
How many millions of people are in on this deception to hide the shape of the earth?
Exactly enough that are needed. Do you know how criminal works? Do you know how criminal groups work? Like the mafia? How many people do you think are in on those things? It takes just enough to do what they do.
The Colossus machine that broke the Enigma?
The whole
check this out.
The shape of the earth.
No. I just seen this the other day. The Colossus built in England to break the Enigma code. There was 12,000 or 1,200 people in on this, and they couldn't even tell their husbands and wives. And it was a mystery until the one dude was able to replicate it from the couple of old plans. They destroyed the actual machine after World War II. It's a code breaker. And 1,200 people went to the and nobody knew nothing about it. And so you're talking about just a machine that and nobody could replicate it because nobody knew about it. Period. That's a secret kept with 1,200 people, bro. They took it to the grave.
That's just the secrets that you know about. What about the unknown secrets? And the unknown the known unknown secrets. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
My brother can't even tell me. My brother had
Yeah.
to sign up. My brother had to sign a freaking thing. It was a long time ago, but he was in the nuclear sub program, and he can't even still to this day answer nothing I ask him about the nuclear sub. He can't and he won't.
Probably got more money from your grandfather's will, the billionaire, than you did, Brian.
Shut up, Poe. Quit talking about my dead fucking grandpa, dude. I mean it, dude.
All right. But okay, that's in jest. But it was.
Well,
Why can't he
I
talk
do
to his
think it's
brother?
interesting that we all
Why
went.
can't he talk to you about things that are pertinent, Brian?
I do
What
think
else
it's
is he holding
interesting that
back
we
then?
automatically went to all the things we can't observe and all the conspiracies that we don't want to or we can't talk about because we have no data on when trying to respond to a request for actual data.
Yeah, you have.
Well, I just showed you data. I just showed you from 3,500 miles apart. So, can you at least offer me an explanation on that, or that's just how you just got to head west northwest from any fuck?
Yeah, it's not a response to my argument, Brian, but all right.
Your argument is based on your ball earth acceptance that this works, but we're asking you. I'm not asking.
Not based on anything.
Hang on, please, Brian.
Distance.
I'm not asking Marcy Meisty. This is why I'm so frustrated, because the initial question I laid down, I'm asking you to test your model against something else, and especially not in terms of the 5 places that you mentioned, which are already associated with a particular model, a ball earth model. Everything has to be compared against that. I'm saying no, let's not accept either model, but let's place ourselves in our plane and traveling in this distance. What is dictating our course, which is the curved path, which you say is a straight line over a geodesic over a globe surface. Fair enough. Let's accept that as a fixed distance. Now, if we transfer it to the flat Earth model, we have a direct connection. If we follow the eastern path according to the north center, fine, we'll take a circular path, circuitous.
Anyway,
but if we follow a straight line, as the crow flies, then we will necessarily take a different path. I asked you for your response, and you came back and showed me 5 spots on Earth. Bullshit answer. Bullshit
I know.
answer.
And is this Meisty the pilot? Is this Meisty the school teacher?
Yes,
is this Meisty the chemist? Which Meisty are we talking to tonight?
He's the bacon fucking fryer as well.
I don't know whenever I claimed to be a chemist, but last I checked, being a private pilot, any idiot can do that. That's not, got an IQ of 5, pretty much. And knowing a lot of things about computer science sets me up pretty well to work in education. I definitely never claimed to be a chemist. That's
I thought you just said you was flying commercial aircraft with Honeywell and
No. Not commercial aircraft. I'm not an airline pilot.
So you don't know then?
I mean, I don't know. Don't know what?
Well, you were just acting like that because these instruments, you made it pretty plain that you can detect any kind of turns with these instruments, and I mean that's the way you
gave the specifics on it. That the same AHRS system that's used in Garmin and the G1000s that are in civilian aircraft are the exact same AHRS systems, aka inertial reference navigation systems, that are used in things like A380s.
Yeah, and you got pilots coming out against this shit that are being silent, man. So what else could we do? So if you got pilots coming out getting grounded,
no, you don't. You don't have any pilots.
No, you don't. So you're just gonna lie. You're just gonna come right in and lie.
He lied.
Go ahead and show me.
And then mock me. This guy's gonna come in and just no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. What a carrot, dude.
You don't, Brian.
That's M. Stone. M. Stone has been around the block for you. M. Stone, you were at the Flat Earth Conference a few years ago. What did you make of Robbie Davidson?
Pardon?
What did you make of Robbie Davidson? I know you had interactions with
I had an interaction with Robbie Davidson, and he got kicked out of the.
But what did you
We're
make of
doing
all the
something
other
else.
characters who were there
Something.
at the time then that you interacted with? Are they all fucking fakes? All the flat earthers?
What?
Met them. I'm just saying, I never met most people. I met Nora, No One's Flower, and I gave her loads of hugs. She's gorgeous. I told her, I know she was an actor, but that's okay. But you met loads of the flat earth people. You've been in the ball earth setting for years. What did you make of these leading characters? Are they leading us down some sort of deceptive track? And because you love me as your fellow man, we've only one life, you want to put me right. Are these people scammers?
Absolutely.
Dickheads,
Well,
they are.
Darren says he's not because he believes what he lies about.
But you met them. Did you get any personal impression? Were you restricted? Were you treated a certain way? Remember George? Was George not, his phone was kicked to the
I was
ground?
only there because George was getting harassed, man.
Hmm. Just saying, man. Otherwise, this is all just chat. Or is he Meisty? What position is he defending? When I challenge him on it, that we don't know what's the situation, so there are two scenarios presented. And I was saying that if he follows the compass, well, then he's going to travel in a circuitous path around a globe Earth, which will be considered a straight line, a geodesic in those terms. But in a flat Earth setting, and of course we're all navigating reality, and I take it in a plane, you're just going in a fucking straight line. But in a flat Earth reality, yes, it is a straight line according to the compass. But if you were to deviate from the compass and connect the 2 points on the curve, then you would get there quicker. So there'd be a different gauge in play. That's all I was trying to get him to represent, but he won't. He won't do it because the truth is his model, or the truth is your model, M Stone, and everything else then has to be gauged against that, as opposed to hearing many different models and comparing them against our truth.
If you've got a model, let's look at it.
Anyway.
I'm not asking for a model. I'm not appealing to a model. I am just simply saying, what are the distances?
Yeah, but as Gio said, what do you want to do? A team of people get together. Let's cooperate over the course of a month. Lots of money, lots of time, lots of effort involved to provide Odysee Maisty with his differences. What are we going to do? What's in it for us at the end of the day? At the end of your night here, there's a bacon sandwich. What's in it for us? Yeah. Well, I actually don't assume you were cooking. Did you make a bacon sandwich by the way, Odysee Maisty, or were you making a bacon dinner for yourself, for your family? Anyway, like, asking. I'm a vegetarian myself, but fuck it, I'd love a bacon sandwich, or rashers and eggs and sausages. But yeah. Remember, can I just say this as well? This is very important. The scientific mind should be the scientific mind of all. Model is it can be 101 different models. It's the best representation of reality that you can come up with based on a foundational principle. Now, you might necessarily be out for truth. You could be a lying quest. But you do set, every model has to set its foundational principle somewhere. Yeah. What you have to do, though, is not compare model against model. You've got to compare every model against the truth. That's where the ball, not just barely, not just completely, absolutely flounders. On every single aspect, it flounders. Everything is built on a lie, something we can't appreciate, according to our human experience. It's unbelievable how extreme it is. You know? That's my point. Most flat earthers will throw out that they say, oh, yes, the ball is not true. What is Earth then? Well, I don't know. Because there's nothing to go on. So we enter into a new fucking void. No, I say there's more hope than that. That the lie is purposely built on the truth. Oh, yeah. Don't throw it out. Just manipulate it. Invert it. Especially, you got to do two things. You got to invert it and mirror it. Right? And then compare it, overlap it with the original. And close to the truth then. That is the hope that lies before us. Otherwise, all is lost. I'm telling you, all is pointless. Otherwise.
Well, I think what RC was asking for is a good thing to look at, and a good thing that would be quite definitive. I don't think he's asking for it just for himself necessarily, but if that information was acquired, that the distances are off, that would be huge for sure.
Absolutely, Geo. I'm not saying
Yeah, this is public information, though, man. None of these flight routes you can't even pay for it. That's suspicious on its face. Like, dude, why fucking flight routes? And I think we all agreed that, yeah, I did come in late, so I'll concede that. I thought he was like I said, I come in when he was denying that it's possible, and he did make it sound like he's driving, saying maybe he was just being generalized when he's saying I could look at the equipment, maybe he wasn't talking about himself, but to me,
Brian,
well, that's kind of RC's thing. That's kind of RC's thing these days, is what he's always saying, and I think it's not a bad. I think it's a good thing to to look at, and the distances are important. Like, if the Earth isn't a globe, then some of the distances we're being given are incorrect. So they have to be. Now, maybe some of them in the local areas, like maybe some of them are planar distances in local areas, like in local cities. But then the big ones that connect the whole, the different continents and all of that, those have to be off.
I think the issue is, Geo, that you have to understand that there is different coordinate systems in play with the different models. This is ultimately what it goes back to with the Ball Earther declaring that a level is curved, a straight line is a circular line. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stressing again, we experience the same reality, which is flat and stationary, which is where it all started with, again, right? But this is the same reality that we experience. Stationary, flat. Flat is an extension of stationary, actually, I think. But so get the order right. But that's what we experience. Now, if there's different models in play to try and interpret or come to terms with what's going on, fair enough, every model can be justified. But yes, they're locational. Let's say 5 points in your local county, for instance. Doesn't matter what scale. It scales up for the Ball Earther. Yeah, take 5 points. How are you going to locate them except via a certain coordinate system, which is developed around an assumption as to the nature of the surface you're on. A globe Earth, you have spherical coordinate system. Flat Earth, it has to be along the ground. If you're not taking the sky into it, has to be. Well, it doesn't have to be, but most efficient is a Cartesian coordinate system, a grid-like coordinate system. Oh yeah, you would gauge points differently in both those coordinate systems, and you would get different results fundamentally because one is real, actually. One is real and one isn't real. That's the whole point about all of this. Is the Ball Earth fantasy? Is the flat Earth fantasy? Is the stationary Earth fantasy? Is the moving Earth fantasy? There's only one reality. These are the different stipulations, but here's my point, just to summate. RC Meisty only has one model in mind, and when he has these 5 points that he's talking about, it works in a globe Earth because it's associated with the coordinate system chosen for that particular model. Does it transfer? I don't have to prove your model correct or incorrect via the opposing model, which is just the primary opposing model with the Cartesian coordinate system for a flat plane. No, we've got to compare it against reality. Yeah, so here's my point. Actually, I've got my point. His distances are not standard. That's the point. His relationships in terms of distances between these 5 points are not the standard. Right? Okay. Thank you. Listen, I'm going to head off. I'm going to head off, Gio, just before you jump in, but I'm going to head off. I'll continue listening, of course. That was a very interesting conversation. I do appreciate, sincerely, the ability to talk openly, and hopefully for the most part I've been polite and maybe somewhat considerate anyway, and I do appreciate it once again. So yeah, I'm going to head off and continue listening, so cheers.
Okay. Yep. Later, Pete.
Yeah, fuck you, dickhead.
Come on. All right, what's up?
Sorry,
guys?
that was a joke. That was a come on. I surely got that joke. Sorry, Gia, that was a joke. Okay, sorry, come on.
So what's up? I'm pretty sure I fixed my mic. I had a needle out. I pulled my whole mic out. I should be good now. I don't know.
Seems pretty good so far.
Yeah, that shit
No, I
is
was just
ridiculous.
say, the thing is though, Pete, I hear what you're saying about the coordinate systems and stuff, but at the end of the day, it is in reality. They are distances on the Earth. So what RC's saying is actually legitimate in terms of the distances we're given are fit on a globe. They don't fit. They're not coplanar points. So if they are coplanar, the distances have to be wrong. That's it, and that can be proven.
Yes, but right, how do we establish the distances? But in general, that's why I put RC my seat in his plane. He's following the compass, so he's making a swing around, where a more direct route would be a line from point to point on the circular path, which is determined by the compass. So I was going to ask RC Meisty, he's probably eating his bacon now, tucking into his dinner, is fair enough. But I was going to ask him if he had one essential piece of equipment on his for directional purposes to reach his destination, what would it be? Of course it would be a compass. Of course it would be a compass. So if he thinks, so for instance, that's what I'm saying. It's not that one is wrong and the other is right. It's that you have to consider both and then compare it to your experience of reality. If he's heading to a known destination, he's going in a straight line, Geo. But he assumes it's a curved line because he's following the compass, which takes him around a ball Earth. Now, in flat Earth reality, you're going in a curved line as well because you're following the compass. But you understand if you didn't follow the compass, then you would draw that connect straight path as the crow flies. This is where I think drones are so handy. You know, this is where drones change the whole world in a sense. But I hope you understand what I mean there. Yeah, I'm going to head off anyway, but maybe we'll get back into this tomorrow and I'll gather my thoughts on it. But I think it's very pivotal. We're dealing with or a direct experience and then a transference via some sort of system that you have in mind, a model you have in mind. Whereas actually, as opposed to comparing models with models, we compare the model with the truth or experience that we can all share. But so yeah, listen, I'm going to leave it there definitely, and thanks very much again. Love to all, but it's been a great chat tonight. So thank you.
To me, within the continent, it is what it is. The distances are what they are within the continents. Doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. Distance is a distance. It's not until we get, like I said, down to the southern oceans, man, where the discrepancies would be. So what do? I look at the routes down there. And what do I find when I look? I find that they do all kinds of stupid shit. Like the one I was just describing from Brazil or Argentina to freaking to Sydney. Like goes clear up over the whole world. Like that's ridiculous, man. It goes twice as far. So they can't say they're trying to save fuel. And who cares about the passengers if you're going twice as far and to try and justify it? Like even full planes have done that. And like I mentioned during the Queen's Invitational soccer tournament back in World Cup, you know, they got full planes and they're still cutting through Los Angeles. Now they have direct flights here and there. And, you know, when they even have them. And to me, you know, they should have had these direct flights instead of going twice as far. Now you want to try to explain something after it's already been exposed. Now you want to start coming out with these direct flights that are few and far between. To me, they just got planes, you know, that are faster. Just get a faster fucking plane to do these long haul flights, these special. But to me, the anomalies in the routes themselves. Nothing about the airline is all about money, money, money. You know, to me, they're not going to go twice as far to get to a destination. That's my opinion. To me, that's an anomaly, and that
Brian, when you say distances are set, this is the difficulty here. I actually thought of something. So imagine you have something nailed into the ground. You have a rope tied to it. You're at the end of the rope, and there's all the destinations set around the central pivotal point, right? So the rope is 10 meters long or something. If you were so imagine, yeah, you have a compass. In other words, your compass is just is directing you around the central pivot, right? If you're going to go from any point from A to B, well, if you follow that compass and you measure that distance, because this is your gauging instrument, then you're going to get a certain distance. But if you don't, what do you call it, adhere to that, you're just going to take a straight line. You're just going to take a straight line from the point where you're at to the point where you need to be. So yeah, that is a different distance though than what is described yeah, regarding yeah, the compass measurement or gauging. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
So,
think I know what you mean now, Pete, with that. um, yeah,
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
okay.
Yeah, that the if the compass, like if you're following a magnetic, sorry, I have a sore throat. My voice is kind of. But anyways, if you have if you're following a compass line with a magnetic, that might curve as the magnetic field curves, which means you're not actually making a straight line.
Right, right. That's it. And that's why Brian says if a distance is a fixed thing, a fixity, well, tell me how you measure it then. That's why I mentioned drones. If you're measuring something along the ground or along the water, what's your reference point? You know what I mean? The only reference point can be in general, like navigation at sea, is the central north, central north, compass references. And indeed, the curve of the earth and the curve of the sky coincide. This is not coincidental. Yeah, anyway.
Look in
Yeah.
live text one, man. This is the magnetic declination. So if you're looking up, you're trying to do any of this digitally, look at the magnetic declination charts. They're like just the way they declinate every continent. That's not a coincidence, man. Look at the declination. So if you're going one direction, it's going to tell you that well, you got to adjust your declination. And look, it's like
Yeah, but
flattening out
Brian,
the
I know
sphere,
that.
basically.
I
You
know
see how
that,
they all
Brian.
invert
Everything
like that?
you're
It's like an
saying,
inverse sphere.
everything you're saying, I agree with, of course, Brian. I think your argument is more against R.C. Meisty, wherever he is. Of course, everything I'm saying, everything you're saying, I agree with. Fine, but accept the fact that, well, distances established between these points. How do we establish them from first principles? And what are first principles? Well, this is the whole point about this. I'm definitely going to go now, but this is the whole point about this arena, this argument. We have models which are in comparison, in competition with one another to try to describe reality. So if you're going to say there's a fixed distance between all of these points, you have to describe how you've come to that determination. So anyway, yeah, thank you. I'm definitely going to go, and yeah, it's been great, and yeah, thank you, Gio. I hope you're through. I hope it isn't COVID, but I hope you're okay soon. You'll be all right anyway.
I caught some kind of little cold or something, so I've had a little bit of a sore throat, but no,
All
I'm
right.
fine. It's just
Take it easy, Brad. You
just a
sound
cold.
great. You sound great, and of course, yeah, love you as always, and likewise. And Brian, sorry for offending you, bud. It was more in jest than anything else.
All
So,
forgiven, man. All forgiven,
thank you,
bro.
thank
Have
you,
a good
bud.
night.
Nice. Cheers.
Hey, Gio, dude, I just had what you're talking about, and I took Zyke. My brother recommended it. It's like $10 for a little jar of like they're almost like jujubes or whatever, but and they kept it from getting to my lungs, bro. I couldn't believe it. My throat was literally on fire, and I wound up hacking shit up just once or twice in the morning. It never evolved to my lungs, bro. Knock on wood. This is about a week and a half ago. I don't recommend over the very often, but this shit really worked for me, bro. Knocked it out in a couple days.
What is it? I didn't quite hear what you said it was.
It's just it's like zinc sulfate. I forgot what. But
Oh, okay.
it's Zycam. It's Zycam, and it's just little fruit chews, like a little fruit chew almost.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, zinc, basically. It's like a zinc supplement.
Yeah, yeah. Worked like a fucking charm. Whatever's in it, it worked. Bro. Like I couldn't believe it, bro.
Yeah, no, just like yeah, like 2 days ago, I just all of a sudden had this sore throat and a little bit of sneezing and stuff. But no, it just feels like a fairly, common sore throat thing. But yeah, zinc is always good in that for that stuff for the immune system.
Like a Z-Pack almost.
I haven't had a sore throat. I feel like in years I haven't had this, so it's kind of the first time I've had sore throat in a long time.
I mean, but it ain't that bad as long as it's down my lungs, man. It's been a long time since it's done that. Once again, knock on wood, but
What happened to the dirt? All the crazy people leave.
The Glober stopped talking, so the derp stopped.
What's up? Is that M Stone talking about himself?
I was asking where all the dirt went, man. Where all the crazy people went. I was getting used to the flow of madness.
You're experiencing a flow of madness?
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I don't know, man. You can always get to sanity at some point, right? If that's what you're experiencing.
No, I was listening to insanity. I was wondering where it went.
You're hearing voices in your head now?
No, I'm listening to Discord server where people think the earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what humans have thought the earth is since the beginning of time.
The beginning of time? When was
Correct.
that? So that was at 0 o'clock? Or what was it?
Yeah. You read Genesis?
Oh, is that the beginning of time?
Creation of the earth?
Pick one.
There's nothing crazy about thinking the earth is exactly what it's experienced to be and what we observe it to be. There's nothing crazy about that at all. Could be argued that it's crazy to think it's something that it's not.
Yes, when we have overwhelming evidence that it obviously is spherical. Yes, that would be crazy to go against common sense, logic, science, physics.
You got everything with direct measurements. What a coincidence.
So since it's all this overwhelming evidence, what are the top couple things that really blew your mind, made you think that was the case?
What? Blew my mind.
Yeah, something specific.
What, you think facts about the spherical earth blow people's minds?
Yeah, the default is that the earth is stationary and not moving. So your mind would have to have been powerfully
Oh, that's
changed to
your
think that it was.
default.
That's everybody's default. Our common senses, what we all commonly sense, is that the earth is not moving and that the sky moves. Sun, moon, and stars are moving. So what changed your mind to make you think that wasn't the case?
That was never brought up as the case. Because it's pretty obvious that the earth is spherical. You would have to disprove so much, and you'd have to have some type of evidence, which you don't.
I'm not sure that obvious is the right choice of words. I mean, if you want to believe the people that are telling you that it's a
People are
spinning ball,
telling
you
you.
think that's
You
the
can do the
obvious
math.
choice,
You can
or
do the math.
and
You
it's
can do
spinning the earth.
science. You
Sure.
can watch things fall at the same rate. You
Right.
can get a
Yeah.
telescope.
Yeah. All the things that convince
Lots
you. I
of
wouldn't
things you can
necessarily call
do.
them obvious. because it's not obvious that we're on a spinning ball. You have to at least.
You could watch boats
I
disappear.
mean, your experience, you
You could
don't
watch
experience it.
sunsets.
The question is,
You
what?
can
And I asked you
see.
this already, maybe once. Maybe I don't know if you heard me the first time, but last time you were on. What can you say you directly experience about the spinning ball Earth, minus all the interpretations of the sky and what they might mean or be obvious to you as?
What?
What direct
Why
experience do
can't
you
you
have?
just ask a normal fucking question, man? You know
What
why you have to put
experience
all
do
these
you have that
caveats
tells you
on your
you're on a
questions?
spinning ball?
Because they're
Not your
fucking foolish
interpretations,
questions, man.
not your interpretations. You don't have any experience that you're on a spinning ball. It presents itself as stationary and level, just like we all experience. That's all any of us experience. And that's the biggest evidence you'll ever find, buddy. That's the strongest evidence ever.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's direct. It's not interpretations. It has nothing to do with belief. It's what we all experience, what anyone has ever experienced, what people assumed for thousands of years. They didn't have to believe it. They just assumed their reality is what it seems like in every way. But it was only when the ball idea came in that they had to start believing it was the opposite.
Why did
And then
that
flat
ball
Earth became
idea
a
come
belief.
in? What brought upon that ball idea?
You just mentioned one, bro. You said ships going over the. Then so what we did is we watched that same ship go right in a straight line and realized it's just optical on one axis. But see, people. I mean, you might be a little left behind, bro. You might not know. Get too aggressive because I'm not sure how much you know, Brett. But are you going to still tell me the boat's going over the hump or going over a drop when I watch it over 5 miles going a straight line left to right? But if you're
Can you
standing
make
behind
a
it, is
full sentence without stuttering?
that really your response, bro?
Yes.
Where did I stutter?
Throughout the whole fucking sentence.
Bro, you're a fucking dick, dude. Instead of responding, you act like I'm stuttering. Bro, I didn't stutter.
Stuttered to
Okay?
that whole silly ass question, man. I have no idea what the
Is
fuck
that your
you're
response,
talking
bro?
about.
How about responding? Did you not hear me through my stutter? Not make sense? A boat going left to right, we can watch it going in a straight line. But if you're behind it, you see it going over a hump or a drop. So is it still going over a hump or a drop, or is it optical? That's my question.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you ask? The horizon?
Yeah, you said
If I'm
boats
watching,
over the. Yeah, you said boats. So what do you think they're doing? What do you think boats are doing that makes you think Earth's a globe?
Okay, you see the water that obscures the bottom of the boat, right?
Okay, so you think that's the curve of the Earth?
What do you think it is?
I think it's optics connected to.
Optics.
Yep.
easy to prove, bro.
Can
I just
you
told you how to prove.
elaborate on optics? I think it's optics. Well, okay, that's pretty general.
Well, it's a bit more complicated than I can throw into one sentence, but
No, it's a
you've
bit
got
more
the.
complicated than you can explain because you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, so you've got the ground, the Earth.
Well, explain your optics. It's optics, right? So why does it happen from the bottom up?
Oh, you've interrupted me 3 times, so I guess you don't really want to know.
Okay, fair enough. Since you don't have an answer,
No, I do have an answer,
then go ahead.
but you've interrupted me 3 times, just being a
Oh,
toxic
okay.
jerk.
It was 3 too many for you to answer. Oh,
Before he even
we
started, I
don't
gave
get
you an
to
answer
know.
of how you prove it's not Earth, because you can watch that same boat go 5 miles left to right. In other words, you're looking at it out in front of you, go from left to right, 5 mile stretch, and you can trail it over a straight line. Now, if you get behind it, you'll think it's going over Earth curve. But the way to prove that it's not going over Earth curve, once again, is to watch it go from left to right. That's how we know it's atmospheric, optics, whatever you want. It is what it is. And in some days,
No, there's only
it
1
never does
degree
that at
to
all.
69 miles, Brian. It's only 1
Most days,
degree.
it's an inferior mirage, bro. It's not very often that you just see a
Brian,
clean
you can't.
Earth.
No, you can't pull the ship back. It's not refraction.
Respond to my point, bro. If I'm watching it
You
go in a
made
straight
no
line
point.
right to
You
left, how
didn't
is that
make a
Earth
point that I heard.
blocking? Just fingers and ears, bro. Fingers and ears.
I didn't hear
Insult.
you make a point.
Yeah,
said-
he's fingering in here everything because I tried to respond to him 3 times and he just interrupted 3 times with ad homs. So he's obviously just trolling.
Ad-homs, huh? So you don't know what those are either.
Yeah, you're just an inauthentic interlocutor.
Inauthentic. Gosh,
Yep.
you're just pulling words out of a hat now.
No, that word means something.
What does it mean?
Well, answer this question. If a boat's going left to right in a straight line out in the
I
distance.
told you there's 1 degree of curve per 69 miles, Brian.
Yeah, well, if you're saying that it's dropping, so how far do I have to go? I mean, it's supposed to start being obstructed by the line to the right, but behind it, and you're watching it get obstructed. How can it be Earth curve when I'm watching it go in a straight line and you're seeing obstruction?
Brian, if you're confused by this, I suggest you.
It's a question, bro. It wasn't a statement. It was a question, bro. It's the third time I've asked.
Listen, I'm not here to fucking enlighten you on this. I'm here to laugh at you because the Earth is obviously spherical. Why you can't come to that conclusion is anybody's guess.
Well, that must make us retards then. Why you hang out with retards? So that's what you do on your spare time is hang out with who you could.
I think it's fairly interesting to listen to people that have no fucking idea
Birds of a feather?
what's going on in life. They think,
bro, you have no clue, bro, because you won't even listen to us, bro. You don't even. You won't even give us the respect of hearing our side of it. You just call us retards.
Yeah, this guy's not about respect at all, Brian. He's a total clown. He just comes in here to like antagonize because he's afraid we might be right. And if we're right, then
I know he's scared, man.
But he's gonna pop and he's gonna like feel embarrassed. And after doing what he's done, he should be like the most embarrassed once they admit it, if they ever do, or once he figures it out, or somebody just like, holds them down and just makes them see it, like the guy in They Live, where he puts the glasses on. If that ever happens to this guy, I don't think he can mentally handle it. I think that's why he's here. It's like therapy for him.
Here's what I thought was retarded. When I first heard about flat Earth, I took my instrument down to the coastline.
Well, you took your instrument down to the coastline.
We tried to pull string lines, and I gave up. Fucking harder to think, but it's not hard to fucking go down the coast. And I didn't get any fucking drop, where I should have measured. What I thought was retarded is when I told that to George and them. God rest his soul, I did like George, but he said that I'm shooting my way around a ball. So within a mile and a half, I was shooting my way around a ball. To me, I thought that was retarded. I mean, in hindsight, I'll say, maybe, but it still sounds retarded to me. You're telling me I'm taking just the most perfect, gentlest of angle changes every time I set up my device. Horse shit, dude. But so to me, the common sense, and you're the one who has to debunk it. And I just asked a simple question: how can it be Earth curve?
Anything?
Can you explain how it can be Earth curve when if I watched a boat go 5 miles left to right, and you're standing behind it?
Ryan, I'm not here to unfuck your brain.
So what is it, birds of a feather? You think we're retards?
I think you are deficient.
So he's just here to troll. He might as well just come out and say it. I don't know, like, how do we handle these guys that are just here to troll? They're not here to have a conversation, not here to learn anything or care about anybody they're talking to. They're just here to like put people down as a rule. I mean, that's what this guy's MO is. That's how much, respect we should give him, maybe. Or should I just like leave him unmuted and let him like, just like spill diarrhea out of his mouth until people are really sick of it? What do you think, Gio?
I don't know, man. Me personally, I guess it is ultimately up to Gio. But I mean, I just dick about it. He ain't got a fucking, I don't know. It was a fair question.
People morons, calling people stupid in chat, coming on VC, saying the same thing. You kick these people out. They're toxic. They're keeping people away from here.
It's not like his first time. He's repeatedly here just to insult people.
Exactly.
But I'll leave it up to Geo.
Laughing at retards. He has already admitted it. He would go to a place where retards hang out, yell at their window that they're dumb, right?
Yeah.
Would he get kicked out of that situation? Yes, he would.
Should. Yeah, he shouldn't just see this as open grounds to just go in and shit on people. But I mean, it's funny. It's kind of like it works in our favor. People are listening because he's such an idiot. But I mean, it's annoying. And the funny thing is he can't insult any of us because just the fact that he's here makes him the idiot if he thinks we're idiots, right?
I have a question about the way you just described him. You said he's scared and whatnot, but I don't see any of you guys going into the opposition servers. Why not?
Are you kidding me?
It's very
Bro, you're on the front line. What are you talking about, bro? I fucking go to Blue Marble,
Take on
go to
15 or
Institute,
20 of them.
fight the Flat Earth, Jose's, everyone.
Yeah, that's the last.
You point it out to me, I'll be there.
You want to go in gems and debate me right now?
Who's this?
Why do we got to go to gyms?
Because it's the only other server that has people.
The only other one. There's lots of people here. What are you talking about? What's wrong with just go ahead? Oh, it's Big Gambino.
Hence the word.
Why
don't you just answer? Why don't you? If you can answer the simple question that I couldn't even address, it's a fair question. Dick.
Which one?
I'm asking you that if I can watch a boat go 5 miles from left to right in a straight line, and you're standing behind it, how is that earth curve obstructing the bottom of the boat when I'm watching it off to the side?
I don't understand the setup. Can you draw a diagram or something?
Okay, there's 2 islands. I'm in between them, directly in between them. Now I back up. So I'm still in between them, but I'm looking out at it. Now they're 5 miles apart. You're standing on the tip of one of them islands, and a boat leaves that tip. It heads 5 miles to the other island. I watch it go from where I backed up to in a straight line across from tip to tip.
Yeah,
while you're standing on the island watching it. The question is, how can it be when I'm watching it go from left to right in a dead straight line, and you get obstruction and call it earth? How can that be?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of an ambiguous description. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. I need like a diagram or something. I don't understand where the 2 people are standing.
I'm not sure this guy's worth your time of actually drawing out a diagram either, Brian. But you can go ahead if you want to. But this is the Big Gambino. You know who he is, right? I don't think he's really here to like try to learn anything or try to communicate. At least maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe he is.
Is this a tough one to understand, though, guys? What I'm saying is that I'm looking out in the distance at a boat going a straight line from left to right, 5 miles.
Where are you standing, though? You're on the shore?
Let's just say I'm 5 miles back.
Are you in the water?
Okay. Let's just say I'm leaning over a balcony on the shoreline, looking out at 2 islands straight across from each other. And I'm looking at a boat go from left to right in a straight line, and you're standing on the island when the boat leaves, and it gets toward the end of that 5 miles toward the other island, and you see obstruction, and you call it earth. I'm asking you, how can it be earth curve when I'm watching it go from left to right in a straight line?
Okay, I think I understand. So we have a triangle. We have you at the bottom of the triangle, and the other 2 points are the islands, and the legs of the triangle are 5 miles each.
If you want to triangle it out, that's fine. But it's more of just a common sense question. Like you watch
if I
boats.
can understand your setup, is it an isosceles triangle?
Check it out. If he's looking out from the shoreline at 2 islands, and you're on one of the islands.
Okay, how far apart are the islands?
20 miles.
Okay.
So like, let's say like if he's looking over at you and he sees, like, let's say you're on the shore and there's a boat. Let's just say 5 miles. You can see it, and the boat leaves the island you're on to go to the other island. From Brian's perspective, he's just going to watch a boat go right across the thing. From your perspective, you're saying that it's going to be going over obstruction, right?
Well, I mean, it can get a lot further away from me on one island than it can from Brian, right? Isn't that true? It can get 20 miles away, but it can only get 5 miles away from Brian.
Right, and
Yeah, but
from your perspective,
I'm measuring it go in a straight line, though.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on a second.
It's all you, bub.
From your perspective, you're looking and seeing it going over some obstruction. From Brian's perspective, from island to island, there isn't any curvature to speak of. So you're seeing an optical illusion, whereas when Brian's watching the thing remain 5 miles apart, go across a straight line, there is no curvature from Brian's perspective, only from your perspective.
Yeah, because your cone of your FOV is not perpendicular to the curvature in Brian's case. Here, I'll post an image that explains this.
No, that sounds gay. If I was just trying to get at you to understand what it is, like, you know what I mean? Totally makes sense, but I can understand how you might obfuscate in order to save face or something and pretend like this conversation should happen at Gems. And if you see Gem, by the way, tell him Issa says hi.
Okay. Well, if you want to resort to insult because I'm being nice and trying to understand, you can do that. But I'm just not gonna take you seriously then.
It's all right. I don't take you seriously much myself. It's all good, bud.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that sounds like a defense mechanism, though. Here, I'm about to post something that explains it to you, so you can go ahead and ignore it.
Well, what I'm saying is that you would see, if you're saying you would see obstruction, and yet Brian wouldn't see obstruction from left to right.
Because the boat's not as far away from Brian as it is from the other person.
Well, that's the point, is that Brian's watching it at an even keel go from left to right without any curvature, while you would be observing it from the island, imagining to see curvature because of perspective. Whereas Brian is
imagining.
So, like, let's say,
so you're already presupposing something before you even finish your question.
You're dealing with the optical effects of distance and light. And
I don't know what optical effects you're talking about.
Well, maybe you should look him up then, especially if you're going to be in this conversation.
All right. Well, I just posted an image that explains why there's a flat horizon on a sphere. If you drop a ring onto a sphere, you get a flat circle. So what's so confusing about that?
Well, it's a moot point that you're bringing up. We're trying to just talk about Brian's example.
No, it's not. It explains exactly the answer to your question.
Hold on, I never said the boat's circling, bro. I never once said the boat was circling.
It's an obfuscation from the point, man. It's an
obfuscation. The boat was what, Brian? You never said the boat was dark.
I never said the boat's circling, bro. The boat's going in a straight line. Measure a straight line.
Maybe you got to just think about the words I'm using and stop trying to just diss it and think about what I'm telling you. It's like what I'm saying is where he's looking from.
Well, hold on, one at a time. Brian just brought up a point, and you want to just railroad onto something else. Just give me a second.
I want to clarify to expose your hypocrisy. That's all. Brian's having a tough
time. Yeah, let Issa take over, man, because he explains it.
Yeah, I'm getting
trying to not let me talk because you know I'm going to make you look dumb.
Well, no, you just sound like you're.
They are all very
you sound like you're scared.
They're so they're very dumb.
Now you sound like you're scared. The point is this: is that if Brian is observing a point, from like the island to the island, he can see across, and there's no curvature from left to right for him.
And that makes perfect sense on a globe.
Yes. Okay. Sure. And if you're on that island,
image.
And if you're on that island, and you're watching the boat go away from you, it might appear to you as though there were obstruction. And what we're proposing to you, whether you would like to accept it or not, is that you're dealing with optical effects like miraging and stuff like that. But I mean, if it's
interesting hypothesis, I'm not convinced because you have no evidence of it.
Yeah, we do. In your own demonstration, bro. I'll bring up
what?
Mick West. He put sugar water in a fish tank and demonstrated that the light's refracting. And then what he failed to recognize, yes, was that there's a skyline picture. So in direct line of sight, the top of the skyline, I'll post a picture in 1 second, just a screenshot. He fails to recognize because he's so damn late that the skyline, the top of it is lower and the bottom of it is missing. So even if the atmosphere works the way you claim it to, effect is not the way you describe it. The effect of what we see is the bottom of the skyline is missing and the top of it lower. So even if the atmosphere works the way you say it does, you're wrong.
I disagree. There's mountains of textbooks and experimental evidence supporting the current model of refraction. I'm sorry. You're going to have to present something more powerful than that to convince.
Disagree with your own eyes?
I don't know what you mean by disagree with my own eyes. What do you got?
I'm
Talk
just
specifics.
posting a screenshot and exclaiming what's there. If you want to
Okay.
disagree with your own eyes, be my guest, bro. That seems like that's what it takes to be a globe.
Sounds
But,
like a straw
So,
man.
so Brian, I want to ask about the general setup of what your observation you're talking about. I'm still not clear on it. You've got an observer on the beach, right? There are two islands out in the water. How far away are the islands from the observer on the beach?
5 miles.
And how far apart are the islands?
5 miles.
And what's wrong with it?
It was a question. The question is if I'm watching that boat go from left to right in a dead straight line, and you're standing on one of the islands watching it go off, and you see obstruction, because most days you'll see it. This whole argument is beginning. 'Cause most days there's no way to tell. On the days which some days we don't see any, and so it depends on what day it is. But the day that you do see, where you're missing a little bit of the bottom of the, how is it? How is it going? How are you attributing that to when I'm watching it go in a dead straight line?
I would expect, if I was the observer on the beach, I would expect to see some degree of obstruction as the boat is on the island, and as it passes in front of me going from one island to the next, I would see less obstruction while it's mid-transit, and then that same obstruction, would come back as it approached the other island. I'm not sure what your point is to it, though.
Well, for it to be an earth curve blocking, it's got a curve,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I'm watching it go in a straight line from another perspective, how can you call it curve? And then the next day, or later on that day in the evening, you just watch it go off until it disappears into a dot.
Well, I mean, you've got an equilateral triangle, right? So, I mean, from the observer on the island, he's going to watch the boat go to the other island and eventually become somewhat obstructed. And the guy on the beach is going to see a certain amount of obstruction at each island. But when it's in the middle, it'll have a little less because it's a little closer to him. I mean, I don't see any contradictions there.
Okay, well, here's my explanation, is that here's what you're seeing. If you'll go to Livestream 1, text chat, this is Mick West's, like I said, a hostile witness. This is sugar water. This is what happens when light refracts down, okay? I won't even argue. Give you the fact that is refracting down because I watched a laser bend. Okay, so if the atmosphere works the way y'all claim it does, then look, if that skyline was a boat, then we would be missing the bottom of it, right?
Well, the refraction is going to be variable depending on the conditions of the day, right?
Timmy up in the building, bro.
Anyway, if you want to make a bunch of excuses, that's fine, bro. I'm a prove me kind of guy, and I think your position's weak.
Well, I mean, prove it. Yeah, I would like to see an example of this that you're talking about. It's a little bit
showing
obscure
it to you in live stream. He's showing it to you.
Yeah, I see that, but I'm trying to relate that to the description of the observation that he's talking about that we haven't seen.
Looking over flat water, having refraction distort the image where you don't see the bottom. You can't get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might need to take a break.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I'm not trying to refute what you're saying, Brian. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying and how it might be, significant. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure, man. I mean, just calling it how I see it, man. So I'm giving you to me I'm explaining reality. To you, you're explaining reality. It's a fair debate. We got people coming in here acting like we're retarded or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's a pretty fair fight because like the flat Earth has like reality on its side, and then like the globe has like the numbers, lots and lots of people on their side. So it's pretty. It makes it like a fair fight. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it like we got the ground, they got the sky. You know, depends on which way you want to look. You want to measure the ground, you're not going to measure curvature. You want to look in the sky, you could present some mathematical argument. So it depends on the perspective you're coming. We're always going to win the ground just for the two reasons I just said.
Yeah, like if the current understanding was that the Earth was flat, right? Like if everybody was in on the truth, right? Then it wouldn't be a fair fight. The globe would just wouldn't have a chance.
Hey, Gio, are you here still? Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna hang up for a minute. I just didn't want to leave M Stone muted when I leave. Somebody else can unmute him, okay?
I'll
Or
pass it
who's here
along.
to unmute him? Someone want to help? Or should I
Just
just
put it in the
unmute him?
text. Just write in the text.
Well, I'll just unmute him and then you guys can deal with him, or no,
I can't mute people. So
Jeremy.
Yeah, go ahead.
you know,
Okay.
Skyline can. I'm Stones. You got any like like friends on here? Like anybody who's like with you in the fight? No, yeah, sounds about right.
Seems like these are pretty
Hey.
simple questions.
Yeah. Hey, has anybody heard of a flat earther going up on the one of the civilian rockets?
No.
Yeah, there was a clip on Jim Panda's little show he does that, and I'd never heard of the guy, but he's apparently a flat earther, and he went up on the rocket and came down a glober.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
that. Yeah.
How
Yeah,
about the ones who went up a Glober and came down a flat? I thought I was going to be, but apparently we just didn't go high enough.
You're cutting out, man. I don't know. You got pushed
Yep.
to talk or something.
Brian, who went up there and came back a flat earther?
The first trip with William Shatner, they did an interview with a pretty upset. I mean, she sounded kind of let down. She said in the interview
Oh, so
that
you're
she said
something that wasn't actually
she said, "Well, you tell me, man. I'm trying to
telling
apply a little common
I
sense."
just
What
told
she said is, "Well, I'm a little disappointed. I thought I was going to see the Earth, but apparently we don't go high enough." So what do you think that means?
I think maybe she wanted to see
Apparently
the
they go
entire
high enough,
Earth.
right?
And,
What do you think it
yeah.
means?
How about
think
two
she-
horizons? Show me two horizons, not just the one that we always see and argue. Show me two. Show me two, and we'll talk. Send me up in that motherfucker.
What a waste.
So I'm sure there was a flat earther. Yeah, of course. Just conveniently, we don't know who it is. Never. I mean, come on, man. How gullible can one be? Better than
Holy shit. The irony in that sentence there.
bro. We know you're scared, Stone, man. Just
Like,
chill
like,
out.
like you're
You'll be all right, man.
you're saying, Howard, that it was a flat earther, but it was one that had never made any videos, never put forth the idea of a flat earth, anything
Yeah,
like no trail of being a flat earther, but then just said it on video and came down a glober.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why would they
I
send?
didn't recognize them.
Why would they send up a flat earther and not one popular? You know.
I don't know. This guy that wanted to take a ride on it and had the money for the seat. I don't know.
He's a young guy, right? The young guy. He's like young,
Yeah.
skinny.
Yeah, young guy. Yeah.
Yeah. He had his friends like there videotaping.
Yep. That's him.
Yeah, never seen him, never heard of him until that video. But I also never really heard him say himself that he was a flat earther either. Just other people saying it.
So
Yeah, there was
what do you
only-
think they're going up there doing? Just,
I don't know, bro. I mean, I took a picture right when they and showed the curvature of the Earth. It was the same curve that was at the ground. Let's talk about a little common sense. The same camera at ground levels curving the same amount as. What do you think, pal? Can we apply a little common sense?
Brian, if you had any common sense, you wouldn't be in here.
Bro, you
Yeah,
just
so that took like 2
dodge.
seconds.
Just duck and
Yeah.
dodge. Duck and dodge.
Yeah, but the idea that like if the Earth being flat, like but then why would people even want to go up high in the sky? Of course, I want to go high in the sky. Are you kidding me? Like I say it all the time. Call me old fashioned, but like I think if we go up high enough that we might float. We might just float up there, just like almost like in a space outfit. But you don't believe that. That's what I'm saying. I think that might be the case. Like we might just kind of float up there for a little bit. But Globers don't believe it. That I think it might be possible. Yeah.
Based on what? Your ignorance?
Yeah, clouds, just watching clouds and things
Based on
that are
clouds?
dense. Yeah, just clouds floating
Alright.
up there, and I have this imagination. I'm like, maybe I could float up there.
Yeah, man. I could see a lot of reasons why that would be the case.
Go ahead. Feel free.
Yeah, but Globers don't believe in that at all, and that's what I'm saying. Call me old fashioned. I think maybe if we go high enough, we could just float up there. You
Feel
think
free
that we
to,
would be spinning?
explain
You
why
think that
you
we
would
would be?
float.
No, you think that we'd be falling in an orbit 17,500 miles per hour in a circle, but not ever floating. I think maybe we would just float.
Why? Why would you float? Why would you be weightless?
Well, you know how if you have like two magnets, on some ice or some sort of low friction surface, they'll attract each other. Or you just a piece of metal and a magnet. They'll attract each other if they're close enough. But you get like a 2 inch by 2 inch by 2 inch neodymium magnet or something, and you set a nail or whatever, right, like 5 feet away from it. There's the slightest amount of tug, but it's not gonna move it, And if the ground does work on that idea, you've surely heard before of like the incoherent dielectric acceleration. Well, then and we know that we weigh less at the top of a mountain. Well, it makes sense to me. You get high enough where you're, with the inverse square law of the attractive force of it all, where it basically becomes zero, and there's no like magnetic attraction that would actually pull you down anymore. You've gone far enough away from the magnet upward that it doesn't have the strength at that distance to pull you down. Maybe just float.
You can only be free. You can only be free falling.
You've broken free from the Earth's atmosphere, and you're in space.
And what
Final
happens when you
frontier.
float? That's what I'm asking M Stone. So what happens when you float there in one spot?
How would you get up there?
Don't know. I'm saying once you get there, you just float there or not?
Well, it depends on how you get there, doesn't it?
You're not getting up there in a NASA rocket. I'll tell you that. You got to go up
Why
high
are you
to
gonna
get there.
tell me that, Brian?
Because I've watched the fucking launches, Stone. I'm right here pretty close to them. I watch them, I film them, and they don't go that fucking high, Stone. That's how, with my eyeballs.
How high is that, Brian?
With my eyeballs. With my eyeballs, to answer your question.
How high do they go, Brian?
Being generous, 18 miles, maybe
accurate.
15 miles.
Try to be accurate.
I'm leaning toward being generous. It goes a little higher than planes go.
What are you using to measure that?
My eyeballs.
Your eyeballs. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not
Yeah.
even that.
Says the guy just sitting back waiting to can.
Yeah.
Because he's scared.
NASA has said it themselves that they can't. See, they say one thing and then they say another thing, but they said it themselves they can't get heavy lift rockets to go that high. That the rocket needs to be very small, like enough just to fit one person inside of it, the size of like a car. The way physics works.
Going up there with a rocket?
I don't know why they're going up with a super big rocket. I don't know because they say out one side of their mouth that they could only ever go this high with physics in something small.
What do you understand about rocketry? What?
I understand what my eyeballs see, and they told me here was their explanation. They say that it curves and levels out and stays on a tangent, and therefore gets higher because the Earth's dropping underneath it. But I'm over 100 miles north, and when this thing launches toward the north, and I'm filming these things, so I'm farther up the coast, so the tangent should be getting higher, right? When it gets level with me, it's climbing, but it's not. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, bro.
No bubble.
Because I'm on the ground that's supposed to be the curved away part. You know how they describe it? I'm supposed to be on the curved away part, but it's not climbing.
Okay.
Yeah, the angular size of the rocket tells you that it's not that high. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to see it. You wouldn't be able to see the size of it that it is, the height that they say that it is. Going 36? What is it? How fast is it? How fast is it going? Mach 30, Mach 33. Yeah. They disproved themselves. I mean,
oh really? They disproved themselves.
They debunked themselves. Yeah.
Really?
It's not going. It's not going that fast while it's in the atmosphere.
Yeah, they said they need Mach 33.
I filmed the last one, bro. I filmed the last one, the Artemis launch. I filmed the Artemis launch, and I went to the same spot where I filmed the eclipse and the Selenium. and it just disappeared, bro. And what struck me kind of funny is that they're like, "It's clouds, dummy." I'm like, "Yeah, that's funny. There's a star right where it disappeared. Like, that's funny that the clouds ain't blocked, but they blocked the rocket." So after a few minutes, man, it just maybe it was some sort of cloud. Maybe it was just to be fair, but it was crazy to watch the fucker disappear when it was shining right through the cloud, and all of a sudden the bitch just disappeared. It was funny to film it, but I have seen SpaceX rockets higher, way higher, probably about 20 miles, and
That with
and
your
and the gas is a different. Yeah, just watching it go by, bro, and it cruise on the coast, and it's a different color. Like everything about it was different. You could tell it's higher. It's like pluming. It hits a point where it's like the gas is different. Like the Artemis gas was. I can hear the SpaceX launches too. I can hear them when they get close, and they're higher, and they leave a plume. Their gas or the trail is like, I'll say, like a bluish, glow in the dark kind of bluish, fluorescent looking color. The Artemis was like an orange. It didn't get nowhere near as high, and maybe it was a different angle. It was a different launch, different rocket, different show. I just ain't sold that they're going up as high like they claim. Flying the same fucking path as airplanes, man. Just a little higher. What it looks like to me, anyway.
Yeah, what about those videos where they show the exhaust plume spreading out, and they, as it goes up into the atmosphere, out of the atmosphere? I mean, that's kind of what I would expect to see as it went out of the atmosphere.
Well, it keeps spreading though. It wouldn't leave a
I
trail,
don't
would
think
it?
Brian understands atmosphere.
Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Maybe that was just cue to come in and make fun of me. But I'm thinking, would it keep expanding though, Howard? If it was in a vacuum, would it stop and make a trail and just expand a little, or would it just keep expanding? Because I mean, I'm not a genius or nothing. I'm under the impression that if it was a vacuum, it would expand until it dissipated. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not going to act like I understand. I'm the data that they give us, from the balloon launches and shit, and the amateur rocket launches. So I'm not 100% sure. I've got some ideas, but just judging off what I see, man. They're fun to watch, though, Fun to film, but it's a hell of a claim they're making.
It'd be great if you had some evidence other than my
It'd be great if they had evidence of it, man. They cut the CGI.
I filmed
the
it, bro. I
second
filmed
that
it,
you
posted
can't
the
see it.
video, bro.
The second that you can't see it, they cut over to. They cut over to. I mean, dude, just go watch the video. This is what they put forth. They debunked themselves. So, like, it would be great if they could show it, right?
They
Like,
don't debunk
If you want to see what it looked like in real life, go to my channel, bro. I filmed it. I videoed it. I posted it right after it happened.
I mean, it's
you
not.
say I don't have any
CGI,
evidence. I'm not really trying to make any bold claims. I'm saying there's. Go to my channel. I filmed it and posted it right when it happened, bro.
Damn, Brian. So
sorry,
it's not CGI in a way that they're trying to make it look real, right? No, it's straight up like a screen with check boxes and a fake rocket. Say, well, this is what it looks like, but you can't see it anymore. That's all. They just don't even show it.
What's happening? Do you have any evidence of this?
This is what they put forth. I mean, go watch what they put forth.
You just blurt shit out. You don't have any evidence. Bro, I'm talking about my video that I posted right after the launch, and all I'm telling you is I'm calling it how I see it. It shows just what I explained, Pat. Okay,
really?
So quit just blurting shit out, bro. Yeah, remember I just said that I filmed it. Okay, remember I said that it disappeared after about 3 minutes, and I said there was a star there, a star behind it. So I'm just calling it how I see it, bro. But you just say you don't have no evidence.
I was talking to the other guy, Brian.
No, you told me I have no evidence.
Yeah, but like No Tank said, what they provide is real footage of a rocket going up, and then it cuts to cartoons, actual cartoons that they admit.
Okay, well,
When I
prove
say
that. Prove that. Give me
CGI,
evidence.
yeah, maybe cartoon's not the best word because cartoon is like more of a
Yeah, animation.
like a media type, whereas this is like computer graphics essentially.
Oh, it's
That they're
CGI. Is
yeah.
that what you think it is? It's
Yeah,
CGI going on. Real
Yeah, it's
time.
admitted CGI though. Like No Tanks was saying. I mean, that's what they put
actually
forward.
have animations that are simulating what you're going to be seeing. They're not
There you
cutting
go.
to a live feed. They admit that. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, they
computer
cut
graphics simulation is probably the best term for it.
Yeah, like once you can no longer see it with your eyes from the ground, right? You would be like, oh, right, let me see what's going on the camera on the rocket, right? Like, let's see what outer space looks like. But instead of that, they don't put forth any evidence. They cut the live feed and show you animation. So where's the evidence?
Where's your evidence?
They admit it. Are you fucking deaf?
No.
Yeah, this is not like a
I'm
conspiracy.
ever
Obviously
seen on
not
television.
deaf. If we're talking on Discord. I'm just
I'm
asking you. Do you think
I'm
that's
not putting forth a
evidence?
So that you
conspiracy.
don't?
You're
Do you
just
understand the
making a
words?
claim. You don't have any
I'm not.
evidence
No, I'm
that
not.
that's what's
Are you?
happening.
They literally do this. They, especially back in
They
the 90s,
literally do what?
when the rocket takes off at Cape Canaveral, it gets too high for the
But
cameras
you're
to see.
claiming that
So all the
after
news.
the after when the
Listen to what I'm saying.
animation
I'm
starts
pretty
or
sure I
whatever
was
you're
still
talking
saying.
about,
Was I
what
still
happens
talking?
to the rocket?
Mic check. Anybody hear me?
I hear you. He's cutting you off. Yeah.
I know. As soon as the rockets take off and are out of sight, every news organization that doesn't have a camera that can see that far will cut to an animation of some kind, of some computer graphic with a digital representation of what we're seeing in space. We're not seeing it. They're cutting to something and they just have numbers on the screen that are supposed to dictate the trajectory or whatever you want to call it.
And your assertion is that's not happening, that the rocket is doing what?
No, our assertion is that they cut away from live footage, which you're saying, yes, no, we see the rockets take off. Yeah, we know that.
Okay,
But
and then what happens to the rocket?
Well, usually they splash down, we're assuming, in the Bermuda Triangle,
Is
because
it
that's right off the
oh my
Cape.
God.
Is that not where the Bermuda Triangle is?
It goes to Point Nemo.
The point is that they go somewhere, and then we're shown on television through computer animations of some kind where they're supposed to be going, or where we're supposed to believe that they are. And all they have to do is put a little computer representation on a TV screen that costs $20, tell us it's real, and then we make it real in our own mind. Because why would they lie to us?
Really? So that's what you think is going on, but you don't really have any evidence of that.
Well, they don't provide any evidence other than the actual real part of the footage. After they cut to computer graphic animation, they don't offer any more evidence of where that thing's going other than the narrative that it's going to space. So they don't have any evidence.
They by their own admission, say yes. Well, and now the craft has exited our field of view. Our cameras can no longer see it, so we're going to cut to NASA's feed from Houston, and we'll get a feed from them and whatever they have to say. We'll cut to live from NASA's computers in Houston.
Okay, so you have evidence that after they cut, that the rocket goes into the water.
No, I just said I don't know, but that's where they're probably
you don't
headed.
know.
No, that's the point.
So you don't have any evidence.
But you have no evidence that they're actually going into space other than trust what they say.
I see a rocket going up. Where does the rocket go after that?
Well, every rocket I've ever seen, like in science class or any kind of model rocket, they go up and then they come down. They have little parachutes.
Yeah,
he sees a rocket going over. I think it's a better.
Yeah, they're making the bold claim that the rocket goes up and doesn't come down, contrary to what we've always seen in reality and never not
Yeah.
seen.
I mean, do you have any proof that they are not coming down into the Bermuda Triangle? I mean,
Do you
you're
have any
claiming that
proof
going
that they
into
are? Yes, we have.
well, yes, all rockets
We have
that
video when they
I've ever
come
seen
down.
have gone up and come
Video.
down.
See, we have
I've
actual
never.
evidence, and you have to have some evidence that is against that evidence, and you
Oh,
don't.
Okay, so
yeah, you
isn't
tell
it
me, Emston,
convenient
where
that the
have you
place I'd
seen
have
them
to
retrieve?
go to?
Yeah, Emston, where have you seen them retrieve? You see how big that rocket is, right? And that they shoot up. Where have you seen it come down and land? Do you know where they land them?
I'm sorry, what?
Where do they land them? Where do they come down and land?
When they come back down, which ones?
The really, really big ones. Where do they come
The
down?
really, really big ones.
If you
What
follow
are you
the
talking about?
path of the rocket,
SpaceX? What NASA? What are you
I just
talking
want
about?
to. I just want to know, where do they come down?
You've
Like, where have
seen
you
the
seen them
shuttle
land?
come back down and land, right? You've seen the Tesla
You
rockets
have?
come back down and land. You've seen Apollo drop into the ocean. So, do you have any
Wait,
evidence
what?
that
No,
didn't
wait. What
happen?
was that? Where did you see it
Do you
drop?
have any evidence that those things didn't happen?
Hold on a second. Can you say, where did it drop?
Do you have any evidence that those things didn't happen?
I'm asking you, where did you see it drop? I'm
No.
just asking a simple question. You said it dropped into the something.
if you
You're
follow
missing
the
the point.
trajectory, it makes a U shape and goes right back into.
Into
Yeah,
the
and the
ocean? That's what
fact-
Emstone is saying. Emstone's saying they're shooting them in the ocean.
Yeah, that's
We
all they
can't
I
all
did
be on
not
the same
say that.
page.
I said there's different rockets do different things, right? SpaceX, it
so yeah,
lands,
have you ever
right?
landed? Have you ever seen one land in the ocean somewhere? Are you privy to that?
Land. No, I've seen them come apart and then come down into the ocean.
You know, what I'm saying like the SpaceX ones that are supposed to be landing upright.
Have I seen the SpaceX ones that are landing? Yes. Why?
You've seen them in the middle of the ocean landing.
No, not in the middle of the ocean. Why do you keep doing that?
Well,
Obviously, they don't land in the
did
middle of the fucking ocean.
where do the space where do they land upright?
Which ones are you talking about? There's different rockets
The
and they do
SpaceX
different
ones
things,
that land upright.
right?
The SpaceX ones that land upright. I
Yes,
didn't know
that's
there were
SpaceX.
multiple versions of them.
You didn't know there was multiple versions. There's
the
NASA has a
boosters,
shuttle, right?
SpaceX rockets
the
that
boosters.
land upright. Which ones are
Yeah, the boosters.
Where do they land?
The boosters land near the launch pad where they came from, and the
Where
main
did they
rocket
land upright?
lands. The main rocket lands on a barge out in the ocean.
That's exactly what I said. So I asked, have you seen them land in the middle of the ocean, like on a barge? Like, have you seen that?
I haven't. Lots of people have though.
I'm just glad that we're all on the
seen
same page
video.
here. That they shoot up these rockets, then they cut the CGI, then they land them in the ocean. I mean, that's awesome. We're all on the same
they
page.
cut the CGI. So we have evidence of that.
You can push a capsule out of a big cargo plane and have it land in the ocean. It's not hard. As long as you just film it, and then there it is.
So you have evidence that that's what's happening.
Yes, that's actually what is happening. There's a
We have evidence of
progression.
that.
There's a progression of cuts that happen on the news, right? It cuts from quote unquote live footage to computer animation footage of some kind to quote unquote live footage of something splashing into the ocean.
Well, I mean, this is a fair thing.
You
Though.
have evidence
You want
that it's
evidence?
not, quote unquote.
The first part is real. The second part is real. Where they actually went in between is the thing that we're trying to call out.
But you're saying they're dropping the rocket out of a plane that lands in the ocean, or what?
Yeah, the Apollo pod that landed in the ocean with the three parachutes.
Oh,
That couldn't
okay.
have been just
The
pushed out of the
module.
back of a plane and then just recorded with sky background as it falls.
I guess it could have been, but I've never seen any evidence of that.
Well, that they said.
Well,
The
you
thing that
haven't
might be
seen evidence
confusing.
of them admitting to lying about it to the public? That's shocking. How have you not
what happened was
found
when.
evidence of it?
Oh, you
Yeah,
have evidence of this?
You have
Yeah,
no. You
this is
have
what
to use
happened
your
was when the
brain.
video. When the video came out, that somebody had, said, "Oh, look, we found this hidden video where they were pushing the pods out of the airplane and landing them in the ocean." Right? They said, "No, you just that was just us practicing. We were practicing for what it was going to be like. You didn't catch us."
Right. The
So
same
I
with
mean,
the Mars probes on in Greenland, right? Because that's their practice.
no, that's
That's what
another
it looks like.
practice site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they can just anytime I have evidence that actually exonerates my idea, they can just say, "Oh, that's just because we're practicing."
That is for practicing. That's. I
Or
mean, you
not
have to believe
exonerate.
it.
It supports my position. All you have to say is that's them practicing, and
Just
then
use words
that
you
gets
know.
you out of it.
Every time so far, yeah. Like people like M Stone will completely get behind. Yeah, that was just you only caught them practicing.
So
Yeah.
If
and
you've
they
got
wouldn't
evidence, man,
wouldn't call that
if
evidence.
you've
So
got actual
I do
evidence,
have
I'd
evidence.
love to hear it.
We literally just gave you 2 pieces of it. There's literally shots of Greenland that are portrayed to be Mars, and there's also stuff that is portrayed to be stuff in what's it called? And we have
Oh, why
shots
are you
of them.
defending NASA, man? You
Yeah, we
defending
have
NASA
shots
to the death,
pushing
bro.
a pod out of a cargo plane.
Mars
If I have
is
shots
7
of that,
Island,
and then
Canada.
is that evidence? If I have shots of someone pushing the stuff out of a plane, is that evidence? Because then all
Which
you have
is
to say,
available. Yeah.
yeah,
That
and
evidence is available.
does that count as evidence?
Mars is 7 Island,
Video
Canada.
footage. I have video film. I have footage of it happening. Is that evidence?
Let's see that. Yeah, sure.
Why are you defending NASA, Stone?
I'm not.
I could tell you where to go. You can go to Jeranism's channel and find it, I'm sure. Pretty easily. Yeah, but for like me or
He's
somebody else
literally
here.
arguing with his brethren, bro. He's arguing with his brethren, lighting, and he's defending fucking NASA, bro. Why? Why the? I don't get it.
Why you
Yeah,
leaning
like
on
did you not
him, Ryan? It's
did you not
seizure,
know
bro.
that? You didn't know that, M Stone, that I guess we, right, because it's the flat Earth argument, right, have the video evidence of the pods being pushed from the airplanes and then parachuting down and then doing a reenactment as if that was them landing coming back from outer space. Did you not know that that existed? Were you unaware?
Can I have a mic check?
I hear you.
That's weird because he's all quiet right now.
Yeah, it's all right. He wasn't aware. It's all right.
Are you talking to me? I'm not listening to you.
No, the other M Stone. Yeah.
The other Instone? Okay. Well,
Yeah, I was asking the other M Stone. You can agree or disagree, but was he aware that there is video evidence of them pushing these pods that are exactly the same as the pods that are claimed to be from the space shuttles, right? Coming down, being pushed from the airplane cargo, coming down with parachutes and then being retrieved from the ocean. You didn't know that we have that evidence?
That's your evidence. This is
Well,
happening.
that's what I'm saying. You didn't know that existed. You were unaware of that?
Yeah, I'm unaware that you have that evidence. I don't think that's evidence of that.
Oh, what is that evidence of? Practicing?
Somebody pushing something out of a plane. What do you think it's evidence of? A massive conspiracy?
No, I think they're practicing.
He's unaware of that because he thinks the rockets are in space. He thinks the Tesla car's on its way to
Well,
Pluto
you've
right
done
now.
nothing to prove that they aren't in space, man.
But couldn't you technically do that for everything, though? Any kind of evidence anybody gives you is gonna be, oh yeah, that's just some bullshit. Couldn't you dismiss that with anything they give you? Doesn't really matter what
Oh,
it is.
don't get angry about your delusions, man.
I mean, did I hallucinate that they pushed that thing out of the airplane and then showed it coming down with a parachute, landing in the water, and then coming out in spacesuits? Did I hallucinate that? That's a delusion. And we all hallucinated the same videos.
What's just out of curiosity, where do those videos come from? Were they published by the people that did it?
No, they were saying, people leak things all the time. They leaked these videos and then they claim they were just practice.
So somebody leaked them. They came out and said, "Hey, man, I'm leaking this, and I shouldn't. Otherwise, I'll get fired."
Yeah. Well, they don't put their name on it. They don't want to get caught. They don't want to get fired.
Okay.
They
So I
claim
guess
their practice. They claim their practice, so they're practicing faking the launches.
No, what I guess what I'm trying to establish is that it was in fact a leak. So is there
You want to
any
know?
evidence?
You want to know what like leaking information to somebody else is?
I don't. Is that what I said?
Like leaking information. I'm asking. You want to know what like leaking information to the public is? Like
No, but
like drip.
I'm
Like, you want to know
asking.
what like the word drip means? Like drip, leak, like slowly, like a slow drip. Like make some coffee. Like all these things. You want me to get definitions on all of them, then we can figure out like what the motives were?
Well, no. What I'm asking for is because obviously I know what you mean when you say leak, and it's a little silly to think that I don't know. So why do you think this was a leak and not someone just publishing the video?
Well, it was claimed to have been a mistake. Yeah, that it was, and it wasn't published by NASA
Oh, where was it
originally.
claimed to be a mistake?
Yeah, well, go watch the videos. Yeah. Like I said, you can probably find them on like Jaronism. Right? He keeps a pretty good, tidy catalog of these things.
Oh, so which video should I watch where it says it's a mistake,
The
or is
one
it?
that's relevant.
I don't know what video you're.
Yeah, the one that's relevant. Just look for the one where the subject would be like rockets faking outer space, and then just go do
Oh,
a deep dive. Come back, let me know how you feel about it.
so it's somebody else asserting that it's a leak and a mistake, as opposed to
As
actual
opposed to
evidence.
who? Who would? What do you mean? It's not evidence. That's what I'm asking. A video is not evidence. Was that what you're saying?
Oh, did
You're saying
anybody else hear me say?
pictures are not evidence? All right. So then, what evidence do you have of outer space? Because I mean, they don't even give you pictures, really. But
What I didn't say videos weren't evidence. I don't know why you're
all
saying
right,
these,
cool.
these
All right.
things.
So what are you asking for?
I was actually pretty specific about what I'm asking for. You claimed that the video
You
was
want to know who
leaked
took the video,
mistakenly.
right?
You claimed the video was leaked mistakenly. What's your evidence that it was leaked mistakenly?
The claim that it was leaked
Bro,
mistakenly.
I think what he wants is video from NASA just to come out and say, hey, this is us acting like it was the moon. You know, if it's NASA saying it, then he'll believe it. If it's anything else, he don't buy it. He can't put two and two together, man. He'll
Hey,
defend NASA to the
Brian,
death.
man.
To the death. Every one
Brian,
of them will defend NASA to the death.
Do you mind, man? I'm really honestly curious about this particular video that he's talking about. And I'm trying to understand the point he's getting across. Please don't straw man me like that, dude.
You're not curious, or you'd be trying to find it right now, bro. Quit acting like you're curious. Bro, we all know you're not sincere,
thank you.
that you're defending NASA to the death. We know that.
Thank you, Brian.
In other words, he doesn't want anybody else to catch NASA. He wants NASA to catch NASA. I think.
That's not again, guys. Look, I don't need y'all to describe to me what you think I'm doing.
Well, then just say it, man. Just say it already. Go ahead.
I have. Why do
Oh.
you think that this video you're referencing was leaked mistakenly?
You think they're doing it on purpose? Is that what you're putting forth? That they're doing it on purpose, just to?
I'm trying to understand your position on this. Okay.
It's not my
It's a space capsule dropped from a plane.
Genuinely. Yeah, I get that. You said it was leaked mistakenly. Why do you think it was leaked mistakenly? What evidence is of that?
Of them, they say that it was a leak. That it's not their video, and that it was just it shouldn't have been released. It was just their practice. It was just them practicing for the real deal.
He's trying to attack your mind.
Real quick.
That's how he's trying to. It's a tactic.
Hold on. We're a little bit off topic. The whole point of bringing this all up is to expose the idea or the notion that this is how easily they could fake it. Because in between dropping something out of an airplane and taking a rocket off somewhere, in between is where the lie really happens, because there's still no proof of that. And that's really at the end of it, that's how easy it could be. Do you realize or understand that point?
All right. Look, guys, you're trying to convey an idea to me, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it. But so far, all you said is there's a video that exists. You think it was leaked.
That you can go find. Yeah, go find it.
Okay. What's the video name that was
The
mistakenly
video
leaked?
name is Go Find It.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. My specific point or the question was, do you realize how simple it would be to actually fool people if CNN only cut to the beginning and end of these supposed journeys that the government?
Ewok, look, man. We're talking about a specific video about a capsule dropping out of a plane into some water.
Well, there you go. You got
Yeah.
all the keywords that you could type into Google and find it out.
Right.
I mean, like if I was like, yo, listen, air is made out of fire. All you'd have to type into like the internet search bar is air, fire, right? And be like, it's not made out. Air is not made out of fire.
Do
What's
you
going on
realize how
here?
easy? Do you realize how it would be very simple for someone to load up an airplane and push that out with some parachutes and just film it on the way down? And as long as someone said, "Oh yeah, that actually just came
Right.
from outer space," do you
And
realize how easy that could fool people?
and that's just it. If they'd have shown the actual capsule come from like way higher or something, but it's an exact replica of what the fuck they showed with the
I think
with
the
the
numbers even
supposed space
matter.
capsule coming down. You know, you got to apply a little common sense in there, man.
Look,
My
guys. Hey,
memory may be a little bit hazy. I believe the capsule numbers even matched the real footage. Yeah,
Shouldn't we
real
see these
footage.
things burning up through the atmosphere upon
hey,
entry?
come on, Brian. We're putting the cart. But I'm genuinely like, I'm trying to understand the point.
Which is why I'm asking for
But I need
clarification.
to see evidence that it was a
No, I'm
mistake,
just no.
and I need
Hold
to
on.
see
No,
the video.
no. Again, you don't. Because here's the point. So what if I literally present all of that 4K footage of them dropping it out of a plane and a NASA press conference saying, "Oh, that was us doing that." It doesn't matter. The whole point is that's how easy it could be pulled off. It would take one piece of video footage of someone dropping something out of a plane and one rocket taking off.
He's
And you
only curious about the motive. He wants to know
middle,
like how sneaky. He wants to know. He's
right?
trying to figure out how much faith can you put in NASA's
I'm
sneakiness.
trying.
Like are they smart enough to put the video out first
No.
beforehand, saying, "Look, this is a practice video,
Stop.
and we're just going to show you a practice video first." Are they smart enough to deceive us in that way? I hear what you're saying. You want to know how like sneaky is the devil that you're getting in with. I got you.
I'm
Like,
saying,
should you really
I'm
put all your faith in
asking
him,
you,
Negator? I don't know.
I'm trying to point out the magician's trick, and all you're saying is saying, oh, you're trying to talk about the end of the magician's trick and how and why the trick works, and I'm trying to literally point out how it works. And do you understand the mechanics of how it will work? You take video
Well, it's
footage of the rocket taking off, then you cut to whatever the government says it's in space because we don't have cameras up there, so you have to believe our images. And then you have some real footage of someone dropping it out of a plane, but you just cut away from that. Do you realize how simple it would be if CNN posted that and says it was real? How people would believe it?
okay. I guess I don't understand why we keep going off the rails about the topic here.
No, that's not the whole point of this. I'm trying to point out how it could be done and how easily it could be accomplished. Do you believe that it would be easy for people to believe that if that's what they saw on television?
Ewok, I want to be clear, man. I am not talking about whether it's easy to fake space travel. Okay?
Would you do it any
sometimes
differently though? Like would you have a different tactic to it? Would you do you think that's a good plan? Like to shoot it up, then don't let people see where it's coming from, then drop it out of an airplane. Do you have a better way of doing it?
I think at some point it seems like it would be more difficult to fake it than it would be just to do it.
You got an airplane, you got a rocket, shoot up a rocket, right, and then fly by an airplane. That's harder to do than to get to outer
globe
space.
logic. It's better to just do it than fake it. It's globe logic.
You fly an airplane with a parachute and push a dude out of it with a parachute is harder than flying a rocket Mach 33 to the moon around its orbit with gravity pulling it and back again.
I tell you what, no tanks, man. I'll give you a pass on providing evidence that it was leaked. Okay, we can skip past that part. Maybe we can come back to it. But let me ask you this: if they wanted to practice for their real thing, isn't this exactly how they would do it?
Well, this is why.
There you go. Perfect. Yeah, this is what you should do.
I mean, it makes sense, though, right? Makes perfect sense.
It makes
sense.
sense.
But we asked you exactly why, because we already know this. We already found the evidence that we now just laid at your feet, and now you believe us. Okay, cool, great. We're not going to come back to it. We're going to circle right to it right now because you asked for it. We gave it to you. Here it is. This is how it could be done, and it's very easy to do it that way. And exactly the excuse that they would come up with, which is what I said 15 minutes ago, is you're just going to now believe them again that, oh, we were just doing it for practice. I'm literally giving you the evidence and you're dismissing it because you trust them.
Where's the evidence? Is there a
Also, well, that's
or
the
something?
point. That was again,
So
Howard.
now,
Sorry,
if they are just practicing, so now can you prove that they're actually going to a second law of thermodynamics violation?
It's not a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, but so you can prove that then. Okay, thanks. Could you where's the evidence?
Yeah, that was the point. Where's the evidence on the side of the globe, right? Like this, that was the whole point. This is the scenario. We can practice it. We can show you that going up, and we can show you this practice thing coming down. They also conveniently, when they launch the rockets, as soon as it's out of sight from the TV crew's camera, they say we're going to cut over to this animation. They show an animation on a TV screen and how it's going to go up and come back down on an animation screen, and then you see it come. You see what looked just like the practice come back down. So where's your evidence that it left into outer space?
Well, the issue to me is that we've now moved from, hey, this video is evidence of them faking it because it was mistakenly released, to
No, you're just jumping
why
into
would
the
they?
middle.
You asked
No,
for the thing that we
no,
gave you. You
no,
asked for
no,
evidence for
thanks.
it, and I gave
No,
it to you.
none of you have given me evidence that that video was mistakenly released.
How
Yeah,
And
so
none of
you're
you
jumping
have.
in you are
Hold on,
jumping in the
okay,
middle,
hold
though. I
on.
want to point out this was the entire point was we have no evidence of them leaving. Besides, this is everybody saying it. Besides you, must have just joined, right? Of you see a rocket go up. There's an animation, right, and then you see a pod coming coming out of the sky, landing in the ocean. Mr. whatever his name is, the drunk guy from Texas, said that he's never seen the footage either. That's all he's ever seen is it go up, and he's ever seen rockets landing out in the ocean. Right? Never seen them coming down anywhere else. And you just missed everything in between. Yeah, or at the beginning.
How will we go about proving that what they said as a mistake is true? If we're obviously, we can't use them as the authority on the thing that we're trying to prove that they're lying about, right?
Well, I guess the first thing you can do is to show me that you're genuine in your conviction about this. And when you make a claim that they mistakenly released a video, which I agree, if there was a leaked video and NASA didn't want the world to see it and we saw it, that maybe could be evidence of something.
But how
you
would we ever
presented that as
determine
evidence.
it?
You haven't shown it. You haven't shown it to be. You haven't shown that to be true.
How would we ever know if it was actually mistaken or not?
Well, yeah. So you keep looking at also. This is the thing with Globers, right? Like, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they do this? Why would this? Right? Like, you're very concerned with the motives, right? Here's the evidence. Don't worry about the motives. Here's the evidence.
Right, and how would we
So
ever differentiate?
that's actually not.
Are we supposed to believe them when they say we're using it as practice? Because they could just say that for any piece of evidence that completely obliterates their.
You guys are missing the point. You're asking me.
No, when you are.
Well, hang on. Listen to me,
bro. We're not asking you that. We're asking you why you defending NASA, bro.
You're asking me why am I defending somebody who lies, while simultaneously you're making a claim that you refuse to support, which means I'm suspicious of you.
How would we?
Of course you are, bro. Of course you're gonna go against your fellow citizens and defend a fucking government agency known to be liars.
How are we not? How are we not doing it? We just gave you the evidence of the actual plane that came out, and they said it was a mistake and that it was
okay.
practice.
Where is
with
that particular evidence that they said it was leaked? Releasing video of something that's practice by accident doesn't mean something bad and evil is going on. Okay.
You want the admittance of them specifically admitting that they were lying. Where's that evidence? Is what you're asking for?
Oh wait, you want NASA?
That's what I said. That's exactly what he's asking for.
Yeah,
if they come out and say they're lying,
yeah,
So you
that's
want
ridiculous.
a written confession, a murder.
Yeah, he wants a confession.
Oh my god,
he wants somebody to implicate himself. Maybe check with Democrats.
Yeah, that's crazy. He literally wants NASA to be like, "Hey, somebody leaked it. This is outrageous." Instead of them
I want
spinning it into
you.
a
I want
practice.
you to present evidence of your assertion instead of just claiming it.
Negate it. Very
I'd like a well-reasoned response from any of you, and you haven't done.
I mean, how would it be claimed to be a leaked video if someone didn't say, "Hey, here's a leaked video"?
Because you see the video. This is the timeline.
Because it's a replica. It's a fucking replica of what they showed us.
Yeah, and
get
the
it?
Timeline tells you.
They don't have to tell us that it's leaked, bro. So get off that it's leaked. The point is, it's a fucking replica of what they showed us is real. Can you repeat after me? A replica of what they claim was real.
I don't understand that line of logic.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would we train with the real thing instead of something?
Yeah, but
You just Howard just said it'll be
hold
easier
on,
to do with the
hold
real
on.
thing.
Negator, can you answer? Can you? You're right.
Once again, bro.
They would train for the real thing with the real thing, and any excuse that we
No,
would
they
come up
wouldn't.
with,
No, they
hold
wouldn't.
on, oh, whatever. Even if that
Hold
was
on,
the
man,
excuse, how would you ever
you're saying something that's
differentiate?
ridiculous. Why would they do that?
How would you ever differentiate between something that was they're saying it being truth? Like, how could you ever determine whether or not they were lying? That is the question. You're saying we just must believe them, and we're saying, well, how can we know that they're telling us the truth for sure? Because they're the ones lying about this thing in the first place. Why would they, them denying the claim that this is evidence that you're lying? They say, oh, well, that's just us practicing. They could say that for literally everything. And when are you supposed to say, how are you ever supposed to differentiate the difference? That's the question. How do you
Well,
differentiate
that
the difference?
it would be up to you to make a well-reasoned argument for NASA to not be training using replicas.
Yeah, no, I think that I think they
No,
would
no,
train in
no,
exactly the way.
my
I think they
question,
would
no,
train from
that's
this
not,
plane,
that's
but
not my
that's just me.
question. That's not my question. My question is, how do you differentiate the difference between them telling the truth and the lie? Because how am I supposed to know if someone told me this, the same evidence, I can take the same exact video and someone can say this is evidence of them lying, and then that could be them looking at the exact same evidence and say this is evidence of us telling the truth and we're practicing. How do you tell the difference?
Well, this is how
They ask us over. Hold on, y'all. They ask us over and over for proof that or for examples of their bullshit, and we show them or proof that they're faking it. You know, so we give them evidence of how they're faking it, and they just fucking dismiss it, man.
That's why I'm asking. How do you?
But the problem here, the problem is that you haven't given me evidence yet. I've been asking for it since I got here, no tanks.
Dude, you're not a baby. Go get it. You were told where it is. Go get it.
Well, you gave me, you said search for some
I said
words.
I said go ahead on Jaronism's channel and search for it. I'm sure he has it there. He has a large collection of all
I'm
this
not.
stuff. Go look.
Better than that. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, guys. Better than that. Why don't you show us a capsule coming in back
No,
into orbit?
not better than yet. If
No,
you guys
bullshit, bro. You're the one with the claim that it's real. To show us one of these capsules. And look, we're
remember,
talking about
you
one
guys
drop from a
sat
plane.
here
We
and
want
told
you to show us
that you
one
have
re-entering the
provided
atmosphere.
evidence for your
Negator,
assertion
you're being listen,
that
Negator.
this
You're
was
Can you hold
go
on?
rewind this.
I don't have that evidence. I'm not about to go look it up because it's
all
hard to
you
find. My
said
point is you're the one making the claim. Can you show us a rocket or with a heat shield re-entering the atmosphere, please?
Look, man, I came here with a specific topic to ask no tanks about. I'm being told I was provided evidence, but I have not.
Go get it. No, you're not being told you provided evidence. So you missed the entire conversation. You jumped in the middle. The whole beginning, the whole point of this was you, Negator, your side needs to your side, Negator, your side, buddy, your side needs to provide evidence. This was the whole thing from the very jump that you jumped into the middle. You have no evidence of it, right? You have a rocket going up, the camera cuts off, right? So all you would have to say is, dude, look, here's the live footage of the entire Artemis going to the moon, live, the entire camera feed, the entire way, live feed. Look, there's a space. Look, we're passing some debris. There's a satellite coming right back.
We're past it. I just posted it, right? It took about 14 seconds to find it.
No, don't do it. He's a little delete. If I was a mod, I would delete it. He's a
now,
little
now what
child.
Now what is he going to say?
Nah, bro, no. But don't tell him to delete evidence, man. That's not how this conversation works.
Go find it yourself.
That's not how debates work.
Negator, shut up. Stop.
I'm going to argue a point, but you're not allowed to look at my evidence. God.
Go get it yourself. You're lazy.
You wanted. Hank, stop, please. I gave it to him. Look at it. There it is. Now what?
Now comes obfuscation, bro. We know the fucking routine. With this, when we ask for evidence, he's the one defending NASA, and we ask him to just show us. Look, don't show us an exact replica of what they showed us on accident. Show or on purpose. Who cares how they showed it? The fact is you ask how they fake it, and we're showing you all the evidence, and you're just like, oh well, if it was leaked video, bro, he's just gonna look at it. He's gonna obfuscate and not show us the real evidence. Show us a rocket entering the atmosphere.
Instead of you telling everybody what I'm going to do, you let me do it. Is that all right?
Bro, you're predictable, bro. You're defending NASA. I don't know why, but I know that's what you do, and it makes you predictable.
All right, cool, man. I'm going to have a conversation with Ewok because he's the one that leaked the video. So Ewok, where in this video is there evidence that it was mistakenly leaked? Because it looks like this is a video directly from NASA.
You are either intentionally not getting the point, or
like I said, bro, he needs an admission from.
No, I need you guys to back up your assertions. Now, Ewok, if this was leaked,
what I specifically, very specifically asked was, how do you tell the difference between, if you ask for evidence of them lying, and I give it to you, and that same video evidence of them lying is actual proof of them telling the truth, how do you determine the difference? And you're saying, well, you believe the people who are accused of lying.
No, Ewok. Remember, and I corrected you a minute ago, I'm here specifically to talk about.
He's just going to talk about the leak part. That's all he's going to focus on.
Whether that video was mistakenly leaked or not, because it would be evidence that somebody's trying to cover something up.
Right. Okay? So that's the only thing he cares about now. Is
again, how would you tell the difference?
He don't care about nothing else now.
Really
right, man.
Okay, how if I'm trying to find evidence for that, how am I supposed to differentiate if I come across this piece of evidence? How am I supposed to differentiate it into which camp? Is it them lying or is it them telling the truth? I don't know. It's the same piece of evidence. It supports both. So I don't understand how it can definitively be in one camp.
If you're going to assert that it was mistakenly leaked, the burden of proof is on you to provide evidence that it was mistakenly leaked. You can't just claim, oh, it could go either way.
Bum. Prove it. Prove it. But prove that the rockets are going to outer space.
Where did this video of them dropping the capsule from the plane? Where did it come from?
If I ask you, can you provide me evidence that that's actually proof of them actually faking it or practicing? Your only recourse is to say, well, they said that's what they're doing, right?
Practicing what?
Why? Why don't you ask me instead of telling me what I say and think?
I asked, right? Is that yes or no? You can say no and then clarify.
If the question is, how do I prove that that's them practicing? I can't.
They practice in water.
Now, how do you differentiate what? So if I ask you, how do you prove that they're telling the truth about them saying that that's them practicing? How would you?
I would think if this was like a secret video or something, there should be some sort of evidence that this video was top secret and somehow got leaked to the public.
That's not what. How do you prove?
So would y'all at least agree that that's exactly what NASA showed us with Apollo with the
report? Howard, you talking about an official report, them claiming that somebody leaked photo? You're pretty much asking for a confession.
It's exactly
right. I mean, normally normally it comes through someone like WikiLeaks or someone like that, you know.
Oh my God!
How many years
look what we
has
have
been around, and there's been how many leaks?
I wouldn't. I mean, if I was NASA, I wouldn't want to necessarily keep it a secret. I mean, it wouldn't be nothing that I.
How many leaks have there been? I'm just
one.
Curious.
There's been only one admitted.
Only one.
That's
in how many years?
That video.
Bro, why are you defending NASA, Stone?
That video that Ewok linked
is they're not doing
that video.
No, bro, they've already come out and admitted they fucked.
Hold on.
After we caught him, bro.
Brian, you have a misunderstanding. You have
bro, they have admitted that they fucking lied, bro. With the fucking Aurora Borealis on Jupiter. We caught. Hold on, dude. Shut up, bro. If you want to hear the truth, if you want to hear some truth, you got to listen, bro. They admitted that it was the same footage from 4 years previous.
You wouldn't know truth if it landed on your face and did a fucking flip.
So when I tell you something like this, so when they showed a freaking Aurora Borealis on Jupiter and showed us a picture from 4 years previous and said it was from Kissimmee, that we cold busted them on, bro. They hence took down the article and admitted that it was a previous mission. Yeah, bro. So you're gonna defend them when they're gonna say, well, yeah, that was a picture from a previous mission. Bro, I thought y'all were showing us a fucking live picture from Kissimmee with the fucking Aurora Borealis. We caught them lying, bro, and they fucking took the article down.
So I tell you what, let's bring it back. The video that Ewok linked of the capsule has somebody narrating what's going on, which means that video was meant for outside consumption. So far, there's
and
still
that was before we called them out, bro. So are you man enough to admit that
this video was not? This video is like 50 years old.
When you admit that's exactly what they showed us from the Apollo, will you admit that? Same height, same fucking shit.
No, if you're going to assert that it was leaked mistakenly, I need evidence.
No, I'm not asserting it's leaked, bro. I'm not asserting this.
Well, Brian,
okay, I'm gonna concede right now. Listen, I'm gonna publicly concede that it's not leaked.
That's fine.
Okay, now, let me see if you're.
No, the problem is I am not talking to you.
Don't let me concede and make a point right after. I just conceded. Now let's see if you're an honest man.
The thing is, Brian, he's talking to Fuzzy. He's trying to talk to Fuzzy.
It doesn't matter, man. I'm doing it for him. I'm just saying. Is he man? I'm man enough to concede that I can't prove it's leaked. Now, is he man enough to prove that that's exactly what Apollo showed us? See, no, he's not a humble fucking man. He won't admit it. Dude, I just conceded in 2 seconds that, okay, I can't prove that it's leaked. I can't get a confession from NASA. But you're not man enough to concede that that's exactly what they showed us in the Apollo mission, the same fucking shit.
I kind of feel like Fuzzy is kind of leaning on it being leaked, and that's fine. But I don't think you should be speaking for Fuzzy.
What I'm trying to, I have to go, but what I'm trying to do, I literally did a 14-second search to find that video. The whole point is that footage exists and is very easily made of just something going out of the back of an airplane. It costs practically nothing in the grand scheme of things. And if someone was told something about that footage, about where it came from, people would believe it. It's that simple. That footage exists. I'm not saying that's the footage they used. I've seen it before. I don't have time to get it right now. You can go find it. I'm just saying the whole point is there is no way to differentiate whether or not they are lying or telling the truth unless you can clarify that.
Well, that's a bigger point we can argue. But right now, the point is whether they intentionally or mistakenly leaked footage.
No, that's trying to get into the weeds of trying to determine something. Yes, they don't have a signed confession that we lied. Why? Oh,
no, nobody's asking. Please don't straw man me. I'm not asking for a signed confession.
In a nutshell, that's what you're asking. He's not straw man.
How do I then? Which is why I asked. Hold on. Which is why I asked specifically if I'm looking for evidence of them lying. If I found this, how do I tell if this is them lying or telling the truth? And you still haven't answered that.
Making an argument that involves, well, it could be, is not making an argument that involves evidence of it could be.
So how do I? So I just have to believe them until they admit that they're lying. Is that the best?
Again, that's all they have is hypotheticals. It could be,
you guys, might be. Yeah, exactly.
So I know I asked specifically how so we have to trust them until they admit to lying. Is that the best?
Fuzzy.
That's not all we got. All we got is everything Apollo showed us. We can show them replicating it on Earth. Every part of that mission, we can show you them replicating it on Earth. It's called evidence. Okay. Now, if they can't be humble enough to admit, all they got to do is interrupt me every time I talk.
No, man, I'm trying to talk to Fuzzy, Brian, and you just wallowing all over me. And your mic is like way overpowering.
Right to the middle of my statement, moderator.
Yeah, my point is, Fuzzy, your mic is really low. I'm having trouble hearing you, but
I know because I can't talk right now because people are sleeping, and I'm not going to.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
I still want to know how you tell the truth. How do I know if they're telling the truth or not? Unless they've admitted that they're liars, I'm just supposed to believe them until they call themselves out.
That's basically what the globalists are asking. And they think that that's reasonable for some reason.
Guys, stop. Will you please? Negator's right there and he can answer for himself.
Yeah, thanks. Well, again, I'd need a well-reasoned argument that there's some sort of deception going on, which is why I jumped in on this particular capsule topic, was because that would be evidence of some sort of deception going on, as if they were trying to cover up the release of a video or claim
There you
that it
go.
was a mistake and we're trying to hide it. But
And I just gave it to you. Every part, we could show it. We could show them replicating it on Earth. Okay, every part. Now there ain't just like some. Every part, all the way down to a going beside a freaking giant model moon, bro. Every part we could show them replicating it here. That's called evidence, bro. You don't want to see evidence. You want to defend NASA.
It would be like.
Thanks for not interrupting.
It would be like if a magician went on NASA on CNN and sawed a woman in half, and everyone went, "Oh my God, wow, this is unbelievable." I said, actually, here's how he did it, and video footage of him doing the trick and show. I'm like, all you have to do is show footage of this, and it looks like the woman was sawn in half, and I show that to you. It doesn't matter, And then he comes out and says, "Oh yeah, it's just us practicing the technique until we got it down. We needed to do all these practice things to make it work." And oh well, that makes perfect sense. Until he says otherwise, I'm going to believe that she was sawed in half. Unless he says that he's a magician and is lying and here's the trick, then I'm just going to go with sawed in half.
well, Ewok, I was with you up until the point where you said the only way I could believe it is if they told me, because that's a straw man argument.
Okay, so how do I tell okay, so I hear you. I got you. So my next question is, how do I tell the difference if the magician is telling the truth about sawing in half? Like, and he's no, I really sawed her in half, and all the footage that you're showing me is just us practicing. And I show that same footage and say, here's how he faked it. How do I tell whether or not he's lying or not?
Ewok,
Ewok,
that's up to you to figure out how to do.
So why are you asking
No,
for reasons?
I think no, but see, I think that's like kind of an impossible. Like, how would I, unless if that's all I have to go on is this footage and his word.
Well, then you don't have a very good case for it being faked.
But if that same footage could be supported by the other side of saying it doesn't really have very good footage support that he did saw it in half, because here's how he would have faked it if he needed to. And that
I
stands.
just put 2 videos in there you can check out. And, I mean, it took me a good 45 seconds, but I did it for you, Negator. I tried. I got you 45 seconds of my hard work. I have faith that you can.
See, the mistake you guys are making
put in
here is
45 seconds.
Yeah,
Oh, thanks.
I'll check them out shortly. The other issue here is that
You hear me talking negative?
drawing
You hear
an
me
analog
talking? You hear
between
me
a
talking
magician's
negative?
trick and NASA.
You, am I coming through, Negator?
You're actually talking over my response to
No,
Ewok.
you're not. I was
There's a
talking.
conversation
You
going on.
weren't talking. I was talking.
That's right, because you
You weren't
jumped in the
talking. I
middle of the
started
conversation.
talking, then you started. I haven't talked for 3 hours.
Yeah, that's
I
true,
am
and that's how
allowed
it's
to say a
said.
sentence. Is that okay with you, Negator? Thank you. So the problem you guys are having here, and I've been listening for the past couple hours, you've been trolled by 3 guys consecutively.
Here we go. This is a worthy
Okay,
usage of
now
time.
this guy here right now is triggered because I'm not gonna let me finish. What he's doing now, he's just trolling you. He's the 3rd guy trolling you. He's not interested in having a conversation. You're telling him saw a person in half, and he's making excuses. That's all I want to say.
All right, yeah. See, man,
Go
you
on with your
really
bullshit, Negator. Go on.
gotta act more adult, dude. Okay, if you're gonna be in these conversations.
Oh, really? I was very adult. I was just telling the people they were being trolled, 3 people consecutively, and you are not interested in the conversation. That's all.
Okay, say it again. It'll be more poignant if you do it one more time.
Well, Brian did say it earlier.
And you go ahead and explain to him how when you saw a woman in half, you can make an excuse. Go ahead, Negi.
So Ewok, like when you're conducting an operation, right? You're obviously going to practice. That's logical. And you want to practice as close as possible to the real thing. You know, obviously that varies. But if that practice looks very close to the real thing, and someone's going to assert that the real thing doesn't exist because the practice looks so real, I'm just going to need more
Real
evidence.
things look a little bit different, though. Would the real thing look at least a little different? Like we'd see it coming from.
No, it's not about that. It's about, do you recognize how actually simple it would be to fool a whole bunch of people? Even the people who you think might be in on it, as long as it's compartmentalized in such a way that they don't know what the other hand is doing. This is how they could pull it off, and it wouldn't be that hard. That's what I'm asking. Like, the trick is not that difficult to pull off. We're trying to show you the magician behind the curtain.
But
And you're
could
saying,
be
yeah, but the magician is
aren't evidence.
actually saying,
No, the
Yeah,
evidence would be show the
and that
live
isn't
feed
it.
camera leaving outer space, leaving to outer space, which you don't.
Do you find it convenient that the instant rebuttal to actual direct evidence of them lying is them? Oh, we're just telling the truth and exactly what you just said. That's convenient.
Ewok, remember, you haven't presented evidence of a lie. You've asserted that it could be. It's not evidence.
That's
Right,
all
and
you've been
now
saying over and over and over. Why don't you just go on mute, bro?
Yeah, I don't think he understands like what
I
evidence
know.
is and like how lies work and like. I
Give
don't
me
think he gets.
evidence. Give me evidence. Give me evidence.
But this is why, Negator, this is why I'm asking, how do you tell the difference whether or not they're lying or telling the truth? Because that's really the only way to really get to the answer to that. Because, you know, if you put even someone on a stand in court, and until you get like a signed confession out of them,
Even a signed confession
and telling
doesn't
the
always
truth,
work.
because, well, I know, but just until they admit that, like, what standard of evidence would you like of them? Here's how they pulled the trick. Here's how easily they could have done it, and here's the actual ways and the footage of them doing it. And you're saying,
Bro,
well,
if you
but
take him
like
to a
here's
slaughterhouse and show him slaughtering a pig,
Yeah.
the
The
you cut
issue
the
though
pig
is that
off. The pig's
asserting that it could be
console,
fake
right?
isn't
He's gonna
evidence
be
of it being
telling you,
fake.
no, the pig is still alive. That's what
so
he's
what
gonna
you're
be
saying.
doing, bro.
I think we're trying to find reason where there is no reason, right? I don't think Negator is coming from a
Exactly.
reasonable.
Yeah, but here's my point. Right? So, yeah, so okay, but what they're claiming to be doing is like as fantastic a claim as cutting a woman in half and reassembling her, because it's never been done in the history of the world except by these people who claim that they do it all the time.
To him, the woman was sawed in half. He's gonna tell
Yeah.
you that the woman
So
has
the
been
problem
sawed in
though is
half.
that none of this is evidence.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's all he's
it
gonna
doesn't.
say all night
It doesn't
long.
even
Where's the
seem to
evidence?
be equivalent. I think it's a false equivalence. I don't think
Has
it's the
Yeah.
same
nothing.
thing.
But like, so
Has
like, you don't have any evidence of the rocket going to outer space, right?
No, we
Yet
do.
you believe it.
Yeah, we do though, no tanks.
What is
What
it?
evidence do you have of
And
it in space?
and again, I find it
What
very
evidence?
weird that you're demanding evidence when a minute ago you wouldn't provide me evidence of your position, no tanks.
No, you're trying to.
Possible. You can find things weird, but yeah, that was the original point. You don't have any evidence of it going to outer space. So what are you doing?
Yeah, well, I agree.
Show us the evidence of a rocket going up and not cutting and showing us the whole thing. Go ahead. It's on you. It's your fantasy. You got to prove it, Nagy. Don't try to
Okay.
reverse this on us.
Remember,
No, that's why he
I'm
jumped in the
here
middle
to
of
an
the
assertion.
conversation. I mean, you might have been listening to SC, but he wasn't, right? And he jumped in the middle. And we said earlier, hey, all we have is evidence in reality of things that go up, coming down. You, NASA, whoever, is making the bold claim that things go up and then they won't come down. It's a crazy claim they're making, right? So show us the evidence. Then they show us the evidence. They say, okay, look, so you got a ground crew on with cameras on the ground. They say, there he is, up, 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 up. And now we're going to show you some animation on this TV screen. Look, this is where the rocket's going. It's going to orbit this. It's going to take this path, and then
Well,
it's
I
going to come
mean, when
back
it
down. So you
when
have
it
no
gets out of
evidence.
sight, I mean, where it gets out of sight and cameras can't really even see the rocket. I mean, they try to show you some representation of what's going on with the telemetry data and such like that.
No, when I filmed Artemis, it didn't go in sight, and then never to be found again. And this was right when it cut to CGI. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! Y'all are
Yeah, and then
coincidence theorists.
And where do they come back down? They come back down in the ocean, right? After they do their little orbiting thing, they come back down in the ocean, right? And it seems to be the same exact path that the rocket was traveling if it were just making an arch path. But they just so happens that's where they planned to come down, I guess, right? So they went all the way up, spun around, went a bunch of different places, came back down right where the rocket would have landed if it just kept going like straight in a straight path. And then coincidentally, there's camera footage like in the video that I just shared of them dropping the pods from an airplane, right? Not an old time, not from the '60s in that video he shared. This is just like recent, more recently, prior to the landing of the rocket in the ocean. So that video was taped and recorded and released prior to the rocket pods landing in the ocean, and lo and behold, there we go, pulling them out of the ocean. But you have no evidence that they actually went up in outer space, and that's the point. If you don't want to, if you're not okay with it, then or if you're okay with that, that's okay. That's you.
So is Artemis due back tomorrow, right?
It's like begging the question that's even there. Hey,
well, I mean,
what was that example?
it is, but this is important.
Coming back now. Where did it go that it's coming back now? Just wondering. Did it leave
It
the
is due
studio?
back tomorrow, though, right?
Did it leave the studio?
Is it due back tomorrow, right?
Where's re-entry, Howard? Where?
I don't know. See, that's what I'm trying to get to. I mean, this is gonna might be kind of critical if we pay attention to that. I would imagine that they have airborne photography cameras in planes that are going to be able to see this thing coming in through the atmosphere.
So I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it appear just how it disappeared. So where's re-entry? Can you find that out since you're making the claim?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it's going.
Nobody knows.
Is there any flat earther here that if they made it look really believable that it re-entered and splashed into the water, is there any flat earther here that would change their mind and think it was real?
They're not going to show that, bro. They're not going to show that. They never have.
None would because
there's people like me on the ground filming the shit, bro.
Yeah,
well, the thing is,
it's already looked so fake so far. It's not going to matter how good it looks. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, when's the last time we had a capsule come back in through the atmosphere and land in the ocean?
Never.
Yeah, the Apollo mission.
We just showed you them launching them from planes.
No.
There's evidence all in the chat right now. Out of a plane, make it look like it re-entered. It's obvious that they could do that. Hey, but real quick, SC, what was that example? I'm trying to remember that Carlos had earlier, where he said, "What if a guy who was it that went up the first guy went to Mount Everest? Like, what if? If he's filming it live, and he gets halfway up the mountain, and then all of a sudden it cuts to a cartoon of him getting up to the summit and putting his stick in the ground like he's like done it." What would you think of that?
Oh, it's genius, bro. Yeah.
Well,
what do you guys say to that?
Well, the civilians that went up, is there any footage when the civilians went up and orbited? Any footage of that capsule coming down? That'd be interesting to look at.
Yeah, I was actually like genuinely excited for like this Artemis launch to go up, and like the whole like, oh, how great are they going to trick us this time? This would be fun to see some guys like pull this thing apart. And then I saw that then I saw the pictures of the that they released where it was the same like CGI artifacts where you lower the exposure and you can see them like copying and pasting it again. I'm like, this is going to be boring. They're not even going to do anything cool.
The edges of it all is like this weird like texture right at the edge of the Artemis thing.
Yeah. They're not even going to try to trick us better, like try to like help us like get better at this. They're just going to keep it like the same as the '70s.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's anything we could present to you guys that you'd believe. I think New Perspective was being honest and upfront. But no,
you're not going to present nothing, bro. I asked him.
Brian, he wouldn't finish talking, man.
Well, he's making false claims, bro. He said there's nothing.
Yeah, but we need to let people finish.
Specifically for a rocket re-entering the atmosphere.
Negator, do you want to?
I'll film these fuckers. I know what they look like, bro.
Brian, you interrupted. Please mute your mic. Negator, do you want to finish what you were saying? I think you got interrupted.
No, it's all right, man. I appreciate it though.
All right. Well, I mean, you were right in the middle of something, Brian. Brian seems to interrupt every single time someone speaks. I'm on my phone. It's hard to even get to the mute button on my phone, so it's hard to even do it on the phone.
It's okay. I think I got everything off my chest, and
You watch
Probably
the
gonna different
videos and
shortly.
all that. You feel better after watching the videos.
Well,
I put a
I
solid
did.
45 seconds of work into that, and you're not going to watch them.
I appreciate the work. I did watch the videos, but again, it's just footage of it happening. I don't see how you could watch that and say, "Man, this was mistakenly leaked to attempt to hide something."
Which part of it? Which part of the video?
The mistaken leak part is an error. Why you inserting that word in there? Mistakenly leaked. Why are you saying it like that?
That's all he has, bro. It's like a pit bull. He got a little
No,
bone
that's what it
he's
was
like
claimed.
hanging on it. That's all he has.
That's what it was claimed, Odysee.
Yeah, but he's gonna ride this, even though Brian told him no. He's gonna ride this till the end. He's gonna be saying this all night. I know him.
But it wasn't Brian's claim. It was Fuzzy's claim that it was leaked. And I'm not like it was Fuzzy's claim. I mean, I'm just saying. It actually was a pretty good conversation. They had a pretty good interaction.
The problem is
Kind of liked it.
let me elaborate. The problem is where he says mistake is an implication that NASA has something to do with it. And when something is being leaked, the official people creating the fraud or the conspiracy, they don't have to be a part of it. So by you saying a mistake, by you inserting that word in there, right? It's a strong man and it's an entirety. You're creating a strong man.
If it was labeled as leaked, I would automatically assume it was by mistake.
No. Wait a minute. Why would somebody leak it by mistake? It would only be a mistake on the person committing the conspiracy. In this case, NASA. So just saying a mistake, you're trying to
Come on, man.
Yes.
Well, I mean, by definition, something that leaked got out that wasn't supposed to be gotten out. So if it did get out, it was by mistake, right? I mean, that's just logic, right?
No,
Okay, left lane.
It was a mistake that it was leaked on NASA, but that it was leaked on mistake. No, how Negator is trying to say, he's trying to make it seem like it has something to do with the conspirator, with NASA.
Okay, let me.
Hold on. The person recording the footage, he did not mistakenly release it because on purpose he recorded. On purpose he released it. It was a mistake on NASA, not on the releaser.
Fucking hell.
Jay, yeah. Let's, instead of screaming about what Negator said, let Negator clarify what Negator said. And what I said and meant was that there are two scenarios that I don't think are supported by what's been provided. The first scenario is that a whistleblower leaked it on purpose for the express purpose of exposing NASA. I don't think there's evidence of that. The other scenario is that NASA mistakenly leaked it, which would provide evidence to people to be suspicious of NASA. Neither of those two scenarios have supporting evidence.
Okay, let me rebut when you're done, please. Let me rebut. Hold on, Matrix, please.
Let me just finish my thing now. Did Fuzzy Ewok claim that the person releasing the image released it to debunk NASA, or he just released the image? Was there a claim on that specific part of the question?
So No Tanks was the original claimant, I guess. Ewok alluded to those things, but his overall point was that it's hard to distinguish training footage from real footage.
I don't think he was discerning. If NASA could just say the image that was caught, it wasn't practice, it would be hard to discern when the real thing would be happening, because NASA or the conspirator could just say, hey, you caught us practicing. He was trying to discern when is it good to apply reason and logic and when it just isn't. When do we take somebody's word? And now you're conflating the way you ask questions just to try to trick the audience, bro.
No. What the assertion about that footage is that either somebody was leaking it on purpose, which also I agree with Skylane that
It's just irrelevant. Has nothing to do with the claim. On purpose, by mistake, these words have nothing to do with what is going on.
the claim is that NASA did not want that footage to get out. That's the claim. And I don't see evidence of that claim.
Well, couldn't it be said either way, though? If there's footage that they're dropping a capsule thing out of an airplane, whether it's a test or whether they purposefully released it or whether it was a leak or whatever, isn't it still show that they can, that's kind of part of their protocol is to drop those capsules?
Finally, somebody gets it. Yes, that's the whole point. Irregardless of whether it was done on purpose, leaked or not, the fact of the matter is they have a system by which they do drop this thing by a plane. That is the whole point here, gentlemen.
Gio, at the very least, what you're asking makes sense. Now, Negator is trying to now superimpose questions like, "Oh, did NASA release it by mistake?"
Exactly.
That it was really
Exactly.
All right. Calm down. So, Gio, I agree. And early on, I stated that if you want to do practice for something, you would practice in a way that matches what you're going to do as closely as possible. And so, no, I'm not superimposing questions about about that. Those assertions were literally made by Ewok endo tanks. Okay.
Yes, we've been through that 100 times. Let me ask you something. Do you think now that we know that they can do this, right? Do you think it's possible then, Negator, that they can fake it?
Again, the possibility is not relevant if you have no evidence.
So that's where you're going to hang your hat. You're going to keep repeating the same mantra. You're going to choose not to conduct yourself in a good conversation. You're just going to troll, right?
I just wouldn't. I like him. I would not comport to a narrative without any evidence for it.
Left lane. We just proved to you that they're able to shoot this
That's
thing
not
out of a
evidence,
back of
though.
a.
See, evidence would be like someone saw that plane take off beforehand, or this last launch. There was some.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro!
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable how these guys
you
will.
got to have evidence. It's not just this could happen. No, that's not.
Being discussed right now.
God, Matrix, come on, man. Hey, buddy, come on.
How you gonna say we have no evidence?
What is that's not evidence. Just because he did. Can you let me talk? Just because we have video of how they tested these capsules in a plane, dropping them out, and it looks similar to what we saw in those landings or splashdowns, doesn't mean that's evidence for that's what happened in the event. Evidence would be. Hold on. Evidence would be. Let me tell you what evidence would be. There was an eyewitness that said, I was part of the deal. We put this thing on an airplane, or someone flew the airplane that actually dropped it at that same time, or someone has a video of the airplane that is in the same vicinity of the capsule when it was before splashdown. That would be evidence. We don't have any of that. There is no evidence.
What about at 8:56 in that video I just posted? You like airplanes, Yannick, and so does Skylane. Wait, what is that airplane at 8:56 in that video I just put up? What is that evidence of? Is that an airplane?
At 8:56. Is it timestamped?
Well, no, you have to scroll to it.
No tanks. Come on, man.
You should put it. There we go. Okay.
It's a Xenic.
If they're faking it, that's how they would do it, and there's video of it. So that alone,
8:56
revealing.
So Gio, to be fair, if you could, have someone on the beach take a video of the falling capsule, whether it's falling from space or falling from a plane, they could then claim it's either or, right? That part could be faked for sure. It's possible. And no tanks, you linking a blow up shuttle to Xanic as proof of something doesn't make any sense to me.
CGI imposed in the clouds? Like, what's going on there? He's an airplane expert. What are you saying I did besides ask him a question?
I don't know what that is. It doesn't look like anything to me.
Yeah, doesn't look like anything. Just asking.
That's like so, Negator, did I hear you admit that it could possibly be faked, Negator?
Everything looks fake in that.
Are you Negator, bro? Are you Negator?
Well, he sent it to me. He told me to look at it. It looks fake to me. Everything looks fake in it.
Well, I
You know,
want
line from
Negator to answer. If after what we just told them about the thing being shot out of a plane, is it possible? I'm not saying they did it. Negator, in your mind, is it possible at all that they could fake this?
The one scenario that I presented, I would call it possible, where you just video the pod landing, because it would look the same.
Thank you, God Almighty, thank you. That's all we're saying, bro. All we're saying.
That's not all you're saying, though.
Yes, it is. We're saying it's possible that they can fake it because we see rockets going up, then we go to CGI, and then nothing else, and then we see the drop. So we see point A, we see point C, but point B is lost. We don't see B.
Yeah, that's the evidence. An analogy would be, let's say there was a big bank robbery, you know, in somewhere, and there was a big robbery and it was a big deal. But a week before, they did a test run, and they took all the footage of them doing a test run of it, of robbing the bank, and then it actually happens. It's sort of like, all right, well, you have footage of them doing exactly what would be done if they were to rob the bank, and then the bank got robbed. So if nothing else, it's quite a strong correlation.
Well, I mean, correlating, we can't claim that somebody practicing to do something and then claiming to have done it correlates to them faking having done it.
The only thing proving is that only thing proving is more than likely those people that did the faking or the test runs were involved with the actual claimed event. That's what you can prove, or that would provide evidence to it, because they have experience with all that technology, and then in the end, that technology is used to have the splashdown. Now, whether the launch is fake, whether the capsule went into orbit or something, you need evidence for that. You need to see or evidence that it didn't happen. Like I said, you have a pilot that was flying the plane on that day, or someone has a picture of an airplane in the same vicinity. That's evidence. What you're telling me now is not evidence.
And maybe not correlation negator, maybe like indication would be like the better word.
Not even indication.
So Terry actually made a comment in chat that I think is worth noting.
Exactly. If they're going to fake something, wouldn't they try to
wait, Negator was talking. Hold on. Let Negator. I'm sorry, I cut him off. Go ahead, Negator.
Well, I was going to reference something Terry said. He should go ahead and say it. So.
Yeah, I just posted a clip from the video. I'm thinking, well, if they're going to fake something and use it as a faked imagery for dropping the capsule, wouldn't they go to all the extent of actually putting scorch marks on the base of the capsule if they're going to do that?
Can they do what?
May I say something really quick?
Well, no. Hang on. Terry just asked a question that is important.
It's a wouldn't they kind of question, and we have no way of answering a wouldn't they do this or wouldn't they do that. So the question has really no merit. You can't answer the question.
It's the claim that it's using fake imagery to a fake landing of the capsule.
Yeah, it's like saying if
I'm sorry, I
fake
didn't
the
get the
moon rocket, when they just throw some like moon dust on the landing feet of the moon
Terry
rocket.
has a point here. Let's be honest. Let's be honest on both sides. Terry does have a point here.
What's his point again?
Wouldn't they put scorch marks on the capsule if they were going to fake it?
Squirt marks?
Yeah, but Terry, don't forget they're dropping the plane,
re-entry.
Scorch marks. Oh, why wouldn't they make it look really good? I think they fake it poorly on purpose. That's what I always say. I think that's part of the gaslighting that goes on.
Hold on, they don't have to put scorch marks when they drop it out of a plane, guys. Come on, man. Critical thinking.
Wouldn't that be handled in the CGI
Right,
the whole effects thing?
What, back in 1965?
Well, somebody had that argument before, like, why would it look so fake if it was fake? Why didn't they do a better job of faking it? And I was like, well, that's big part of the gas. It's like Emperor wears no clothes. They make sure that Emperor's naked so that the people are then gaslit and are then required to say that they think his clothes are beautiful, and even though he's completely naked, they have to convince themselves that it's real, and that's part of the control mechanism, the mind control of it.
Ewok, let me just. So I'm happy. I appreciate SC agreeing with Terry. I don't think Terry's point is well understood. What he's saying is that when the capsule comes back in from outer space, it gets blackened from the heat, right? The bottom. And what Terry did was take a screenshot from that video of the practice runs where it was dropped out of the airplane. There's no scorch marks or blackening, indicating it did not come from outer space.
Yeah, that's my whole
Right.
point, bro. They dropped it out of a plane of practice. Obviously, that's my whole point. Did you miss that, Negator?
I got something for that. I got something for that. Technically, if it was faked, right, couldn't you just do the practice run and then superimpose the effects in the CGI department to present it as the real thing? I'm just saying. You don't have to have the burn marks if you're just gonna shoot the footage. You could do it afterwards.
CGI in
Okay.
Yeah, but the burn marks were there in the real thing, guys. Are you not? Come on, man. What's wrong with you guys today?
It's also a way of getting you to beg the question, like if they actually put it in, if they actually dropped it from space, it would have scorch marks, or they would make it look like have scorch marks but it was obviously it's going to be dropped from a plane either way, even if they put scorch marks on it afterwards for the quote unquote real drop or whatever.
What they're doing is getting you to engage in the fantasy. If you engage in the fantasy, it has to become real. This is part of that trick.
None of it looks good. Why wouldn't they make it look better? Like, why wouldn't they make the moon look real? It looks so fake when it's up there. And why wouldn't they do a better job of making? If they're going to fake it, they should have done a better job. That's what I'm saying.
Let me just say this.
Why wouldn't they show you like a really nice clean practice one and then show you like one that's all burned up and then drop that one and say, look, that's the real one?
Hey, but really quick, wouldn't that hold on? But wouldn't that be your hold on? But wait, wouldn't that be your argument though? If it didn't have scorch marks, if we saw the real thing and it didn't have scorch marks, that would be your argument saying, well, where are the scorch marks at?
Yeah, right.
Let me clarify this, guys. For the love of God, when they fake it, pretending it comes from the moon, then they have to put scorch marks. But when they're practicing, they drop it from a plane. You don't need no scorch marks. I mean, come on, man.
They're just doing it in the CGI department. That's what I was saying. They don't need it when they're practicing. The problem is it got leaked. They wasn't supposed to be captured on video.
But the thing is, they might not even bother with the scorch marks when they do the other one, if there is another one.
I mean,
Yeah, like
Matrix,
if I'm going to pretend that I got
that goes
robbed
back
going
to
the
whether
convenience
it was
store, I'm
leaked
going
or
to come
not.
back. I'm going to rip my shirt. I'm going to come back, walking in the door, like, oh man, look what just happened to me. I mean, is that what you're saying? Why don't they should do that?
Yeah, if somebody was going to show that as a leaked video, I think that bit of the video would have been cut out of it as a good editing tool for somebody trying to claim it was a leaked photo.
If I can say something really quick, I don't have to right now if you guys are still talking.
Sometimes I feel logic is
The second video that I sent in the timestamp 7:45 is actual leaked footage from NASA to the UK doing a documentary. They accidentally sent footage that was not supposed to be seen by the public. So the second video that I sent is definitive proof that NASA lied, and it's got the proof in there. It was even broadcasted on a documentary.
What's the source?
The source of the video was from Terry R. Eicher.
Can you put that in Livestream 1 text chat?
I'll put it again. I'll post it again. It's the very bottom. I just reposted it.
Right, and it's definitive proof because it is footage from NASA faking the Earth being a sphere from the whatever craft they were in.
Oh, this is from that something happened on the way to the moon. Okay, yeah, we've seen this. We've all seen this, but yeah, thank you.
This is actual
Well,
footage.
I was just saying that is
that's definitely a
actual
great
leaked
source.
footage, accidentally leaked. That was that was
definitely
from
a great
NASA.
source.
There's a couple complaints about this footage, not this actual part of it, but another part of it that makes it seem like it's easy to pick apart. So maybe this part is, I don't know. What's the baller take on this? Because they have a whole thing about this that kind of debunks it, but makes it incredible or something like that. What's the baller take on
Let me ask her a question. Are you saying that this is footage from actual NASA that they had in their vaults or wherever they keep their footage, that they send it by mistake to the people that were supposed to make like a documentary about NASA? You're saying that it's official footage from NASA and NASA did not mean to send them that. That's what you're saying?
Yes,
It's a
yes,
funny
yes,
thing
yes.
happened on the way to the moon. You've seen it, right, Matrix? We've all
No,
seen
I
this thing.
actually haven't seen it. I haven't seen any of these
Okay.
propaganda documentaries. None of them.
Okay, well, check it out. I just reposted it.
Well, that documentary got censored, so you can't just watch it anymore. You can't really find it. So it was
Okay.
leaked footage. Or if you can find it, it's hard.
If anybody has a free link to it, I appreciate it.
I just posted it again in the live stream.
Yeah, Gem Panda did an entire series on this, debunking it. So you can look at both of those if you want.
Could have been put out as a straw man. I think it's Bart Sabrell is involved with this as well, which he could have been part of. It's kind of like an act going on. There's some controlled opposition going on, Kim. You know that, right? So it could be like sometimes they put out shitty things that have good information, and then they have the shitty parts that are easily debunked. So then, like the flat earthers get excited about it, and they put it forward as something that's proof, and then it's an easy setup for the ballers to pick apart. It makes it look like the flat earther doesn't know what we're talking about. They do that
Well,
sometimes.
I'm aware of controlled opposition. I felt like that was definitive proof of leaked footage from
right?
NASA.
Where they put the thing in front of the window and everything. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, I think she's
Even
saying just
they were
based on the
supposed to
idea
be
that
on the
they're
moon. They were supposed to be on the moon at that point when they were filming. Like the timestamps on the footage of it was supposed to be when they were supposedly on the moon.
Right.
You know, it was like
Yeah.
a collaboration between Fox and the BBC, that documentary.
Yeah.
Funny
So
thing happened.
Yeah.
that
It's kind of a mainstream.
Just to
thing.
clear up some things, that footage wasn't leaked. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. You can still find on YouTube. And this video is actually one of the videos I did believe in the NASA was faking things a long time before I found Flat Earth. That's how I found Flat Earth. And this is one of the videos that turned me on to it. And then I found out all the reasons why it was not true. So I would.
Okay, can you list them? You know them, like the reasons, what the reasons are that they pick apart about it? Because I don't remember. I just remember like a baller, like Jim Panda had a thing about it, and it seems
I
like
would
one of
like
those
to know.
pieces might be put out there for that very reason, like a controlled opposition type piece. What's your list? Do you have a list at all, Negator? What about
I don't remember. I watched it all too. I can't. It's been like almost a decade since I watched the debunks, so I don't remember.
So
I can find the
when
video.
they put the thing in front of the window to make it look like it's Earth, you know, it's not really. They're closer, I guess, is the whole idea. And they're putting something in front of the window to make it look like a ball Earth or something. That's the idea.
Yeah, it was like a shadow insert.
Yeah. So what is there a debunk of that part, or is it other parts that people go after?
All of it. I can probably find that part if you give me a few minutes.
If you want.
Yes,
I mean, the
please
moon landing is pretty easy
Just
to
show me.
pick apart for a lot of other reasons. You know, obviously.
Yeah, it would be nice if there was a mainstream company or whatever out there debunking it, but they're not. They're not putting any effort into it whatsoever. Yeah. It'd be nice if the authorities would tell us that you know, just be like, listen, we give up. We're lying, obviously. You idiots, you
They
don't
might
see
do
us.
that, and we know it's controlled opposition, bro. If they do that, they're like, oh, okay, you got us. You know, we did it really
It'd
poorly
be
on
great
purpose,
if
and
somebody
now
did
we
it.
have to admit to it. Now we have to say it's a flat Earth, and now we're going to say all these other lies to go along with that truth that you think we're telling you. So they're going to attach, like, you know, the air is contaminated inside the dome, so you have to get in these smart cities to protect yourself from the air. I mean, they've got all kinds of psyop opportunities by rolling out flat Earth and using that truth to sell us more lies.
Hey, slow down, man. So it's actually untrue that people haven't. There's a ton of people that have debunked these things. Earth is Life just linked one. I don't know if it's to that particular moment, but I'm still looking.
Well, the video that I sent just shows you that NASA does lie to you. So I
Yeah,
just
that
want
was
to
the
put that
point
out.
of what she put up, was that they lie, and then some are saying that it was a controlled lie. Yeah, but the
Like
point
a
is,
BBC.
whether it's a controlled lie or not, they admitted that they lied.
I even have problems with some of the Bart Sabrell stuff. Like, why wasn't like Neil Armstrong calling like the other astronauts and warning them about this guy that came to his house and embarrassed them on film? You know, like Like they don't they're gonna let this guy in.
Why would his son? Yeah, why would his son say we're going to kill you? We're going to call the CIA to kill you? That's ridiculous.
It seemed acted out. It seems like this whole thing's acted out in a lot of ways. Poorly done on purpose, just to bait us. We're being masturbated, basically.
No, I think his son was. I think that was probably real. It was probably real. People talk like that all the time. Trying to scare people, But
Wait,
whatever.
You thought his son saying that I'm going to kill you and all that was real?
Probably it could be. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it definitely could. People say shit like that all the time, especially younger people.
Yeah, he said, "Should we get him waxed?" Right? He used the word waxed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's weird. They didn't warn each other. He was able to approach all of them and get them on film with this. I mean, they wouldn't have warned each other. Come on. They wouldn't have a good screening process.
Right, like that is true. He let that guy into his house. Meanwhile, that guy had already confronted all these other astronauts. Yeah, that is a little
exactly.
Well, he confronted them. They didn't speak to each other. Yeah.
I mean, why are they leaking all the harness videos from the ISS? If they really wanted to protect the lie, they would make sure that every single piece of footage that we see is totally made sure to be pre-recorded to a slight degree, so they can make sure to edit out anything that looks suspicious. I mean, it just seems like they're totally showing us this on purpose, for whatever reason, for the argument, for the dissidence that it causes, for the whatever, for maybe using it to sell us more lies. Like I said, outer pounder psyop. It works to their advantage to have them, the new religion will be the end of the old religion, the space religion. It's a controlled demolition possibly, is all I'm saying. And then it'd be really ironic, because we'd be arguing with them no, it's flat. Yeah, but they're not telling us the truth about it. They're saying it's a dome, and they know how high the dome is and all these things that are now these new facts that we can't prove either. They could define it and use it. So we have to watch out for that. The only reason I'm saying it is so that we don't just buy everything they're saying if they end up admitting this. I think the best proof that the ISS is fake is look at the gaslighting and this GIF I just posted. I just challenge any baller to use that toilet. Just hover over that 2-inch, 2.5-inch, 3-inch pipe hole. Why not a seat with some straps if you're worried about the gravity and the problem there? And the hair that's all clumped up, there's not at all flowing. And then she has that total smirk, the pooper's delight on her face. She even says, "Oh, it gets pretty messy in here. Things get out of control. So we have the wipe ups here." Think about it. Explosive diarrhea with that fucking little pipe hole holding the cone to pee in. This is hilarious that anyone thinks this is real.
Well, your frame rate's a little low. What happened to the rest of the video?
I made a GIF. Just to show you the part how
Okay.
crazy.
How is everything floating around? How do you
I don't know.
fake that?
Microgravity, right?
Maybe.
Go all over
how do you know? Why do you believe there's microgravity on planes, but not this?
I don't believe that. I'm saying that's what they tell us.
Yeah, but that was your explanation for how this could be fake, though. So obviously you believe it.
No. I'm saying the problem would be if you try to use that by hovering over it with no seat, right? No suction. You're hovering over it. You're not sitting on that little pipe hole. It just sticks out, right? That would be very
actually don't know how
uncomfortable.
the toilet works, but I know they're suction based.
Yeah, well, just look at it. So a seat with some straps, which they actually have a demonstration for now, whereas actually you're strapped in and sitting down, which makes a lot more sense. I don't know why this is what they're showing us why did they think of that as a more believable way of showing how they would go to the bathroom? Anyway, you're holding the cone, especially for a woman, you're holding the cone, hovering over the thing. If it was microgravity, you might have poop all over the place, floating in the air, all over your clothes. There's not even a seal on the door. It's one of those fold-away doors that doesn't even seal. So the whole place would stink. She even makes a joke about it, the wipe-ups. It gets out of control. Things get crazy. It's It's gaslighting at its finest.
There's a little bit too much obsession with going to the bathroom on the ISS.
Oh yeah, of course you have to make a comment about that. Not how stupid it is that people would actually think that they use that toilet.
Oh, why is that stupid?
Because look at the toilet, dude. I challenge you
That's
to
just
use a
personal
toilet like that
incredulity.
with
That's,
gravity. Yeah,
I mean,
okay. If
I
you
don't
want to
know
call it
actually what
incredulity, then I'm
yeah.
laughing at you, and that's fine.
So you have no evidence. You just have personal incredulity.
Yeah,
So
you
did
can
the
call that.
people that discovered the Enron fraud, did they have personal incredulity?
And evidence and proof and won in a court of law.
Do you think it's believable?
But how did they do that though? Did they have the evidence at the beginning? I mean, how does one even don't you have
Yes.
like some sort of suspicion before? Isn't that how it starts?
With evidence because of what the sequence of events. Yes.
But obviously, if someone has some sort of suspicion, they obviously found some sort of evidence, right? Something led them to having that suspicion.
That's right, and they would not have won in court of law without the evidence.
What are you talking about, Matrix? What was your parallel to?
Enron for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
The nice lady who just posted that NASA busted again video. I want to thank you for that. I seen that. I didn't actually pay attention when I saw it. Pretty logical explanation to how NASA faked the moon landing, and that's a great video. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. That's one of the proofs that were undeniable to me. Even I'm trying to watch the debunked thing. There's a whole series of them, so I really just can't see how it can be debunked though. But I'll watch through it and give it my all.
They do. I know that they do put out videos that are poorly done on purpose. So
Thank you. I didn't actually pay attention until now. It's pretty good evidence against NASA. Thank you.
Well, yeah. Well, it's not accredited to me, but you guys got it. I got you.
A lot of times they'll have like the answer in their back pocket and they'll put it out and make it look really bad on purpose so that a flat earther will jump on it. I'm not saying this is all that, but there is some points to be made, I guess, because it's BBC and I guess Jim Panda did a whole debunk on it. So sometimes they put out like straw man arguments that are supposedly from people trying to tell the truth, so that they have the control opposition doing that, and then
you're saying they're trying to control the narrative that way.
Well,
when they catch it,
they have the easy
like
debunk in their back pocket, so that when you jump on it, they'll have it right there to show you that, oh no, you're being stupid.
It's like the Q and on, like they control the narrative that way. When we find that it's bunk, then we look stupid, right?
Right.
Operation Trust. Operation Trust to a T. That's what he was.
Yeah.
But the guy from that documentary, he went around to the astronauts and he was trying to get them to swear with their right hand on the Bible, and even offered them money, like I think $10,000, to put their right hand on the Bible and swear that they went to the moon. He only got one person to do it, but that guy was very mad that he was duped into doing it, and like literally kicked the guy out of his house.
Yeah, but like I said, they could be telling us this. I'm sure this truth on purpose. Like they had to get a hold of all the truth or information. They want to be able to control it to some degree.
Yeah, our silent consent. In some way or another, they make us consent to things, and even us that are knowing the truth, we even can fall for the stuff that they do. I get it.
Like they don't have to show us anything, right? Like they could just say, yeah, we going to the moon, and just say they went there and use the money for that. It's not like they have to prove anything to us. So
Well, I believe that the Creator will let things be known. Sorry.
Yeah, but why are they showing us such poor footage? Why did they do like a Hollywood version of it, or at least close to 2001: A Space Odyssey, which came out before the moon landing? And if it was
which one is a poor version? Which one are you accusing of being a poor version?
The moon landing was shit looking compared to what
Well,
Stanley
also,
Kubrick did in 2001.
Isn't that what you would expect with the camera technology? That's
that's
able
the
to
whole
go
idea.
along
Yeah.
space flight.
Well,
right,
my thing is my question.
Otherwise, you might be more suspect.
That's like a
Well, my
self-fulfilling
question is,
prophecy.
did the camera crew land on the moon first? And they were really the first people on the moon.
There was no camera crew. There was a camera attached to the spacecraft.
Well, from a lot of the angles that were shot, it didn't seem that.
Show me
Well,
one.
the
Let's talk about
shot
it.
of it
Because I
taking off,
disagree.
and they claim a remote control the way the camera pans up when the supposed rendezvous took place.
That's the leaving part. That's not the landing part.
Right. Yeah, that's one of the things
Yeah,
that
it's,
people point out.
this particular point is one of the easiest to debunk and makes the least amount of sense.
What is it? With the camera pan?
Well, no, that when she brought up the camera viewing them leaving the spacecraft for the first time and
I brought
asserting
that
that.
up.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
leaving the
whoever brought it
spacecraft.
up, it's super
Right,
weak.
right. But what's the answer on the baller side for that? I forget.
Gambino already said it. So.
Which is what?
That was on one of the Apollo missions. It wasn't on every single one. It was on a later one. I think it was actually Apollo 17. I forget. But yeah, it was a remotely controlled camera, and it required a specifically timed sequence of events to get it right.
Right. And as they're trying to rendezvous, right? Are you talking about when they leave the moon? Is that what you're saying?
I think that's what you were
The one
talking
I
about.
brought up. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, but I think she was bringing up when they're. What was your point again, Ken?
But just from the footage of the astronauts stepping out onto the moon and stuff. But
Oh, like there was a camera.
sorry,
Already
I've got
there,
to
yeah.
get my child.
So yeah, she's talking about the camera already being there when he comes down the ladder, right?
That's the camera on the spacecraft.
Okay.
Just happens to be pointing at the ladder. I don't
It
see
was
how that
lined
one
up
looks like
it
it's
looked like
from
it
the
was
surface.
Okay,
It's
whatever.
not even lined up like it's on the surface at all. That's why I wanted her to bring up a specific example.
What about the one where he drops down and he gets picked up like out of midair with the harness, and then he drops something and it goes straight to the ground at the speed of gravity? You ever seen that clip?
No, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
There's a lot of little. I don't want to talk moon landing. We've exhausted it in here. We could go get all the clips and everything, but it's pretty shoddy.
How did they fake the the reduced gravity with the dust coming off the wheels of the rover?
I don't know.
Underwater. Underwater.
How would they be underwater with the dust falling that way?
The frame rate, maybe just do the frame
You
rate.
never saw a drill sand in the water that sand would shoot up. You never saw that.
No, it wouldn't follow a parabolic arc like that. It would reach terminal velocity underwater, especially something light like dust.
What if it was salinated water? Would it make a
That
little
would be
different?
more dense.
Right, it would hang time a little more.
Hey, Godric, are you getting that claim from something you thought was the claim of it being faked, or is that something you're just associating with the water and the ISS?
I have no idea if they use salt water, but I heard that, and I think it would make it more hang time. Am I right?
For the original moon landing, for the '69 stuff.
Because you float more, right, in salt water, so everything's going to make more hang time, like
I think it's more
heavily
simple to
salted water, right?
I think for the
It,
stuff on the
right?
moon, the earlier moon landing stuff, I think they were using frame rates if they were faking it to make some stuff look like it might have been more suspended or something. But the real complaint is that they should have been able to jump higher and all kinds of stuff like
Yeah, that's my argument. If I can lift 200 on Earth, I can lift 1/6 of gravity. I can lift 1,200 on the moon. So show me someone jumping higher, lifting more, right? They can't show me that. Obviously,
right.
It's not
Even
a good.
if they did,
That's not a good.
it doesn't mean it's real. Yeah.
Yeah, they can fake it. They can put a hollow, they can put a hollow barbell and say this is 1,200 pounds. They could do that. They didn't do it, but they could have done that.
There was one video where they accidentally made a pendulum, and you can see that its frequency of swing is 1/6 that what it is on Earth. Actually, it's square root of the ratio.
How did they?
Yeah. There was something they were taking off. It wasn't on purpose, but it was interesting. There was something that was on a string or wire or something, and they bumped it, and it ended up swinging like a pendulum from some structures. But it was part of like some scientific gear that they were taking out.
But they can't even get the pendulum to work on the Earth. So how can it work on the moon? It can't work on the Earth.
A pendulum doesn't work on Earth? What are you talking about?
A pendulum, right? It's supposed to show a deviation, right? If the Earth is spinning, right?
I'm not talking about a Foucault pendulum. I'm talking about the frequency of oscillation of an ordinary pendulum.
Well, let me just say that if you did have a pendulum, which is a very delicate instrument, okay, and the Earth was spinning, okay, the
That's a
pendulum would
separate
swing by
topic entirely.
itself. You wouldn't have to push it. That's what I'm saying.
Completely. Well, that is
So
not true
pendulums
given
can't
the
work
known
on the
laws of
Earth.
physics.
So how can it work on
That's
the
not
moon if it can't
true
work on
given
the
the
Earth?
known laws of physics, but it's a separate topic anyway. I think it's very clear from the video it's not faked. You have the reduced gravity, which you can't just fake by slowing down the frame rate. You would have different dynamics of all the joints of the spacesuit if you did that. And there's a wealth of third-party evidence of the Apollo mission. People tracking the spacecraft on its way there, receiving the radio signals. There's a lot. Hell, we can see the ISS in orbit with our own eyes.
Except that the radio signals are controlled by NASA. So no.
Well, we know they exist. What do you mean? It doesn't matter. The source, they were verified by people, independent parties besides NASA.
Have you ever heard check the source? You ever heard that? Do you know why? Because the source could be wrong. The source could be lying.
But we know the source exists, and we can triangulate it and measure its
Right, we
Doppler
know
shift,
NASA
measure its
exists,
speed.
so they would never lie. They would never fake something. So that
In
made
this
it.
case, it's impossible because it was verified by third parties tracking the mission.
It's impossible to
Can't
fake
lie.
data from NASA. Got it.
It's impossible to fake a radio signal from
So
that
let me
distance.
give you
that
a
speed.
scenario. Let's say you're the
Why do
manager
you
of a
ask a
warehouse.
question and then interrupt my answer?
Oh, I thought you were done. Go ahead, finish up.
You didn't even listen to the answer. You just started moving on to something else. You said, "Let me ask a question." After, in the middle of me
Let's
answering.
do a scenario. Let's say you're the manager of a warehouse. Okay.
Okay.
Your job is to count product, right? So the manager said, the owner says, "Hey, manager, the data says we have 500 cases. Go to the warehouse and physically confirm we have 500 cases. The data says we have 500. I want you to confirm that, and that's our inventory. Now, so what are you going to do now?
Well, if you could physically verify it, then you don't have to rely on
Have to
someone else's
physically
word.
verify it, right?
Yeah,
That we
and
cannot.
that was done for the
physically
Apollo
verify
missions by
it.
third parties. Yes, it was.
We
by
cannot
third
physically
parties.
verify. We have to trust that data, right?
Nope.
What if the data was incorrect?
Nope. You can see the ISS yourself. So you're not relying on anyone except for
We
yourself.
were talking about Apollo mission. You jumped to the ISS.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's plenty of third-party verification of Apollo. Here, I have a whole article about it.
They're verifying with the data given to them by NASA, which could be corrupted.
No, it's a lot more than that. It's monitoring the whole trajectory of the spacecraft from the ground.
You mean the trajectory that goes up and buckles down and it falls back in Point Nemo? That trajectory?
No,
that
because
actually
that's
doesn't go into space?
That trajectory did not exist for Apollo. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm saying that no rocket or space ship ever goes into space. It just goes up in the air, buckles down, and lands in the ocean. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
And you're
I
saying it goes
disagree.
into space, and I'm saying, how do you confirm that physically without trusting the data from NASA?
Because you can see it happening with your own eyes.
So you can see the rocket fly to the moon with your own eyes?
No, you need a telescope for that. But you can see the ISS. That's a lot closer.
Again, you're jumping to the ISS. I notice you're doing that when you lose the first argument. You jump around to the second thing.
You said spacecraft. You weren't specific at first. And then you said Apollo, and then I went back to spacecraft. So I don't think I've lost any argument at all.
I think
the fact remains that you can see the ISS with your own eyes. So I don't understand what other
I think they're
verification you would
taking
need.
the ISS a different way, but that's a different
Well,
subject.
how? You're just making up like physics that would be necessary to fake the ISS? Just like basically speculating that like technology exists that you have no evidence for?
Like, for example, this ISS that you claim or you think is 200 miles away, you wouldn't be able to see the ISS 200 miles away. It'd be too small. That
Based on
picture
what?
that you're looking at,
How do you say that?
you're looking at the ISS is
Hold
around
on.
50
One
miles
claim
away.
at a time. One claim at a time. Let me respond. Why do you say you would not be able to see it?
Because if you take the size and you compare it to like a car or a bus or a football field, these objects you cannot see in the distance.
Let's poke at that a little bit more. So, have you ever seen a plane in the distance landing at nighttime? Have you ever seen a plane in the sky at nighttime?
Yes. If it
Okay,
has lights.
good. Yeah, it has lights, right? So, can you see the individual light bulb? Or
You
can you
can
just
see the
see the
light
light
from the
from?
plane, but not the individual light bulb.
Well, how is that possible? If you can't see the light bulb, how can you see the light from it?
It's like the light casts like a source, like a light source. It'll cast like a light beam, like a flashlight. Doesn't mean you have to see the actual bulb, right? But you can
There you
see
go.
like at night the light from the flashlight.
Well, there you go. Then apply that to your last statement about the ISS, where you said you shouldn't be able to see it because it's too small. Apply that exact same logic.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to see it from
I
250
just
miles
showed you
away.
how. I just showed you the contradiction of your statements. How can you
So
say
we're
that?
not actually looking at light per se. We're looking at the physical, like what they show us is like a steel wiry frame.
Oh, you can't
It's
see
like
that
an
with the
H.
naked eye. You need to see that detail. You need a telescope. That's true. You can't see
That's what
that
we're
with your
looking
naked
at.
eye.
That wouldn't be possible.
Yes, it would with a telescope.
I mean, I don't think so. What we can do,
I've
we
done it
can let's
myself.
see if we take let's say a bus or a car, something as big as the ISS, that we can
Football field.
see if we can confirm the distance.
Yeah.
That we can compare that to what you would see 250 miles away, and then see what we get. We can go that way.
It's easy. Here, I'll link you a way to do that. You just have to put the specs of your telescope and your sensor in.
I'm willing to discuss it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I can tell you wholeheartedly that you're wrong because I've done it myself. I had a telescope and I got the ISS crossing the sun.
Can you do it like from the top of one building to the other, like above like the city smog, or one mountain to another? That way we can confirm that these things are actually there, not that you're looking in what you think is a vacuum.
It is pointed at the sun. I don't know what you think is there. There's no building that's between me and the sun.
I know the big Gambino won't believe this, but photography does not allow something supposedly 254 miles up to be in focus with something that's 93 million miles away. It is an impossibility. And so if you want to believe that you can see the ISS at supposedly 254 miles up and be in focus at the same time the sun is behind it 93 million miles away, if you want to believe in that fairy tale and that cartoon, go ahead. It's still a free thought country until they tell us we can't think for ourselves anymore. So just go ahead and believe it.
Well, that's fine because you're wrong because the
No,
difference in
I'm
focal
not.
would
I'm
be.
not wrong.
I'm sorry. I wasn't done talking.
Anybody who understands anything about photography knows you're lying through your mouth. So go ahead, continue to lie, and we'll just listen to you.
No, you're lying because the difference in
No.
focal adjustment would be a micron.
Not
You're
on one single shot. There isn't. Nope.
Yep, you're
Nope.
wrong. You're 100% wrong. That's equivalently focused at infinity. After several miles, it's the equivalent of being at infinity. That's where you have to adjust your lens. After that, it doesn't matter. So you're wrong, 100%. I bet you don't even know the difference between focal ratio and focal length, do you?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you don't know. So you know what you're talking about.
I see. Because you know about photography. Earth's the ball. Is that what you're saying?
No, because I know about
Because
photography, I can tell you you're wrong.
You know about photography. Earth's the ball. Good
No.
for you.
No,
Good for
because
you. Good for
no, because
you.
I know. No, because
You
I know
know
about photography.
something. You know something that somebody doesn't. Therefore, Earth's the ball. Good
No.
for you.
Therefore, you're
Good
wrong
for you.
about.
I tell you what.
No.
Where do you
Can
live?
someone mute him?
Where do you live so
Can someone
I
mute
can
him, please?
Where do you live so I can bow down to you every morning? I'll go outside and look towards where you live, and I'll bow down to you because you know photography. Earth's the ball. Very good.
That's
awesome.
not what I said. I know that you're wrong because I know photography.
Earth's the ball because the big
Listen to this guy.
Gambino knows about photography. Earth's
Listen
the
to this
ball.
guy. He has to just keep rambling over me. Look at him.
And you wouldn't debate me one-on-one unless I pass your little test.
Let's do it right now.
No. We're going to
No?
schedule it.
Okay.
We're going to schedule it, and we're going to promote it. Matthew Learns, credited academic with a master's in computer science and an MA in mathematics, debated me twice in 2 weeks because he wanted just to talk. He didn't have me audition to be able to debate him. He just did, and we scheduled it, and we promoted it. We had a moderator. We did one-on-one. We live streamed it, and we put it on YouTube. That was over, and you won't do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it on Shane's. Get him to unban me because there's no reason for me to be banned, and I'll do it there.
That's fine. We'll do it over in Tartaria. That's fine.
Okay, get him to unban me so we can do it.
We'll do it over Tartaria, and I'll get hold of him, and we'll schedule it.
Do it.
Very good. I'll look forward to it. So I'll tear you apart intellectually.
Just not if you behave the way you just did today, where you had to talk over me. Because I proved you wrong.
You're lying through your teeth, but that's okay because you do it in
you're
such
lying.
a nice way.
No, you're
Hold
lying.
on, guys. Why don't you do it here? What's wrong with here? You don't like this server?
I'll do it here. I'll do it here fine too because
Do it
Geo did great. I love Geo.
I can set the
So
terms.
do it
of my
here,
own
bro.
Debate. I'll set the terms of my debate as I deem
I'll set the terms of my debate. 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 Okay, very good.
Hold on, this place ain't good enough. This place ain't good enough for you, Gambino?
No.
Oh, there you go.
It's not.
Hey, Geo,
Okay,
Geo, did you hear that, Geo? Geo, your server's not good enough for the big Gambino. Do you hear that, Geo? Your server is not good enough for the big Gambino.
Not for the debate.
It is
scumbag.
Oh, ad hom because you have nothing else. That's fine.
Okay, it's on
another
tape.
one. You're a scumbag.
This server isn't good enough for the big Gambino. Hey, Geo, you're allowing somebody on your server to think your server is not good enough for a debate. There you go.
I'm allowed to set the stance and the forum for the debates that I engage in, so nothing wrong with that.
Sure you are, because you're such a big man. You're big man.
Well, didn't you have a constraint about where you wanted to debate? Why don't you do it right
No,
now?
I did one on Tartaria and I did one on Earth Awakenings. It didn't matter to Matthew or me, and we did it because we respect each other. We didn't have a little IQ test beforehand that I had to pass to be able to debate the big Gambino. Like the big Gambino requests me to do an IQ test. Matthew Learns, accredited Masters in Science and Math, said, hey, let's just have a nice discussion. 4 hours over the last 2 weeks. But the big Gambino wants me to pass an IQ test, and he wants to say where he wants to do it. The big Gambino. Ooh, the big Gambino.
What the hell did I walk into?
This guy's triggered just by me, like,
I'm not
asking him to debate somewhere.
I'm not triggered. I'm just
Listen to him
laughing
behaving
my
like a
ass
child.
off because of you. Laughing my ass off.
He tried to say something about photography, and then I proved him wrong, and he had no choice but to like talk over me every time after I was bringing up something about photography.
Because you know about photography, Ursa Ball. Big Gambino knows something about photography, therefore Ursa Ball.
I've never heard someone sound so adult and childish at the same time.
Hey, it doesn't matter because I'll intellectually demolish you whenever we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do
Only
it.
if you bring someone else to talk for you.
If you don't want to do it on Geo's server because you don't think Geo's server is good enough, okay, fine. I don't care.
No, I just want to be back in the Tartaria because there's no reason to ban me.
You're too good for Geo's server. That's okay. Just go ahead and when Geo unmutes, tell Geo that you're too good for her server. And just tell him.
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
But you don't want to debate here.
Yeah, I just want to be back in Tartaria, so I'm going
You
to
just
leverage
don't
this.
want to. You just don't want to debate here. Because
Do you have any
Imagine
other
how
tactic besides than to just
disrespectful
talk
this
over me?
fucker is. Imagine he comes into your house and he tells you your house ain't good enough. That's what kind of a scumbag this guy is.
Come on, enough with the ad homs. Jeremy, you don't allow that here.
Only for special people like you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. You got to clamp down on ad homs here. He was calling me a scumbag and dirtbag or something.
Yeah, don't do that. Come on, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy. Were you sleeping?
No, I'm good. I was just chilling.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sounds like you're sleeping.
What's up, everybody?
Ibromango. I like that name.
I'm a guy.
Okay, I'll get hold of Shane, and we'll get it scheduled and promoted on Tartaria since you're too good to do it on Geo server, and we'll make it happen. I'll see when Shane wants to set it up. We'll do it on a Saturday, and I'll look forward to it.
Good. Tell him to talk to me because there's some other terms. I want to be unbanned from there, and I don't want to be just rebanned after I show up.
I'm
I love
actually debating. I'm debating Mctoon next week. It's going to be amazing.
What are you debating him on?
On Flat Earth.
Who's pretending to be a flat earther?
That would be me.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you. I want to convert as many people away from Flat Earth as possible.
Okay, that's fine. There's only 10 people that actually think it anyway.
And people think that the Earth is flat.
10. There's about 10. And NASA spends $60 million a day just to mess with them.
Wait, are you a Flat Earther as well?
No.
Ah.
That's why it's going to be so easy to intellectually demolish you because you're a clown and you say stupid stuff like that.
I'm going to make sure that when I'm on his show, I'm going to say at the end of it, I'm going to say, you know what, you convinced me I'm not a Flat Earther anymore. And that way everyone who is a Flat Earther is watching can come back to common sense.
I like that.
I feel like people...
All we got left is trolls on their side, man. It's remarkable. All they have is trolls.
I'm not a troll.
Look at the past 3 hours who we've been talking to. 3 trolls, and now another troll comes in, says he's going to debate somebody, pretend he's a flat earther. We demolished them. Demolished.
Hey, Jeremy.
So
It's
you've
like a
demolished
bowling alley.
nothing. You have no credibility. You possibly have some kind of brain injury, and you really should just
There
stop
it is.
forcing
You
your
see?
opinion.
Guys,
You should really
Wait,
just take a
There it
you
is.
guys have anything
wait,
productive
are you
to
saying
talk
I have a
about?
brain damage?
step back.
It's so beautiful. We have made them into a bunch of mumbling, bumbling fools.
I'm
That's
not
what they
mumbling
made.
or
Let's try to
bumbling.
That's
get
all
her.
they have
Please,
left.
I'm
please
not
not.
mumbling or
Clones,
bumbling
Hold
about
on,
it.
guys.
You're
Let's try to
No,
move
because
away
I
from
This
all
I'm
that.
just
honestly
gonna
clown.
think,
you
temporarily
have
mute
a
whoever's
fucking
talking right now.
IQ
Yeah.
That's
of
fine.
probably about 70.
I honestly believe
That's
that there are
generous.
vulnerable people
Come on,
who get
guys.
caught up in this flat Earth movement who are legitimately innocent, but because they got
You're
so
definitely
convinced
getting
and
through that, bro.
manipulated by the flat Earth community, they've become flat Earthers. And so I want those
I
people
don't
to
agree with
come out of their nonsense and come to realization that the Earth is not fucking flat.
Yeah, do people
And you're
really
going to do this by
think the Earth is
pretending
Yo,
flat?
you're a flat earther,
SC, do you think the Earth is
right?
flat, really? Or
hold
SC,
on,
do you
guys.
really
I
think
want
the
you
Earth
guys
is
to
flat?
stop with all the insults and calling it the person.
Yes, I'm
Guys,
going to go on his show and
talk
pretend to be a
about
flat Earther,
something.
and I'm going to convert everyone back to globe Earth.
Okay, please don't do
Yeah,
this.
good stuff, bro.
Christian attack. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear Jeremy talking?
Yo, don't do it. Next time somebody does a personal insult or something, I'm gonna just give them a warning. Like for real, guys, come on.
I just
I don't care who it is.
I just PM'd Shane. I said the big Gambino wants to debate me on Tartaria's server. 1217 works for me. He said on Earth Awakenings tonight. It's on record on YouTube. Please contact him. Thank you.
Well, I didn't commit to 1217.
Which you can't debate right here.
I don't want to. I want to debate
Oh,
somewhere
you
else.
didn't hear Jeremy? That's why I was calling him names. Mr. Gambino
No calling
thinks that
names.
this server ain't good enough for him to debate on.
No,
That's why I
I'd rather do it
commenced in
somewhere else.
calling him names.
No
I called him a
calling names.
scumbag, by the way.
Don't call.
And it's on YouTube that he said it too. So you just go look at listen to YouTube from a few minutes ago, and he says he's not good. That Geo server's not good enough, even though he's in his house right now. It's not good enough for him.
Well, I'd be on
Yeah.
Tartaria if I wasn't banned for no reason. But anyway,
Just so you know
it's
why
right
we were
after me destroying
why
you
I
about
was calling
photography
him
too.
back. Because this place,
I don't
Jeremy,
care.
that he's in right now, that he comes in, ain't good enough for him.
Okay, I don't care. Don't call names. I don't care. I don't care.
It's gonna be okay, SE.
Yeah, and aren't you banned from
I'm gonna be
Tartaria because
very
you had the whole
okay.
shit shut
Can
down?
I ask a question? Because something
Aren't
was
you banned
going
from
on in chat earlier.
Tartaria because you had the whole shit shut down, Big Gambino?
I am banned, but that's not why.
Wait.
So how
Can
are
I
you
ask
going
a
to
question
debate
real
there?
quick?
How are you going to debate there
Am I not
if you're
lighting up or
banned?
something? Can you not hear
Hold
me,
on,
Jeremy?
Zanuck, hold on. We're finishing something real quick. No, I'll let you
How,
jump
how
in.
are you going to debate there if you're banned from there?
Well, he's gonna have to unban me if he wants to debate there.
Or you could just do it
This is
right
his way
here.
of trying to
Or
get
you
back
could
in.
just do it right
Little
here.
sneak.
Well, I was
Or
banned
you
for
could
no
just do
reason.
it right here. Or you could just do it right here.
This
I
is
heard
not
you the first
interesting while
time,
someone's
Jeremy.
banned or
I
not.
don't know if you guys are just
You're
talking
not
over
good
me
enough,
like a
Jeremy. You're not
Jeremy,
good
like
enough.
right now. I know I'm not lagging. That lag shit's gone,
Jeremy,
right? Am I still having a delay?
Hold on, Zanuck.
can
Let
you
me
say
finish with
something
Jeremy
worth
real quick, all
saying?
right?
Nope, you're
Am I
good.
still
Hold
having
on,
a delay? Oh, all right.
Jeremy. I prefer to do it over there. I have my reasons. And no, I didn't get any servers shut down. I have no idea what happened there. I don't know why that got associated with me. I think I'm a scapegoat, whatever. Doesn't matter. He can let me in or not. I don't even give a shit.
Okay, so you don't think this place is good enough to talk in, or what? What are you doing here right now then? Why don't you
Oh, it's
just
good enough to talk in, but my choice of the debate is a little different. That's all. I have my
yeah.
reasons.
Gambino, who are you trying to get? David, is it Waterworld? Is that who you're going to go after?
Waterworld challenged me to a debate after
Okay.
he
Is
demonstrated he knows
Waterworld here?
nothing about.
Yeah, is
Yeah, he's in
Waterworld
the
here
chat.
still?
Yeah, he's right here.
Right here.
Okay. Can I just have answer a simple question for me? I know you wanted to tee yourself up as be this powerhouse flat earther to go against Gambino in some kind of
I don't.
debate
That,
some
that, that,
platform.
that, that's a nice strong man, Zanny. But go ahead.
Wasn't supposed to be a straw man. It's not supposed to be an argument at all. It's
Yeah.
just to give me a name.
No.
But can you just tell me? You posted. Hold on. So you have all this knowledge, and you're equipped to do this because you obviously are pretty confident that you're going to win this debate. Because you wouldn't do it unless you thought you were going to win.
I never said win the debate. I said intellectually demolish.
That sounds like a victory when you demolish.
Ask a
We
question.
don't need to semantics. Let's just get to the point here. So I point to you is this. You just made a simple post in the chat. The chat says the globe violates the physics of water and the second law of thermodynamics. Just on that statement alone, can you please describe what you mean there and why the physics of water and the second law of thermodynamics violate the globe?
I would love to go 2 hours with you sometime, Zanuck. You want
Oh,
to?
I'd love to too, but right here,
All right.
I'm not. This place is plenty good for me.
Hey, sport. Want to
So
go
you
2
can't
hours?
answer the question.
No, I can answer it, but I don't want to. I want to go 2 hours.
You don't want to.
I want to go. I want to go one-on-one debate with you, like I did with Matthew yesterday and 2 weeks
Sure.
before. When do you want to do it?
Anytime. Whenever you want to do it.
Okay, Gio, if you're there, I have the 17th with the big Gambino. We probably don't want to do it on the 24th of December, so let's set it up first of the year.
Why the big ramp up? You made a statement that seems by most people that are educated. Hold on, let me finish. By most people that are educated and have been educated in the topics of physics and science, you make a statement about the globe violating physics of water. And hold on, and the second law of thermodynamics, I contest to you right now, and you can prove to your friends that you know more than you either think you do or that you do know as much as you think you do by telling us what you mean by that. Because right now, for us, we all think you don't know anything because we know what you're going to say. That the physics of water is always flat. And the second law says that things can't. Hold on, high pressure always moves low pressure. We know the freaking script. It's lame and it's getting a little boring. Unless you have another little angle to it, I'd like to hear because right now it sounds like you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
We are. Is that hyperbole, Zanuck?
No, it's not hyperbole.
We all. You think everybody in this server right now is we all?
Anybody educated knows about the second law of thermodynamics and how the globe does not violate any second. Hold on. I'm still talking. Hold on. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Hey, I'm still talking. I'll let you talk, but you gotta let me talk. We all know that the globe doesn't violate the physics of water or the second law. We know this because we know that law. We don't think you know the law. So rather than have a big lengthy debate where you embarrass yourself, just tell us here what that means. Why do you think it violates the second law and the physics of water? whatever
So
that
flat,
means.
flat earthers need to be educated because we're stupid because we don't know about those things.
There, not all, though many flat earthers are ignorant to physics. Yes.
Okay, big guy.
I believe you're one of them.
Hey, let's go sport. 1-on-1. When do you want to do it? After the first year?
Right now, I'm asking you a question. Here's your chance. Here's your chance to defend your nonsense.
I'm going.
You're gonna talk over me? Go ahead.
What I did with Matthew on November 19th and what I did
I don't care who you
yesterday.
talked to. You didn't talk to me. You talked to me. You're in a different ballgame.
And I want to schedule it and promote it with you. When?
Whenever you want.
Okay, get a hold of Gio and we'll schedule it, and we'll schedule it here because I think you probably
you don't have to be so arrogant. Like you need some kind of event. Arrogance.
Oh my.
You can't talk to me because
projecting?
I'm not important enough
are you
to talk about something. Why did you go and post that in the chat? What purpose was it to post that?
Why don't you project a little bit more, Zanuck?
I'm not project. I didn't post anything.
No,
I'm not projecting. You didn't know what the word projection means.
Big time. Hey,
I'm not projecting.
Zanuck,
you made a statement.
No.
I asked you about it. What you mean by that? You won't even explain it to me unless you have a platform to grow your fat head.
Yeah, right.
And embarrassing yourself in the end by trying to talk about physics, which you know nothing about, with me.
Right. Yeah, as if you're so much smarter than computer science.
You.
You
smarter than you, yes.
It's as if you're so much smarter than
any other flat earther that thinks the second law of thermodynamics is violated in any way, shape, or form with the globe, even in the ideas that the globe talks about, the people that are promoting the globe here, that they talk about. There's no violation because you know why? You don't understand the second law of thermodynamics. You have no idea what it means. If I said entropy to you, I guarantee the answer you give me would be wrong because I already know what it's going to be. And the physics of water alone, that statement, that term means literally nothing but nonsense. What is the physics of water? What
Live
do you
video
mean by
debate.
that?
Live
It's
video
idiotic.
debate 1-on-1.
It's
Live video
completely
debate
and utterly
1-on-1, Zanuck. Live video
What was
debate
that?
on camera
I
1-on-1.
couldn't hear you because you're talking over me. But go ahead. What?
Live video debate 1-on-1, you and me.
Promoting yourself, self-promotion.
We'll
you feel very
schedule.
insecure. You need to have a platform
We'll
with an
schedule.
audience
We'll
to get
schedule
embarrassed by, which is a little ironic.
Who's talking over who now? Zanuck, I eat your globe script for dinner.
You don't. You eat nothing but nonsense.
Just laugh at
you
him.
Swallow it, you shit it out, and you eat it, and you do it again, repeat. Rinse and repeat. Nothing I hear out of you makes any sense at all. That's why when you post something, why'd you post it in the chat? The globe violates physics of water and the second law of thermodynamics. I contest to you, right here in front of all your friends, that you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics even says.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, prove me wrong. I don't want you to go research it and tell me.
No.
I want you to tell me right now without Googling it.
No.
Just tell me what it means.
I discussed it with Matthew Learns on tape yesterday.
I'm not Matthew Learns. I'm Zanuck. I'm not Matthew Learns. I'm asking you what the second law is. I don't want you Googling it. You can right now if you want to, because I'll know you're paraphrasing it. I don't want you to have practice about how you're going to say like you think you know what it means along the way until our debate. Right now, right here, tell me what the second law of thermodynamics means and why it's violated by the globe.
I discussed it yesterday with Matthew.
No. I don't care if you discussed it yesterday. What is wrong with you?
No, one-on-one.
We're talking here. You're with all your friends.
Why are you talking?
Hey, Gio, can you please make him answer the question? I object, Your Honor.
Zanuck, why are you talking over me?
Perversion, obfuscation.
Zanuck, why are you talking over me?
I'm asking you to answer a question. You don't answer it. It's frustrating to me.
I want you one-on-one live video debate scheduled and promoted. That's what I want. I want you.
You're gonna be in big trouble if you do that.
I want you for 2 hours
because you are one of the most uneducated flat earthers we have.
I want you live.
At least people like Gio and Whitsitt understand the concepts, but you don't understand the concepts.
I want you live video.
Why are you talking over me now?
No, you're talking over me now.
No, you're talking over me.
Ha 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 ha.
That's nice.
Zanuck,
that's very childish too.
Zanuck, I eat your globe script for dinner.
You don't eat anything. You think you do. You think you eat all these things you eat. You don't eat anything but frozen dinners from the globe, from the flat earth community.
It's okay. It's okay, Zanuck.
It's not okay.
One-on-one.
It's not okay. It's not about being okay. It's about you posting. Hey, You talk about. Can I talk? You talk about projection. You're talking. I asked you a simple question very politely. You divert to, let's go to an event. Let's go to the octagon to talk about flat Earth versus globe. No, I just asked you about something you posted. Didn't challenge you with other than the statement you made, which was the globe violates the physics of water, a lame term, and the second law of thermodynamics, which you don't understand. Now, if you do understand it and can tell me what it is, I would really appreciate it. I'm sure your friends would like to hear what you mean by that, because you might be educating them if they don't know, if you know. But you don't know. And I can show you don't know by right here, right now, not later, not in some event, not in the octagon, that you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics even says, or what entropy is, which is a property of the thermodynamic property of the second law of thermodynamics. You don't know what those two things are. You don't know what an equation is that relates to it. You don't know what it says, means, and applies to the Earth. You have no idea. And you're diverting and you're obfuscating so you can get out of it, go do your research, and then maybe conjure up some kind of position that you can play on me if we do get into a debate, which we could. Fine, I have no problem with that. But right now, tell me what it means.
Are you done?
Right now, I'll be done when I ask you the last question. Can you please tell us what the second law of thermodynamics means to you?
I said it. I said it on the debate yesterday.
Is that a yes or no?
Can
you tell us what the second law of thermodynamics? Can anybody tell me what the second law means?
Are you talking over me, Zanuck?
No, because you weren't going to answer the question.
Zanuck,
I knew you weren't.
I answered the question yesterday on the debate, and I will debate you one-on-one, live video, moderated, scheduled and promoted on this server. Are you game, Sport? You want to do it, Sport?
Of course I am. Of course I am. I've got nothing else to do
Sport.
for that 1 hour that will be spending time trying to educate you, which probably won't even work anyway.
2 hours, Sport.
What did you say yesterday when you debated? Who did you say you debated yesterday?
Matthew Learns.
Lerner? So what did you say to Lerner about the second law?
Go listen to it.
Where would I find this video for
YouTube?
Yesterday? I don't do what?
YouTube.
YouTube for what? This live feed about this time yesterday? When? I don't
2
go
hours.
searching for 24 hours video.
It's 2 hours, 56 minutes all by itself.
The whole video.
What search term would we use to find it? Like, how do we find it? I can't just go to YouTube and magically find it. I need something more.
Try Earth Awakenings.
Hey, why do you want to drag me through the mud on this? Why can't you just answer the question?
Why don't you want?
Why are you talking over me? I'm swear to God, I was in the middle of a sentence, and you immediately give me why back. I asked you a question, and instead of you saying yes or no, go look at the live feed, or I'll debate you, or go to the octagon. Whatever you're saying makes little sense to your case. That you know something. You debated Lerner. Great. What did you tell him? Does anybody know? Hey, by the way, in the field here, in the audience, did anybody listen to the video? And can you reply to me my question of what he means by the second law of thermodynamics? Anybody?
You told me to go to Earth Awakenings, but that's just like a endless library of live streams.
I know it's going to be painful to try to find it.
Okay, Sport.
Can you do any better than that?
Hey,
Zanuck, Sport.
Hey, Zanuck, Sport. When
tough
you
guy. What do you got to say?
Will you tell everybody here that you will definitely debate me one-on-one live video?
Of course I will.
Flat versus globe. You tell everybody right now you will.
Of course I will.
Good. Very good. That's all I need to hear. Thank you.
Why would I not? I mean, it's just another walk in the park, Kazansky.
Sure.
Right?
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So back to the egos.
No,
put it back in your pocket. Put it back in your front pocket with your friggin' wiener extension. Let's just talk about what you said in the chat, because you said it for a reason. You made a statement trying to impress somebody. The globe violates physics of water, the second law of thermodynamics. What does that mean? Can anyone answer for him since he won't answer me?
We'll talk about during the debate, Zanuck.
Can anybody answer that?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. Zanuck, here it is.
Okay.
Well, high pressure always goes to low pressure. Boom, Earth is flat.
Hey, Gambino, if it's not going to be the 17th of December, what's the date you want to do it with on Tartaria so I can tell Shane?
Oh, I don't know. It has to be like the next 2 days, actually. Otherwise, I'm disappearing.
No, not the next 2 days. Sorry.
He won't be able to prepare for it enough time. He needs more time to go Google.
Yeah. I debated Matthew Learns for 4 hours, and I didn't need to prepare.
Who is Matthew Learns? Does anyone know who Matthew Learners is? I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah, you don't know much then. He's got 650. He's got 650,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's got a computer science master's degree, and he teaches in California at a college.
What does he teach?
He teaches computer science and math. That's what he teaches.
Okay, so that's not science and physics
Okay, whatever.
at all. No, it's
Okay.
not.
It's fine. Hey,
It's not.
Zanik.
My girlfriend was a brilliant computer scientist out of Cal Poly. She was one of the smartest. She helped me get through many calculus classes, but she would know nothing about what we're talking about today. And she works for HP, one of the highest paid HP engineers, and then marketing people and so on and so forth in her career. She knows nothing about what we're talking about. A computer science major is not versed in what we're talking about. This is the physical sciences. This is physics. This is astrophysics. Right? She's also was a math major, is a math minor. So why would you want to go after a computer scientist to be the expert in any kind of discussion?
Zanik, get hold of Geo, and we'll do a Saturday in the future. And I'm done with you. Saturday in the future.
What do you mean by second law of thermodynamics? And because I'm not going to find it through 2.5 hours of your silly video from yesterday.
Saturday in the future.
I think it's funny. I think it's really funny that you guys have to like record all this stuff and then go back to it like for stored it for posterity or something. I don't know.
Zanik.
You got to be a record of it here.
Zanik,
right?
I eat your globe script for dinner.
You're not going to eat anything. I've heard you before. You make no sense. I've talked to you in the chat. You make no sense.
Yeah, this banter back and forth is all good and everything.
Stupid.
But
it's stupid.
But really, Waterworld, what is your opinion of what the second law is? Can you explain that?
I don't have to explain anything. I want to go one-on-one with Zanik in a 2-hour
We're asking
debate.
you.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it on
So
debate.
So you finally say no. You don't want to do it.
No, I'll do it.
Okay. All right. I respect that.
I told you.
I'll respect that. I'll wait to debate you, or I'll go back to hear what you're. I'm still talking, or I'll go back to the feed yesterday and scan through 3 hours of nonsense and see if I can find your voice and you talking to this learner cat about what's your view on. But I know what it's going to say, and I think Gambino has already probably gave a good summary of what you probably mean by when you say the Earth violates the second law of thermodynamics. You realize that the second law doesn't have anything about things moving one way or the other than energy moving.
I'll look forward to debating 2 hours. The big Gambino. I'll look forward to 2 hours with you, Zanik. I'm done.
Oh, brother. It'll be over in 5 minutes.
Not an impressive showing, Waterworld. You came in here sticking your chest out, but you got nothing to back it up.
In your opinion, and I want to go 2 hours with you, so that's why I'm going to back it up.
Okay. Well, you don't know anything about.
You're going to out-talk me. Is what you're going to do.
No, we're going to have a moderator. You understand the concept of a moderator, Zanik?
I've been in plenty of debates. It's not
okay.
A big deal.
It's fine.
Why you're so proud and why you're so confident is really entertaining to me. Actually,
I'm glad. The big Gambino will find out.
And you're going to destroy me. You're going to destroy me, right? Because you know so much about physics. You know so much about the globe story, and you have so much understanding of these things, like the physics of water, whatever that means, and the second law of thermodynamics. Were you educated by Nathan Oakley by any chance, or Quantum Eraser? Were those your mentors?
I haven't listened to either one more than 30 minutes in my entire life.
Well, you can listen to their summations of these type of concepts in about 5 seconds, so I wouldn't think that's more than enough time to pick up the concept.
Okay. Hey, Zanik.
Because no one ever talked about entropy until it was brought up on the Nathan show. No one ever brought it up ever.
Zanik,
you know that,
2
right?
hours.
They brought it up. They brought it up. Zanik, they confused it, and then that propagated all over like wildfire throughout the flat Earth community. Because everyone thought, yeah, that's the reason we can't have high pressure next to low pressure, because high pressure always expands to fill the container. It's ludicrous. It's actually just complete insanity.
Zanik, 2 hours with you, 2 hours big Gambino. I'll look forward to them both. I'm done.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. These are 4 hours you'll never get back of your life.
It's fine. I could care less because I'm gonna demolish both of you intellectually.
How are you gonna demolish us?
And Skylane, I don't appreciate being ganged up on 3-on-1. If I don't appreciate
I didn't. No, I didn't mean to. I was just curious. I mean, if you picked a debate topic.
I've never had anything negative to say to you, or you never say anything negative to me. Let's keep it that way, please.
I don't think I said anything negative to you.
It's fine. I don't like being ganged up 3-on-1.
He was just asking you to answer a question like I did. I mean, why do you feel compelled to challenge me? Like, You got to puff your chest out, and then you got a date to go take me outside after school at 3:00 when school's out. We're gonna go be in the parking lot. I mean, I ask you, is that your girlfriend or not? You say yes or no.
2 hours, Anik. We'll do it sometime when you want
We
to
can do
get
as many
hold.
hours as you want, and as long as I got time
Hey,
for you, I'll do it.
I'll do three. I'll do 3 or 4 hours. It's fine.
Dude, it's gonna be over in 5 minutes.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Dude, you
it's
have
okay,
zero
Hey,
clue.
Zanik.
You have zero
Zanik, it's
clue what
okay,
you're talking
Zanik.
about.
Zanik,
That's fine.
it's okay. Thanks for
Well,
playing.
I mean, I was also trying to kind of draw the conversation away from this just back and forth banter. That
Yes.
you know,
Yeah, and thank you,
we're
Scott,
going to
for
have
that.
a
That was a
debate.
good idea.
Set the date and let's get her
Yeah.
done. Yeah.
Yes, Scott Lane, I agree. This is worthless tonight. The big
But
Gambino wants to do
you
2 hours.
cause it. I'm also was caused too by following up and continuing the banter. But really, it was based on a statement you made. Like, I didn't make the statement. You posted something. I asked what you meant, and instead of clarifying what it meant, like most people would do, like most humans, adults interacting in conversation like we are here, you take it as an let me post it out to like bait, find out who challenges me, and then make sure I get my platform so I can express and exhibit my knowledge of the flat Earth and crush
you
all
strawman me again,
naysayers.
so that's okay.
Well, I don't know,
You
but no,
strawman me again.
you
It's
can see
okay.
why the straw man is there because
I'll let it
I'm not
go.
getting a logical answer. When you post things, people ask
Hey,
questions.
Skylane.
That's why we do it.
Skylane,
We don't post things just to start
Skylane, I
fights.
agree with you. I'm done with this clown for right now. So
Clown, I'm the clown. You
we'll,
posted something. You won't explain it. You're not man enough. You're not man enough. You're not man enough to explain it. So you can go away. We'll talk at the debate. Fine. I don't have a problem with
that. Is absolutely awesome. I'll get hold of Geo and we'll get it scheduled and promoted. And like I've just got hold of Shane about Tartaria with the big Gambino. I'll look forward to both of them.
Give me
Thanks
before
for
you schedule
playing.
anything. Give me
Thanks for
hold
playing.
on. Before you schedule anything, I'll ask one thing because I've asked for nothing other than for you to explain a post you made. So this is what I'm going to ask as exchange for agreeing to this debate. Give me 5 topics that will be brought into discussion into the debate for that. It's going to be a free for all. It's going to be no rule, no holds barred, no gloves. Just we're going to go at it.
It's open discussion. Can I talk discussion? Now? Can I talk now?
Well, it seems like a very weak structured debate, but I mean, I'll do whatever you want. Actually.
It's a 2-minute open, 10-minute presentation, up to 2 hours, unless you want to go 3 or 4. I don't care. And we have a moderator. What's wrong with that?
It's not structured.
It is topic. Structured. 2, 10,
you know what?
and 10.
I actually prefer it that way because you know what? Okay, I'm fine. I take everything I said back. Okay. I'm fine. You know why? Because if I tell you a topic, you're going to go Google it and might have some creative interpretations of things you actually maybe pick up on the web like it does. So I'd rather have you just go into it. Either you have to know everything in Google or you're going to be it's a crapshoot of whether you know something about whatever we talk about or not.
I don't use Google. So, thanks.
What do you use? What do you use? Where did you ever hear about the second law of thermodynamics? Where?
Thanks for strawmanning me again.
Yeah. No, you admitted it. You haven't gone to school. You haven't learned physics. You don't know what the second law does because you already showed you don't by posting it about how it applies to the globe Earth in a way that it conflicts with everything it stands for. So I know you've only learned it by using the internet.
Oh man, this is going to be a good debate.
Better word.
It's going to be a good debate.
Yeah, it'll be good. So Zanik,
No, it won't be good. I'm going to get destroyed. Remember, I'm going to get demolished.
Zanik, I enjoyed the last few moments. Big Gambino, I look forward to your debate. Zanik, I look forward to our debate. We'll make it happen, and we'll have some fun. Everybody have a nice evening.
There you go.
There you go. So he's going to actually make me go to that video yesterday and try to find it. I'm pissed. So now I'm so intrigued. I got to go look for it.
Or you can just wait for the debate. One of the two.
No, I want to know. I didn't talk to you on this forum to get a debate going. I called to ask a simple question, like I do all the time, like everyone does here. For some reason, you view it as a bait to lure someone into your little octagon or boxing ring so you can have a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mind fighting. I like fighting.
Okay, good. I'll
But-
look forward
but
to it.
it wasn't my intent. My intent was a little more honorable and a little more mature about, hey, you said some things like you know what you're talking about. You elaborate, and you won't unless you're debating somebody.
There you go.
In a formal
There you go.
session with with an audience and people that can prop you up and say, "Oh, Waterworld, what a good dude you! What you really know everything, don't you, about flat Earth?"
Obviously, you're a clown. Matthew Learns is not
I'm
a clown.
I'm a clown.
You
Obviously,
are
I'm a clown.
You are
Because
a
I
clown.
asked you a question and you
You
wouldn't.
are a clown.
I'm a clown. You
Yep.
won't answer it unless I debate you in front of all your friends so you can get propped up and your head can get fed.
You know, even though Matthew Learns and I don't agree on much, at least he's an honorable gentleman who waited for the debate. You're a clown. You have no patience.
I'm a clown. I asked you a question. You ran away. You ran away like a little biatch.
You have no patience whatsoever.
I'm not going to talk to you because I only talk to people in a formal debate where there's a moderator and a bunch of big audience to see how tough I am.
So you can't run away.
I'm gonna call people.
I don't want you to run away, Zanuck. I want you to be on live video in front of people, and I want it on record.
I'll be on live video. I'm on live video right now, probably. I don't care.
So
this isn't that big a deal to me.
No,
you got to realize
it's
this is
fine.
not that big a deal.
Okay,
you guys think it's important.
I'll look forward to it.
You guys think this is important? Arguing about physics that you've never looked into in your life, and suddenly you think you guys understand because you did some Google searches.
I'll look forward to it, Zanuck. Thank you.
Me too. You're welcome. God. The clown show. How prophetic.
Zanuck, did you look at the live stream from like a little over a half hour ago to hear Waterworld acting like a complete child?
No, what happened?
It's hilarious.
So
He's
I can go
acting
to
like a
today's
complete
live
child.
stream and go back.
You
The
got
current
an hour.
one.
You guys, my future debate opponents, have all the fun you want to with me. I'll see you on the debate live video. Have
See ya.
fun.
Thanks.
You
Bye-bye.
think you're the only like cocky, know-it-all flat earther that's ever
gone.
crossed our paths? I mean, every single
He's
one of them
gone.
is like this. They all think they know something, they don't, and it becomes a shit show. And there's a debate. And what's funny about it? We have a debate. All of us know what happens, and then you guys run around and victorious. I crushed him. I destroyed him. I struck McToon. He had no chance. He was so outnumbered and outgunned. And the piece of people that listen to the debate and know things about physics laugh and just go, these guys are delusional. So you're only going to seem like a hero in front of your friends. If that's your
about
goal.
38 minutes ago.
I'm no problem feeding it because it's humorous. It's comedy to me.
Waterworld like lost his mind.
Where was it?
It's about 38 minutes ago now.
In the chat?
In the live stream.
Okay, so go to the live. Do you have a link for the live stream? I guess I go to find the live stream. I can find the other thing too, probably.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Earth's YouTube today.
I linked
right?
it in the chat.
Oh, you had to go find it for me to make me feel like I'm an invalid, an internet invalid. Thanks.
Well, no, I had it loaded up.
Is this
reviewing?
This is today's? This is
concurrent. This is like right now.
Oh, okay. And go about 30 minutes ago. Okay.
39. About 41 minutes ago. That was fun.
Yeah, I got it up. So it's like what, 3? Gambino, was it around the area you're talking about tracking the radio signals from the rocket, or
No,
before or
it's
after that?
after that. It's after Godric and I finished. Waterworld jumped in when I was talking to Godric about something.
I think I was actually here. I didn't hear anything that was that spectacular.
I think it was right before you showed up.
So I think the Artemis capsule is due back tomorrow, I think. I'm kind of
He's going.
interested to see. Huh?
He's going past the moon tomorrow, and then it'll be back on the 11th.
On the 11th. Okay, I wasn't sure. I remember there was
Yeah.
something to do with tomorrow.
Tomorrow's an important close pass to the moon.
I'm sure we're gonna have 8K video of that left lane. No
Yeah,
doubt.
I hope they they show something definitive in tracking it, like coming into the atmosphere, and maybe they'll have some planes that'll be able to record it.
Or you're saying on the re-entry? Yeah, that would be nice. I'd love to see that. Yeah, that'll shut some flat earthers up, huh? No doubt.
Well, I don't know about shutting them up. It'd just be, probably some interesting discussion about it.
It's landing over Hawaii, so not going to be a lot of viewing areas.
Well, before we get to that, the lunar pass by that they're going to do. Well, they're orbiting the moon right now, and before they were saying, well, we can do live video and do our stuff at the same time, but I heard one of the directors of NASA, when they were doing their thing with the photographer, with the I can't think clearly right now. When they were doing their presentation to the media, well, he said, "Well, now we didn't know it before, but now we know that we can both record our stuff for the mission and do live feed." So he goes, "From now on, we're going to have high res live video. That's going to be the norm." Now, I haven't seen one since that man said that. Anybody have anything?
I haven't been keeping up with the live stream myself, but I mean, my friends in the console, they did tell me they had extra bandwidth.
They had extra bandwidth?
Yeah. That's why they were uncertain if they could do everything all at once.
Okay, but now they're certain. I heard the guy say it. What do you think? What do you think NASA is showing right now? NASA has 2 live feeds, which the American taxpayers pay for. And now we know that they can show live feed of the Artemis. I don't know right now, but I'm willing to bet anybody right here $100. I'll donate it to your favorite charity that they're not showing a live feed right now. Have a look. Go on YouTube. They have 2 live channels. What do you think the chances are they're showing live or anything about Artemis right now? And I'm taking a big risk because I haven't been there, but I know for certain they ain't showing that. Why? Because they haven't showed it once. All reruns when you go to NASA's 2 live channels.
What about during the early parts of the mission when it was the first time it happened?
What about
That wasn't a rerun.
it? You didn't hear what did you hear what I just said?
Actually,
Talking
no, I
about
think
now, not
you
then.
completely broke up.
Oh, you didn't hear what I said, that that they said now that they can both capture their data and broadcast live feed. They have enough bandwidth or whatever to do it. Did you get it now?
Yeah, I don't know if that's exactly what was said. I'm taking your word for it, and I know that you misinterpret things that are said, so I'd have to go see the source of that. I don't know that they ever promised that they would have 100% live feed uplink all the time, because actually that bandwidth probably changes with the position of the DSN. So I don't know if that's true what you're claiming.
Yeah, well, you would have that I heard it from the. Well, you don't have to believe me. I posted it earlier. I'll post it again, and you can go see it for yourself. He clearly states that, and he says
All
we
right, let
didn't
me
know
check that.
before, as if like he didn't know. Yeah, check it out. I'll post it. Hold on.
I have doubt that they made a promise about a continuous live stream throughout the rest of the entire mission.
That's the third you said that. I never said continuous live stream.
Oh, okay.
Never
Well, then why are
said
you
that.
surprised that it's not on the
You want me
channel?
to repeat it for the fourth time?
No, I heard you. I understand. But then why are you surprised that it's not on the NASA live stream right now?
So NASA has 2 live channels. They have the most important mission undertaken in 50 years, and you don't find it funny that they don't have a live stream of Artemis right now? That's not like in the least
Don't
bit.
they?
Like Arsenio says, like things that
What
make you go
about what about the one I posted? Isn't that a live stream of Artemis right now?
No, that can't be. This is from low Earth orbit.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know.
This one.
No, this is from the ISS.
It says
See?
Artemis in the title. The one I posted?
Yeah, but is it a live feed or is it showing
Wait a
that
minute.
telemetry data
Bacon,
stuff?
the last one?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I
just
clicked
posted.
on something else. Sorry, I clicked on Rocky's. Yeah, let's see here. Official stream. Oh yeah, there is a live stream right now. Okay, so
What is it showing?
it's showing the spacecraft.
What is it showing? Is it showing that telemetry?
It's showing the
Let me
spacecraft, SE. Why don't
see
you just give
this,
me a
man. Hold
chance
on.
to answer you when you talk? Jesus. The solar panel is rotating right now.
I won my $100.
I want mine as well.
Yeah, just kidding.
Sorry, guys. I'm joking. This is it now. This is the live feed that you're watching, and you're satisfied of this. 2022.
This is actually really
Right?
good because this is from a huge
You
distance.
got satisfied.
This
They're
is
showing this right now.
This is the show on the moon, right? Because it's getting closer to the moon, and this is better than we ever had in anything in Apollo. So I think this is actually pretty good.
I got better film with my P900 than close-ups on the moon than that. Are you kidding me, man? Come on.
But this
You
doesn't
guys
have a
can do
zoom
better
lens.
than that. I mean, seriously.
What kind of lens does this have? This is not a zoom lens. This is a regular
This
like
is
wide
the
angle.
low-res camera.
No, it's actually a high-res
Gentlemen,
camera, but
this is the
you also have to consider the bandwidth that they're using. That might be compressed, right? They're saving
low-res camera.
bandwidth.
It's not an issue
Sorry.
anymore. Listen, what I told you. It's not an issue anymore. The
Why not?
director, one of the guys said it's not an issue. Why is it not an issue?
What's not
Because
an issue?
he said, the guy that knows about this, the
what
guy
is
that
the
was
thing that
speaking
is not
for
an issue?
NASA, the spokesman, the bandwidth. They can both collect their data and show live feed.
And they are showing a live
And
feed
he
right
said
now.
from his mouth, this is going to be the norm. Not high res, not this joke. This is sufficient for you, Gambino. I don't even know why I'm talking
is
to you, man.
high-res.
I shouldn't even be talking to you. Bacon.
Right.
Is this sufficient
Gambino,
for you, bro?
Come on.
did y'all click on this? Because it's not working on my end. I don't know if it's working on your end.
It is working. It's just low frame rate, yeah.
Low frame rate.
Yeah.
It was spinning. It was spinning when I first clicked on it, and then it stopped.
Yeah, the solar panel was making an adjustment. They're probably doing some kind of activity.
With the
course.
camera, the camera
What do you
using the
mean, of
solar.
course? What's so funny about that? You know that there's like activities the whole way. They don't just sit there and watch it.
I'm trying to smoke. You're making me cough, bro. Please, please.
Are they
Okay,
still
Ezzy, if
headed?
you have nothing but just personal incredulity, you're done.
Are they still headed towards the moon?
Yeah, they're getting closer.
No, they're
No,
orbiting the moon right now.
Yeah.
That's what they
What are you
say.
talking about? They were
It's getting
close to the moon the
closer
other,
to the
like
moon.
4 or 5 days ago.
That's right, and then they got further, and now they're on a trajectory to get close to it to do another maneuver.
Huh.
It's called the return powered flyby, I think it's called. It's another powered flyby of the moon to get home.
So this is sufficient for you guys. This is sufficient for you. This is what you accept as high res of a how many $billion mission that you guys paid for. I mean, wow.
Well, the video is not the primary purpose of the mission. I mean, the value is in everything else they're doing. This is just a compromise. They didn't think they would have enough bandwidth to do this, so yes, this is good enough because this is more than they ever anticipated. But you know, all the other videos that aren't chopped up like this, they're obviously in a low bandwidth mode right now because the frame rate and the resolution. It might be YouTube. It might be the YouTube stream as well. We don't get to see the source. Yeah, this is good enough. Why is it not good enough for you?
Well, that's what they're counting on. They're counting on people like you to say that it's good enough. Even after I
Come
just
on.
told you that one of the directors, one of the spokesmen said clearly, from now on, we're going to be showing high-res video because our reporter asked him, and he answered,
Well,
from
this is
now on,
high-res.
it's going to be the norm.
I thought it was just a matter of being able to stream while recording or something like that.
You changed your words, Essie, didn't you?
You
Yeah.
sound
you
really
weren't listening.
excited,
Would
dude.
you like me to repeat it for the 5th time?
I heard you
can.
say two different things. Why don't you just post the guy that you're trying to quote, and we can decide if you're being truthful or not. How about that?
Yeah, I'll do that now. I can. Hold on.
Good. Because I wasn't paying attention to all that. But I mean,
Yeah, because
you
you
did
already
say
know.
You never pay attention.
Yeah, he already knows. He already knows.
I
He's
don't. I
here
just said I
anyway.
don't know what he
You
said.
already know.
He's
I just
already
said I don't know.
he's already aware. He's not going to listen to you, but he's here communicating with you.
Okay, you guys can just stop with the ad homs. That's not conducive to the conversation.
Why don't you call Jeremy? Call Jeremy.
You're boring, man.
I know you have to tell yourself that just to deal with your
No,
typedness. It's
I'm
fine.
telling you that.
Okay, that's fine. Your opinion is irrelevant. I don't care.
That low tone, monotone, just you don't have any enthusiasm about life at all in your voice. Tells me you're
It's really not
probably
the
at
topic of conversation.
tells me you're probably at work right now.
It's really not the topic of conversation, so
It really
shut up.
is. It is
You can be
what I
quiet.
brought up. Yeah, you.
Yeah, I don't care.
You
Only
get
because you have
triggered.
nothing to contribute.
I did contribute. Tried to ask you questions about that video, that live
You
feed.
just flung insults.
No, I didn't. I asked
Yeah, you said that I never
questions.
pay attention. You said that I'm going to assume I know. You're going
That
to
was
say that.
afterwards. That was
Oh,
after
okay,
you
so
talked through every question I asked, like you're
okay, so
doing
back to
now.
the questions. Back to
Because
the
you're
questions. Go
so
ahead.
excited. You're just so excited as a NASA fanboy. And I think you're at work.
Okay, questions. What are they?
Who cares? Why do you want to talk to me?
Oh, so you have no questions. You
No,
just
I
said you
had
did.
questions. I asked 3 a while ago.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
you decided to be yourself, and now you're deciding to control the conversation again.
I answered it. I said the solar panel was rotating, and you asked something else. I answered that. I forget what it was, and then now what do you want to know?
You forget the 3 questions I asked? I don't want to
Yeah,
know
you
anything
do.
from you. I got enough.
Okay. All right, so you can stay out of the conversation then, because me and Essie are talking
No,
about this.
no, I can be
Goodbye.
in any conversation I want. You
Okay,
don't
so you're just
control this.
trolling. You're just trolling then, because you're not contributing to the topic.
No, you're
just trying to
projecting
derail
now.
it.
That's you
Okay.
projecting.
And you're trying to insult. Are you just bitter because you get proven wrong every day?
Not bitter.
Sounds like it.
No, chilling. I even looked up
SE,
the live feeds.
SE, what's the timestamp where he says the thing that you claim he says?
So go to minute 49. Go to minute 49 and have a listen.
We're the ones insulting when he's going, I don't believe anything you say, SE.
I want to hear the excuses. Yeah.
Well, it was the YouTube feed and the low res camera and several other excuses he gave already about the way it looks.
Yep, and the fact that they will accept this low res crap even after I told them that one of their top guys said otherwise. Now, Rakia, have a look, man. You're the guy for this. Have a look at the guy in the middle, and you tell me he ain't a controller, bro. Very, very eerie, man. Looking at that dude. Like, you can tell. You'll know what I mean instantly, Rakia.
I looked at it earlier, but I was in a car moving. I'm looking at it now. Yeah. That's Optimus, huh? Think the
You can
ones,
tell he's the boss, man.
Yeah, you think the ones on the left and right of him are controlled by the one in the middle? That's usually the case anyway.
Yeah, that's what I think, yeah. You see, before he talks, the guy with the mustache, he looks at him, and they have the eye contact thing.
I'm gonna go listen to it.
Yeah, he's the boss, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gambino's at work, actually.
Yeah, everybody knows Gambino's a troll. Yeah.
Bacon, Left Lane, all them have emotions, right? They seem regular. Gambino seems like he's at
Bacon,
work.
I don't mind. Left lane, I don't mind. Gambino, he's a troll. He's M Stone. I don't want to say any. Think of a higher word than a troll.
Yeah,
Because I want to respect the servant. Yeah.
Gambino's just seems like he has to be here. Just a gut feeling. I don't think that about
It's a
Left Lane and
game. It's
Bacon.
a game to be.
Yeah, probably a gamer.
Oh,
just
you're
sitting
saying
there.
the paid. Yeah.
I don't know if it's paid. I'm just saying, like, has to be here. Like, has nothing else. Is sitting there gaming. Doing the gaming thing, which I don't know anything about. I've actually never done it, but I've seen, kind of what they do. They sit in their gaming chair in front of their monitor, and they get on these chats like this and just troll. That, I mean, if I had to look up that, I would think I would see Gambino.
Yeah. And now it's very sophisticated because they have servers where you can go in and you can play a role playing. You can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer,
a pilot,
kind of like what they do here. A pilot. That's right.
That wasn't towards you, Left Lane. It was actually towards RC. The only
Well, I was thinking
high
of
school teacher
somebody
I've
else
ever met
actually.
that has his own plane.
Oh, he has his own plane. I was thinking of paid when you said that, but yeah.
I don't know if RC has his own plane, but he's a pilot. Having your own plane and being a pilot are two different things, but I think he said he has his own plane. I can understand Left Lane. He's a business owner. Other people that I know that own their own planes are basically, business owners and hire. I've never met a high school teacher, physics teacher that owned his own plane before. He'd be the first, but
Yeah.
he might.
No way on that salary.
Well, he might have family. I mean, I'm not pretending to know his financial situation. I'm just saying it is a little strange. You'd have to have family money, or your wife has a really good job. But the point I was bringing up.
And what's up, Gambino?
Oh, okay. I was just typing it out since you were talking. Do you want to? You want to hear what I found out?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I watched like the several minutes after that timestamp you gave me. He specifically says that they discovered they could downlink low-res video while downlinking their main data, and that was the surprise. And so he said that's going to be the norm. So he doesn't say anything about high-res video or really like anything that you talked about. So you misquoted
The
him.
bald guy didn't say, or maybe I got the wrong timestamp. But the bald guy was talking, right?
Yeah, the guy in the middle. The guy on the right is Howard, and the other guy
Okay, maybe
is
I got the wrong. He doesn't say that high res is going to be the new norm now. You didn't hear that
no,
part?
no, he doesn't say
Then
that. He
maybe I
says
gave
low
you the
res.
wrong timestamp.
Okay, that's
I
one.
Maybe I
just
gave
watched
you
it
the wrong
too. I just
timestamp.
watched it too, and I don't know. Maybe it's a bit of confusion here, and watch it again maybe. But I think he talked about some new standards which they try to achieve by having like everything downloadable in high res. I'm not quite sure, but he talked about the new
Well, I'm
normal
sure.
with improvements of the quality of the resolution.
No,
Right. He did
when we talk
say
about
that
the
they were
live
able
stream,
to do both things now, right?
yes,
He
and
did
by
say they
both
were
things, he's
able
talking
to do
about
both things.
low-res live stream and main data. That's what he said specifically.
He said low res?
Yeah, he did.
Because the reporter, you hear what the reporter asked him in the beginning?
The one from CNN?
Did you hear when the reporter asked him? Yeah. How come you're giving us crappy video? And do you guys actually see any video? Did you catch that part?
Yeah, I heard the question from CNN.
Yeah. Did you hear the bald guy's answer? The controller? Did you hear how
Yeah.
he skirted the question?
No,
Yeah.
he didn't. He answered it. So
What did he
I mean,
answer?
you clearly don't
What
have
what
the
did he answer?
reading comprehension. He said that they discovered that they had a chance of live streaming at all, and it would be low res,
Not
and
that.
so
I
that's going
didn't
to be
ask
the
you
norm.
that. No, you have a problem with your hearing. I didn't ask you that. What
You
I
asked me
asked you
to
was,
say what he
did
said,
you hear
and
the
I told you
part?
what he said.
Don't interrupt me. Why are you? Don't interrupt me. Huh? Why are you interrupting?
I was interrupting the
What I
answer to
asked
your.
you was,
You interrupted the answer to your own question. Good God.
you know what, dude? I'm not gonna talk to you anymore.
Okay.
Left lane, you're there. Anybody else want to talk? This guy, I don't. I just don't want to talk to this dude anymore. I'm not
Okay.
gonna give
Well,
him
I
any
watched
more
the
of my
video,
time.
and you're wrong. Watch the video.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Bye.
Do whatever you want, bro. Just don't talk to me again, please. Because I
okay.
wouldn't give you the spit. I wouldn't spit on you, bro.
Why so triggered? Why are you so triggered? Come on.
So if anybody else wants to discuss that video, they clearly ask him, a reporter asks him, so tell me, I don't want to be nitpicky, she says. Anybody could hear it. She says, I don't want to be nitpicky, but, that's my job, and tell us, are we going to get is that all the high res? Are we going to get any more high res video? And tell me also, she says, I'm paraphrasing now, do you guys, when you're in that room, do you actually see live video? Like, are you actually seeing anything? Like she's saying, why aren't you giving us anything? And the guy just skirted the question. Anybody could watch it.
I did watch it. You're completely wrong in your characterization of what happened. They have to downlink the original quality format. The live stream is a degraded quality. That's what he said, and that's what we
And
get
there's
on the
another
90.
part that's very interesting. Listen, dude, just don't talk to me. There's another part that's very telling. When he says when they download it, the procedure that it has to go through. He says the vetting procedure. So first they get it, the feed. Let me see if I remember correctly. Then they download it, which it makes sense. Then they give it out, and then it goes through a vetting process. He goes, and then give it to the public.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, let me
I
see your
found that
timestamp because you
really
misquote
strange.
him. You misquote him a lot, so send me the timestamp, see if you're right.
I told you, dude, I'm not interested in talking to you. Do not talk to me.
Okay.
But it's a
Wave
live
that.
thing, so you can say whatever you want, but I will not be answering you.
Okay, wave that white flag.
Forever. Like, do not talk to me. For me, you are a dead person. You're not worth talking to.
I accept your surrender.
Yeah. Go take a shower or something, dude. Anybody, go to minute 49 and listen to the reporter ask him the question and look at him fidgeting with his pen. Look at what a lying douchebag controller does. Listen to the answer he gives. Very creepy.
Jesus Christ. Like, how much, like, weird paranoia can you invent for your own delusion?
I don't think you should question people's reasoning or mental capacities because you tend to hang around these servers. Anything negative you have to say about anybody that hangs around these servers or their mental state, it would imply doubly to look into your mental state because you willingly participate in the craziness. So you just as crazy, or maybe a little bit even more crazier.
Well, you might have a point there. It is odd that I'm so entertained by this. It's hard to explain.
Matrix, picture this guy, right? Picture that you're from New York, right? I'm from Montreal now. Picture this guy with a group of the boys, let's say, right? When we used to hang around. What do you think would happen to this guy if he was around the boys, let's say, and he behaved like this? Now he's like behind a telephone, right? But just picture, and you're from New York, and I don't know you, but from the way you talk, I can suss out you've been through shit. What do you think would happen to a dude like that in our neighborhood back in the day?
He'll probably not have a pleasant time.
Yeah, man. See, Matrix, guys like this is the way I see it. In general, I'm not talking about anybody here, but people like that do things like that. This is the way I see it. They probably have a lonely life, no friends, don't even have a dog, probably like in the cubicle, like Rakia said, a gamer, no girlfriend, no life. So they come online and they pretend they're somebody. That's it. And they get their kicks from just making fun of people. Imagine that. Like that's all they do. That like a bully in high school that runs around in the hall and just bumps the people and pulls somebody's shorts down. This is the kind of person that these are the kind. This how they are. These.
I think they're fully aware that it's like a David against Goliath kind of thing because what they come with the mainstream news information, right? And they seem to address us personally, like, what do you think, right? And every time you just anytime you ask somebody, what do you think, compared to whatever Caesar says, it's always going to seem like whatever you have to say is irrelevant. And when you do that with anybody, right, Caesar's information would always win because it's always going to be the more concentrated, the more information that they could gather, the more You know what I'm saying? Because it's Caesar, so of course it's gonna look a certain way. Like they might have the truth, but you know it's deceiving.
Yeah, they hide behind the public opinion, the current thought, whatever you want to call it. But it's not that. You can have an opinion. You know, like there's some good people, like what's his name? I'll talk to him all night. I can't remember his name right now. There's many ballers that I'll talk to and have a good time with. Here, Sean G's one of them. I know he triggers a lot of people, but I get along with him. You know, I don't have problems with. As long as you're cool with me, I'm cool with you.
Yeah, I think it's an ego.
But
I think it's an ego thing, right? I'm trying to look past it, past the personalities, because we all have our own personalities. That goes along with that is our egos. So sometimes, because you know, when you think about it, we know what they have, right? They think they have the truth, right? All they have is some sort of weird appeal to Caesar. You understand? They don't really have the truth. They don't really have reasoning. And when we do start reasoning with them, of course they get offended. They feel attacked because they can't escape from the logic and reasoning, right? Because they don't have the truth. So sometimes when we do that and we press them, the ego parts of them come out. The jabs, the taking you're talking about our intelligence, our education levels, right? As if somehow that has anything to do with our intelligence or our capacity or our ability to understand things, right? So you have to just look past that. It's all kind of a game that they're playing, bro. You just have to be aware that they're playing the game. Sometimes I don't even think they're aware that they're playing the game themselves.
yeah, well, oh yeah, absolutely. See, there's different kind. There's different kind of people, right? You have the useless ones, right? I don't want to name names. You know who they are. We were talking to just one before. Then you have cool people like Kosho, right? Nate. I can talk to Kosho, Nate all the time. I'll even throw Zanuck in there, even though he busts our chops. He talks like crazy. He's not disrespectful, right? And then
I'm
you
not sure
have
about
like
that,
I know that's debatable. I hear you, bro. I hear you. Zanuck has the thing that he just doesn't stop talking. So that's another issue. But he's not a vitriolic guy, is what I'm trying to say. You know. I think maybe Zanuck, if we give him like a half a bottle, get him drunk, he might slow down enough where we can have a convo with him.
Man, listen, I really do think that it's like an appeal to authority. Like, it's very hard to go against what's popular, bro. It's very hard because think about it. If they were to accept, whatever we're saying, or that their paradigm is not the truth, it's like the floodgates. Because then how would you even start to discern the truth, right? I think that's what
that's the problem. The thing is, their certainty, they're so sure that to a point where you must be stupid, right? You just have to be dumb. I mean, you don't think the Earth is a sphere surrounded by water and atmos next to a vacuum traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour? You got to be dumb.
Just remember, it's fallacious reasoning because they're assuming because the information is coming from Caesar, right? Authority. They're presuming that, of course, they dotted their T, they dotted their I's and crossed their T's, of course, but it's only an assumption. It has nothing to do with reason, logic, or truth.
Yep, they have the numbers, they have the authority figures, they have the white coats, they have it's written in books, they have the math. His globe. That's it. And there's some people, you got to understand, there's certain people that are just not worth your time. Period. Their objective is to get you upset. And that's it. Call you you're a liar or just make that's all they have. Did you watch the video, Matrix?
What video was that?
The one I posted when they did the press conference, the Artemis.
Oh, nah. But I'm gonna put it in my save for later, so it could remind me to watch it later.
Cool. I want your guys' opinion on that, man. It's like uncanny, man. It's like I'm looking at it and I'm saying, look at this. This guy's the controller. This guy's gonna say this. That guy's gonna say that. She's there to, ha ha ha, comment here and there. It's all a show. It's all an act. It's crazy.
You know what it is? I think we're picking up on, like, when you see these videos and stuff, we pick up on their movements and things like that. But the problem is those things are intuitive, right? There's no way to rationalize that with someone, right? You can only pick up on it and you know that there's something there. But whatever you picked up on, it's very difficult for you to translate those feelings to someone else. So they could therefore say those feelings are false because they can't feel those feelings.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see, I posted a video, right? I told them a few things, right? Now, what they're going to do is, right? They're going to try to find, and all the things that I said, right? This is what they do. This is their game now. Of course, everybody knows this, but it bears repeating. They're not going to look at the big picture, how they got fooled, how there's no live video, how they have the crappiest cameras ever, right? They're going to try to find one thing maybe that you misquoted the guy saying or something, and they're going to run with that. That's all they do, man. They won't discuss the topic, right? Yeah, they'll just find, oh, there's a cavity there. Yeah, but did you see the smile?
I want to make like a globe Earth or something, right? Where we could just predict all their responses and stuff. Somebody should already have one of those, right?
Oh yeah, sometimes you know what they're gonna say before they say it. Yeah, because it's a script.
We should do like a logic chart, like a logic chart, right? And just go through the logic, right? Of the reasoning of the globe Earth and the potential and the possibly flat Earth or whatever else alternative there is, right? And just go down through the logic to the point that every time you get right, you can make it two sections, right? Through the map, you draw down a chart, you draw a line. Section B, A, right? The first section, we could get to this point, then we go to the other point, right? Logic checks to make sure that whatever they think can actually pass them. So the logic text, I'm pretty sure you press them hard enough on why they believe what they believe, and I'm pretty sure the logic will crumble.
Yeah, even you see, it's really freaked out, man. It's even the good ones like this Matthew Lerner guy, right? Educated teacher, PhD, smart. Well, he is smart. I mean, you don't get a PhD because you're dumb, right? But even a guy with that kind of intellect, he said it himself. There's nothing that you can tell him that will change his mind. Like, the model is so ingrained in their head that they can't even contemplate like a problem with a giant ball surrounded by water, surrounded by atmos, next to a vacuum, traveling at millions of miles an hour at 11 different vectors. They won't even contemplate that.
I think they can.
But they accept it.
I actually think that because they're able to contemplate it, this is the reason why they come on here every day. This is why they become obsessed with it, because they understand the implications. If they were to accept it, they know that they pretty much would have to rewrite the way their life works, because their life depends on this very lie, right? And if they go public, right, you know what I'm saying? It would most likely cost them their livelihood, right? This is what, 4 or 8 years of their life studying this whatever topic they was becoming a PhD in, right? So maybe that's why they go so hard against it, because they're terrified that they would have to make a change in their life somehow, right? Understanding the implications.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's terrifying to them. It's because it's part of their being, right? It's part of their look. Tomorrow, if you take me up in a rocket tomorrow and I see the Earth as a globe, I'm gonna just come out and say, look, man, we got it all wrong. It's a freaking globe. Live with it. This is what it is. Right? It wouldn't bother me in the least bit because it's not part of my psyche. It's not part of my, but these guys, they have accepted the story as it's part of them. It's part of their being, right? So it'll devastate them, man. They won't be able to accept it. No way. A lot of them.
Yeah, that would be a trip. I would love to be a fly on the wall whenever one of these hardcore globers like discover or realize this, because nobody's gonna. There's nothing you can present them, right? You can't give them evidence. They have to come to the realization of it, and it will probably be a interesting moment, just to see how their face looks, their expression, what they do next, because it's gonna be it was a trip for me when I understood.
Yeah, it does. It does like kind of throw you back. I remember when it happened to me, I go, shit, man. It was because of water. That's what did it to me when I started to wait a minute. This can't be a ball. How could this be a ball? Water doesn't curve. Water doesn't cling around things. You can't be traveling at this speed. What? They're telling me that I'm moving right now, sitting in my chair? No freaking way. The regular stuff. One thing leads to the other. But for me, it was water that did it.
For me, it was the implication of creation, bro. That implication of that, because it's one thing to think that we came from some sort of accident, right? Which is absolutely retarded. Accident, really? Something just happened by accident without, come on. It doesn't make sense, but anyways. But if that isn't the case, right? If it wasn't a cosmic accident, then, the implications, it might be anything. We could have been created here. We could have been brought here from someone else, right? We could be kept safe here, or something else could be kept safe from us here, right? So the implications, it might not be unicorns and rainbows, but it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, but it's so powerful, the model matrix, because even me, I was researching time at the time, right? This is how I stumbled on flat Earth. I was researching time. Now I didn't believe in a lot of things before I ran into the flat Earth, but it never occurred to me that the Earth wasn't a ball. You understand?
Yeah,
I was indoctrinated just like everybody else was.
Dude,
even though I was questioning other things.
This was the last conspiracy, and by the time I got to flat Earth, I was already fully with the whole moon landing was fake. The Bilderbergs, the fucking Illuminati, and all that nonsense. By the time I got to flat Earth, I was already fully on board. Like, I was, oh shit, something is going on. But flat Earth was kind of what opened my eyes to everything else. How deep the government is, how hard they actually go to deceive you. It's all about getting to if they could capture your mind, they won't need to make nukes and Guantanamo Bay. They don't need to do this. All they have to do is capture your mind, prison your mind, bro. And this is how they do it with this false information. Yeah, they
have, bro.
That's how they do it. They put it very See, they know that we like intellectualism, right? They know that we like that kind of shit. People with suits talking fancy and shit, all that language. They know we like that, right? The peasants, they know we look up to it. So they give us that shit. They give us that bullshit. They crunch them numbers, come up with all that nonsense, and they put it in such a way that it fascinates us. Right? And nobody else, right? I'm not gonna come along and give you something nice like that. So you're not gonna believe me, but you're definitely gonna believe these motherfuckers, because they're designed the whole shit to mentally fuck you, bro. They're gonna, whatever they present you is going to be so astounding, so
you're a victim.
Oh,
no, dude, you're just stupid, man. You're just fucking stupid.
Oh, fuck
You
yourself.
see, that's it. That's one of their top guns. We've been talking now for how
My
long,
ass.
Matrix,
No
right?
Top Gun. You're just making shit up to fucking give yourself an excuse to why you're a fucking losing dumbass, dude.
You see, there it is, Matrix.
You're a loser and
Exactly.
you're a fucking dumbass. You're stupid, man. Your fucking cognitive ability is fucking shit. Your brain is mush.
Right?
You
We're
can't
both here,
figure
right?
out simple, rudimentary subjects. You're stupid.
We
And
both
there's
here,
no
right?
delusion. There's no fucking fight against you. There's nothing going against you, man. It's you. You're stupid.
There it is, one of their best. This is all they have. This is what we reduced you to, man.
Listen,
This
hey,
and nothing, and nobody. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that if we have a
Think of
conversation,
me. Think of me. Hold on, Matrix. Hold on. Think of me when you look into the mirror next time. What I've done to you, what I've reduced you to. Think of that.
AC Montreal, this is nothing but like the CIA tactics to get them to like question what do you think and what do you believe. Right, I'm pretty sure if we walk down the logic and reason of why he's calling us stupid, right? Because we have to start from a baseline. We are both here. We're both in this server seeking some sort of information, right? So now it will be funny to question why he's calling me stupid when he's doing the exact same thing. That would imply that he's stupid as well, right? So we could continue on with the next logic, and I'm pretty sure it will crumble. So all he has is calling us stupid and dumb. That's all it is. That's all they could do. So
That's
look
right.
past that. Look past that.
Oh, I do look past that. I already told one of them today, I never want to speak to you again. I mean, it's useless. And that guy that just spoke to, he's one of them. Another one that there's just absolute waste of time. I will not give them 1 ounce of my breath again.
Wood shit. I think it's fascinating. I think to me it's absolutely fascinating to because they think that they have the intellectual hierarchy. So they think they're in the right, and I'm fascinated by these people, right? They think they have the the morale and shit, like we're right. These fucking people are stupid. And I'm fascinated by that. So I would love to entertain his logic and his reason.
No, I'm fascinated by the other people like Kosho, Nate, people with a brain. These guys they're just trolls, bro. They're useless human beings. I mean, I hate to say that. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. I'm not interested in these people at all. Now, a guy like Nate that has an education, that guy fascinates me. You know, Kosho, right? Kosho, we know. I call Kosho the top baller. Like he makes things up on the fly. Like he, witty and. Even though I know what he's saying is all made up, that fascinates me because he can come up with a story on the fly, like.
Yeah. But listen, Kosho and fucking who's the other one? Bacon? Bro, their bullshit ability is superb. If you don't frequent these debates, bro, you will not be able to catch it. But their bullshit is superb, bro. I'm absolutely phenomenal. I have to give them credit for that. But it's nonsense nonetheless.
Yeah. Like Kosho is I've told him, I'm not talking behind his back. I've told him to his face. I told him, I think you're number one baller debater. And his sophistry is second to none. Second to none.
To tell you the truth, every time when I listen to Kosher and Bacon, I imagine like violin music in the back of my head because it's so sophisticated, bro.
Like you got him painted into a corner, and Kosher will come up with the craziest thing you've ever heard in your life, and like if you had a million years to think, you wouldn't think of that, and Kosher will come up with it. It's this. Yeah.
It's crazy how they call us stupid, right? But I don't know what you guys are doing, but right now I'm coming up with a weird electric box that I'm doing because I'm wiring the LED for my room and for my bed, and I'm coming up with a custom box to be able to turn it off and on, right? So I'm coming up with diagrams and wiring, and he's calling me stupid, right? So I'm like, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? What are you doing that you're so smart? You're calling me dumb, but I'm out here actually doing the ingenious work, right? I'm making custom shit. And you're calling me dumb. See, this is why I'm fascinated by these people, because obviously he's wrong about me being stupid. I want to know what makes him so smart.
Yeah, well, the way I see it, their objective is to waste your time. So from now on, I'm giving these two guys, 0 of my time. 0. None. That's the best way to get on a troll is ignore him. That's the best way. That kills them. So these two guys, for me, as of now, they don't exist. Bye-bye, you're gone. Cancel culture. I just canceled you. You know, in the old days, they didn't put people in jail, huh? They shunned them from the community. You're free to go. Just don't come here. Get out. That was the worst thing you can do to a human being.
By the way, this is for the M Stone. Just in case you think I'm bullshitting, or any one of you motherfuckers. This is what I've been doing, what I've been listening to you guys. Hold on. This is my diagram that I was drawing, figuring out the wire into my shit, right? This is the results. You see that? Just came up with that custom box to be able to turn it off, on. You understand? I just came up with that. I just made that. You can't find that anywhere. That's custom. I just drew that diagram custom. I made all that custom, and you're out here calling people stupid, bro? Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck do you have?
Nice, brother. Nice. Put in the freaking salt in the wound. You guys have nothing, man. Nothing. Nothing but hatred, vitriol, and that's it. Hatred and vitriol. That's all you got.
Like, we're talking about pathetic people. These people, they can't change a tire, bro. For the life of them, they have absolutely no skills. They can't do anything, but they have the audacity to call us stupid. Get the fuck, bro. The logic in that it's non-existing. All they have is parroting, repeating what the mainstream is saying. How dare they call us stupid? Oh, bro. Oh man. So
yeah, that's all they have, bro. That's all they have, and they wanna trigger you by saying that. That's all they have. You heard what they were telling me before. Oh, you're a liar. Oh, he didn't say that. No, he didn't say that. You're a liar. That's all they have, bro. That's all they have. They have nothing. They have no argument. There is no argument. There is no globe argument. 0. Nothing. And here you are, you're talking to me, and you're freaking doing stuff in the background, drawing diagrams, electrical, this, that. I can't do that. I can't do what you do, bro. That's a freaking talent. But they won't even give you that pleasure of saying, good on you, man. That looks nice. Like right now, what they just saw right now, it's like you put a knife in them, Matrix. It's like You open the door to a vampire and the sunlight came in, you know? They're squirming right now. Squirming. Because we shone the light on them.
Yeah, I'm usually doing something. Like, this is kind of my background thing, but as soon as what triggers me is the tactics. As soon as I see the tactics that they're using, bro, that shit triggers the shit out. Because some people don't even see it, right? Most people would just fall right into the tactics. They wrap us up in their fucking fantasy with their fucking tactics, and we don't even know it. Before you know it, we're 3-4 hours in talking about some nonsense.
Yeah, before you know it, they got you yelling and screaming, and that's what their game is. Once you realize what their game is, right? Then it can't affect you, because I'm telling you, this is their objective. They have one objective and one objective only, is to get you off your game, to get you mad, to call you names, to get you off your game. And they want to say, "Oh, Jeremy, oh, Gio." That's their game, bro. That's what they want to do. Get you mad so you can start swearing and calling them names. That's it. It's all they have. We reduced them to that.
Now, in the there, M Stone. That's what I thought.
I just went on the live feed. You guys want to laugh? I took a picture of it. Go look at what they're showing as live feed right now. The moon doesn't even look like the moon, man. You guys want to laugh? Go have a look. Now there's a respectable fellow. Good evening, Matthew.
What makes him respectable? He agrees with you?
Hey, how's it going?
Let's see. What was the highest grade you completed? Did you drop out at like 10th grade?
Hey, Matthew.
Say Montreal. I heard like a half a sentence. Could you say it again?
Sorry, I said, can you talk?
Yes, I'm here.
Cool. I was wondering what your take on the Artemis thing is. I don't believe I've ever asked you, have I?
I don't think you have. What specifically about it? Whether it's real or something specific?
Well, yeah, the real part, I guess. Like, okay, first of all, what's your take? They were discussing there's the liftoff, then the rocket disappears, then we see CGI. What's your take on that part?
Yeah. So first of all, I don't find it that unusual that a rocket would lift off and go into space, because I already believe in space and I already believe that it's possible to send things to the moon. So that doesn't seem unusual to me. As far as trying to animate what's going on, when the rocket takes off, you can see it from the ground, but once it gets really far away, there's not much to see. And so in order to make it so that there's something other than a blank screen, it makes sense to kind of have the telemetry or CGI to kind of illustrate it. I mean, they did the same kind of thing with the Apollo 11 landing when it was live too, right?
Yeah, of course. They do it all the time. There's a liftoff. We see a nice, big, spectacular liftoff. Then the rocket goes away and goes to CGI. Yeah.
Yeah. And so to me, that I don't.
I can
find
explain that
unusual.
if you like.
He's had it explained to him. He's just resisting.
So just because part of it is CGI doesn't mean the entire thing is fake. Is that what you're implying, Sam Montreal?
That's exactly what
No,
he's implying.
I'm just interested in your take on it. That's all. I find it strange that
Oh,
every mission is like that. But okay,
well,
fine.
sure. I mean, fair enough. If you think space is fake, then of course you're going to think the whole thing is fake. But I don't.
I want to ask him one question. Can you
You're
use
assuming
your
that, I think.
Hey Montreal? I want to ask you something. Can you use your phone to record 24/7?
Sure. If it's plugged in, yeah.
No, you can't. You can't use your iPhone or whatever phone you're using. You can't live stream for 24 hours. Just like you can't live stream for 24 hours, you can't live stream and have a continuous stream of the entire mission. It's ridiculous. It takes up a lot of memory and a lot of valuable storage, and it's just stupid.
Okay, but we weren't talking about that. We're talking about the liftoff and it going to CGI.
That's what he was talking about, man. A little slow.
Dude.
So Matthew, I have another question for you. If you don't mind, Matthew.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
let's put this aside. Let's assume they did it, whatever. I posted a video before of one of the guys that was doing the interviews with the press, and he said that he wasn't aware. They weren't aware that they were able to both download their stuff and show live video. It was low res video. So I found that kind of strange that one of the top guys there, spokesman, that he did that. They said that they didn't know that they were able to both transmit live video and download their stuff at the same time. What do you think about that? Does that
Well,
sound a little strange to you that they didn't know
No,
this?
it doesn't sound strange at all. These are like engineering limitations and bandwidth limitations, and so I understand that it might sound strange to you because I think you might be assuming that their main goal is to prove that space exists and try to tromp all over flat Earth ideas, but that's not their main goal. They're out there doing the science and doing this thing, so it's kind of like low on their list to try and convince people that space is real. So they don't prioritize that.
Yeah, don't understand my question. I didn't
You
mean
didn't
it in
answer
that
the
way. I
question.
meant it.
No, the answer to your question is no, I do not find that strange.
Okay, fair
Oh,
enough. Yeah. But I want you to. Who's that talking? Is that Stone crying in the background?
I know it upset you, did it? You were looking forward to. It was like, Matthew will be on my side.
Hey Montreal, why are you so obsessed about proving the Earth is flat? Like, why are you so anti-NASA?
Because he got proved a dumbass and he's had a fucking burr up his ass ever since.
Like, are you anti-science as well? Are you anti-institution? Are you anti-government? Like, dude, I thought like teenagers go through that phase. Like, come out of that fucking phase already. Holy fuck.
So Matthew, let's ignore these children. Let's get back to the conversation of the adults me and you are having. So you don't find it strange that the one of the top guys answering the questions had no clue of the bandwidth of the mission? You don't find that strange at all?
What's the bandwidth of your cell phone? You don't know, do you? But you
Exactly.
use
Am I the
your
maker of this cell phone? Did I make this cell phone?
you
Am
use
I
that cell phone every single day for the
spokesman
past
of the?
no. You've used a cell phone every
Bro.
single day for the past 3 years, and you have never bothered to figure out the
Astronauts
bandwidth?
are not network engineers, bro. How fucking stupid are you?
So that's your answer, Matthew? Seriously?
No, it's an analogy that
Your
sometimes
answer
we
to
don't.
why one of the. Go on.
Yeah, so it's just an analogy that just because one specific person doesn't understand all the engineering details of something doesn't mean that it's fake. That's all. Your cell phone's
No,
not
it's
fake.
not a person. He was speaking. No, you misunderstand. He was speaking for NASA. We didn't know, he said. We didn't know that we had the capability to both download the stuff, the data, and to show live video. That's what he said. He
I
said
suspect
we
somebody
didn't
in the
know.
organization knew. I I
You
don't find it
suspect? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that he knew, obviously, but I suspect some engineer in some corner somewhere was sitting there thinking, "Oh, no, we knew that." I mean, this is speculation, of course, but I don't find it
So he
strange.
misspoke. Okay.
I don't know if he
All
misspoke
right.
or not, but it doesn't seem unusual. No.
Okay. How about the live video that they're showing now? The supposed live video. Have you seen any of it lately?
From Artemis?
Yeah. I'm just
No.
curious because you're an educated fellow. You're a smart man. I mean, I know
I've
you're not
seen, yeah, I've
gonna
seen some of the
lie to
images.
me or yourself.
I've seen some of the images
Okay.
and read some of the stories, but haven't looked up it in detail.
And what do you think of the quality of the images that they're showing us?
Some of the images are very sharp. They look good. Like the one that shows the
Really?
moon and the one that shows the moon and the Earth. That one looked pretty good to me.
Far away, the one. Really? Okay, you were impressed by that, huh?
I could go. What I should do is go look and see which one I'm talking about and post it. But it sounds like you weren't.
You know what I can't wait for though, Matthew? They have
What?
high res. Oh, sorry, did I interrupt you? Sorry.
No, go ahead. That you can't wait for them to have high resolution.
No, they have high resolution. They have high resolution of a low flyby of the Apollo 11 landing site. Did you see the video? I'll repost it after for you. You might like it. The supposed spacecraft flew within 60 miles of the Apollo 11, I believe it was, landing site. Now, what a pity, Matthew, it was at night. They weren't able to film it. But they tell us the day
I heard
after.
that they went within 60 miles of the moon. I didn't know they went within 60 miles of the landing site.
Yeah. Apparently they were that close, but unfortunately, as luck would have it, it was night. But no worries. The day after, they said they were within about 80 miles or something. They said, and they have high res of that. I can't wait to see it. How about you?
If they have a better image, yeah, I'm always interested to see that.
Can you imagine from 80 miles with a high res camera?
That's still
That should be spectacular. No, we should be able to see everything, like the flag and all. No,
80 miles? I don't know. I mean, it depends on the zoom level of the camera and all that stuff. So we'll see.
It would be spectacular, though. No,
I doubt it's going to be spectacular. If you look at a mountain 80 miles away and try to zoom in on the peak, you're going to see the peak, but you might not see the flag on top of the mountain. I don't know though. But of course, there's atmosphere in the way on the mountain.
Come on, Matthew. With my P900, I can practically see the inside the craters. I mean, you're going to tell me at 80 miles with NASA technology?
I'm saying with your P900, if you zoom in on a mountain 80 miles away, I don't know if even your P900 or somebody's P10,000 or somebody's P40 million would be able to see a flag sitting on top of the mountain.
Yeah, but they said themselves that they will be able to get a picture. Now, I don't know how clear or how it's going to look, but they themselves said that they'd be able to zoom in to the landing site. I'm not making this up. I'm telling you what they said. Now, I'm just saying I'm going to be very...
Yeah, zooming into the landing site is one thing. What they're going to see is another thing. So, yes, it'll be interesting to see what they see. You're asking me to argue about what they're going to see and what they're not going to see? I have no idea.
No, I just said it's exciting. It would be exciting to see it. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
Aren't you excited? I mean, I sound more excited than you are.
No, I'm excited. I just have lower expectations, maybe.
And I don't even believe they're there, and I'm excited. I want to see what kind of pictures they're going to show us. I'm dying to see it. I find it really like fascinating that the ballers are not talking about this. It's like hush hush. No one's making a big deal about it.
Well, it's on. I mean, if you know where to look, it's on news. You know, some websites and stuff, especially space related websites.
I asked a friend of mine the other day, and well, we talk about this stuff sometime. I won't say he's into it, but he didn't even know that there was a launch. He had no clue. A lot of people I speak to, they don't know. It's like, it's not a big deal.
I just posted the image that I saw that I thought was pretty cool. The Artemis, kind of like away far away from the moon. You can see the moon and the sun and the Earth both there.
Yeah, that's pretty crappy res, but look how sharp the Orion capsule looks, and look how very, very unsharp the moon and the so-called Earth look.
Well, the capsule is closer, right?
Mm-hmm. So they got it zoomed into the capsule, I imagine, right? They want to show the NASA, but maybe they should have focused a little bit more. I don't know, man. If you're buying this, bro, I got a bridge to sell you. I'm sorry, but this looks like fake as shit to me. Like, I'm sorry to put it in those terms. It's comical.
I don't think it's comical. It looks real to me, and I believe it. I buy it 100%.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we both expressed our opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
I can't wait for the high res images, because then there'll be no excuses, right? Zooming in on the Orion capsule, like, we expect to see some nice, clear, crisp images of the moon, and I mean crisp.
I don't know if that's in their mission plan, but if they do, then I'll be excited to see them. Their plan is, I mean, the main goal isn't to go out there and take pictures.
Well, you would think if you were going to survey a landing site and put a colony there, don't you think like you might want to have a really good look at it? You know, as many times as you can.
Yeah, that's what the lunar
I
reconnaissance.
mean, I would. I mean, I don't know.
That's what the LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, is for. It's been taking pictures of the surface for quite a while.
The LRO, right? How many videos have you seen from that?
It takes
How many
still
pictures
photos.
have you seen from that?
It's mapping the surface of the moon.
So nothing yet from that?
What are you talking about? They have a whole website with lots of images.
Well, that's what I'm asking. We have live. I mean, we have not live, but we have good clear vid, and good clear pictures. I would imagine, like really, really crisp. If it's for the landing site, I would imagine, right? Like unparalleled.
I posted their gallery for anybody who's interested.
They have a gallery. Nice. Any live stuff? I mean, any video? Sorry.
No, it's meant to map the surface, so it's not looking. You know, I don't think they took live video.
All right, let's have a look. See. Which pictures impressed you there? What were you looking at? Because I pressed one of the video things and it didn't work.
Well, they have some images of the Apollo sites, like in the one I just posted at 35 minutes past the hour just now. If you want to see some of the images that the LRO has taken of the Apollo 12, 14, and
Of the
17.
Apollos? Yeah, I'd like to see that. Yeah. You gotta be kidding me, bro. That's it?
I mean, I get that you don't like it, but what's wrong?
Did you see anything?
Yeah, you can see the astronauts' footpaths.
Yeah, but besides that, you just see some lines there, right?
So every time I'm going to show you something, you're going to say, "Are you kidding? You can see that?" Then you're going to say, "Oh, it looks fake." And if I show you a nice, crisp picture of the descent stage with the flag there, you'll be like, "Oh, that looks fake." So I don't think that anything that they ever take will satisfy you because you think that space is fake. So nothing that anybody ever shows you.
I don't think space is fake.
Oh, really?
No, this is the best one I've seen so far. I'll be honest with you, straight off the bat. That's the best one I've seen. There's a close up of the LRO, a zoom in. You got some tracks. All right.
Yeah, and
something.
This is pretty good. I mean, compared to the satellite images of Earth, right? I mean, if you look at satellite images, you can kind of see houses and in some streets, maybe a couple pixels of a car, that type of stuff. So this is on the same order of that. You know, can't see details, but you can see pretty good.
Oh, they even have a geophone rock. Did you know that? What the hell is that?
I don't know what you mean by a geophone rock.
Let's zoom in to one of those things there where there's descriptions. Did Geo forget his phone on the rock? You don't see it, Matthew?
I don't know which one you're referring to. They didn't have phones in the 60s. They didn't have like cell phones. Which phone are you talking about?
No, that was a joke. But I mean, the thing you posted there, the picture that you posted on the bottom there, like zoom in on it, and you're gonna see one of them says geophone rock.
I'm looking at the website. You're talking about the first, second, or third image.
No. Go on the live stream. The thing that you posted on the live stream, the picture that's on the live stream.
The picture is just a...
Don't click on the website.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. Geophone rock. Yeah. That's one of the names they gave one of the rocks.
Do we know the distance that they claim this picture is taken from?
I don't. Somebody does. It's probably in the article.
Damn, and I wanted to see Old Glory. Damn.
Between 13
Well,
miles
maybe
and
this one,
30,
Artemis, has a...
between 50 kilometers and 21 kilometers.
21 kilometers? You're kidding me. That's like, what, 21 kilometers?
13 miles.
What is it, 15 miles? 13 miles?
Yeah.
That's pretty low, bro. Like that's the best they did of 13 miles. I'm going back to calling bulls. Sorry.
Really? So
If
what
that's
happens?
13 miles, that
What happens if you're in an airplane flying at 7 miles high and you look at 45 degrees down and you see a house 13 miles away on the ground and you take a picture? You think you'd get a better picture than that? 13 miles is pretty far.
if I was NASA and I was planning a mission and I had all the money, think of the cameras they have on that thing.
Right.
You
Do you know
think
what
that's
the
the
purpose
best they
of
could
that
do,
is?
honestly, Matthew? Yeah,
They
to
they
plan
design
for the lunar mission, no? Where they're gonna put the colony?
they're trying to get the large scale geography or whatever they call geography on the moon. They're trying to get the large scale structures of the entire surface. They're not trying to zoom in on individual pebbles on the surface. That's not going to help anybody. They want to see the large scale structures.
What do you mean the large scale? Wouldn't you want to do like an in-depth close-up view of where you're gonna have your colony? Don't you want to map like every rock? Seriously.
They want, okay, so if you're trying to find a place to put your house in a mountain range, then you might hire a airplane to fly over and you take a bunch of pictures of the mountain range. You do that rather than first, and maybe later you could go and like zoom in on a specific tree or a pebble on the ground, but it's going to take a long time to take pictures of all the pebbles, so they take the zoom out a little bit first. The basic answer to your question is engineering and mission parameters.
Well, it would stand to reason that if you're going to scout for a future, colony on the moon, it would seem to reason that you would want to get as detailed as pictures as you can. Like, don't you think that?
So just to follow the path of your reasoning, you said, why don't they take pictures of the Apollo mission sites? And I showed you pictures of the Apollo mission sites. Then you said, I am unhappy with their choices about how much they zoomed in. And then I said, well, they have.
No, I didn't say why don't they take.
And now you're saying
No,
that
that's unfair, Matthew.
Okay, I'm saying that I don't think they were asking you when they're trying to figure out how much to zoom in. That's all.
Yeah, but I didn't say that that they didn't have them. I said I can't wait until I see them. Remember what I said?
Okay, sure, yeah,
because they were doing. Yeah. Now, that's one thing of this Artemis mission. You can get away with a picture like that, like the one you posted. But my point is, if you're doing a scouting mission, the LRO, that's the quality that you would expect for a scouting mission for a colony.
The Artemis mission was scouting orbits and testing out the vehicle more than trying to find a landing site.
I'm talking about this one now, the LRO, not the Artemis. What you
the
showed me was from LRO, right?
Right, the LRO's.
Or did I misunderstand you?
The LRO's mission is to image the entire moon and get accurate data of what's on the moon.
And that picture that you showed me was from the LRO?
Yes.
Okay. Now, isn't part of the LRO's mission to scout where the future colony is going to be?
Yes.
And I ask you once again, do you think the pictures that you showed me are sufficient for that mission?
Yes, they're fine. They're trying
You think
to.
the quality of the pictures?
It is. I mean, it's only a few hundred feet across, right? They're trying to find a relatively flat place for a large scale base, and so those images are sufficient for finding a place like that.
Okay, fair enough.
And we've reached the end of my knowledge about it. You'd have to talk to somebody who knows more to get any more detail than that.
I'm not saying that I know I just find this stuff fascinating, and I see a lot of holes in the story.
Yeah, fair enough. If you don't like the if you find holes in the story, okay. I just find them to be reasonable. That's all.
Yeah, cool. We won't get an argument on that from me. I'm gonna post a video for you, Matthew.
Okay, thank you.
Now, there's a part where he talks about the. I'm gonna have to go and watch it and see. I don't remember what exactly he says, because there's a part one of them says, "Oh, you're gonna get really good res pictures of the moon." He says, "I was walking down the hallway, a guy pulled me in the room, and he says," and it sounded so fake the way he was saying it. Anyways, I'm gonna go and try to listen to it and see what he says about that specific thing. But anyways, when you get a chance, have a look at this video, Matthew,
Okay,
if you
yeah,
want.
thanks.
It's the press conference. Oh, sorry, Matthew. That's the wrong one. That's not the one. That's supposed to be the live one. I'll get it for you. Hold on.
Yeah, I was looking at
This is the good one, Matthew.
Got it. Thanks.
Still there, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm here.
If you can go to minute 53, he talks about it. Very high res of the moon getting bigger and bigger, and showing contour. The contour, he says, of the trajectory. And then he says about going through the vetting process. Have a listen to that.
Okay, I'll listen.
And tell me what you think.
Okay, listen to it. He said that he saw some high resolution stuff and they were going to put it out there. That was back in November 21st. I presume it's out by now. I don't know which specific images he was talking about.
Did you hear about the process that how they vet them, how they has to go through a process?
Yeah, yeah.
Catch that part?
It comes down from the. Yeah, it comes from the spacecraft. They load it on their servers. They vet it and determine if it's suitable for public release, and then they publish it.
And that sounds okay to you? Nothing
Right.
fishy there?
No. Of course, I don't think that they're lying about everything, so I don't find anything suspicious at all in what he said.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you're honest. You think they're telling you the truth. Okay, yeah.
Right. I think they're telling the truth the whole way through. So obviously, if you think they're lying about everything, then that specific detail might seem like a red flag to you. But because I don't think they're lying, I think it's just sort of normal bureaucracy, I suppose.
Oh, fair enough. I'd say, look, if you say you believe in something, I'm not gonna. It's a belief, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like the way I have the right not to believe, you have the right to believe. Correct?
Exactly. Right.
Both of our countries are free. Well, mine is so now, but yeah, let's
Yes.
just pretend it's still
Some
free.
countries are better than others. Which country are you talking about?
Canada, believe it or not.
I'd rather live in Canada than China or Russia.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I love Canada. It's just yeah, not to get into politics, but we have a very, shall we say, not very democratic leader, or his
Yeah.
idea of democracy is kind of skewed. Yeah.
I don't know hardly anything about Canadian politics. I will say that every time I visited Canada, it was very pleasant, and I enjoyed my time there.
Yeah, it's still pleasant. It's it's just that the freedom has taken a hit lately, as has all other countries, not just Canada, right?
Yeah, there's always churn. I think some countries are opening up more, some countries are becoming less free. So sure. Well, it's near the top of the hour, so I'm gonna need to go, just because it's getting late here.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, thanks for the convo.
Yeah, thanks for the. I appreciate the links to those images, or I mean those videos. That was interesting. Thank you.
Sure. Go through the thing and tell me what you think. There's more goodies in there.
Yeah, I would be interested to hear the whole thing at some point.
Why are you guys being so loud in here? You guys calm down. I just wanted to stop by and make a public service announcement. The Earth is objectively not a magic spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum that defies physics because nature doesn't defy physics. This has been daily public service. Thank you for your attention.
And you're an idiot. They sound good too.
Can you tell me how? Oh, I'm the idiot.
Indeed.
I can ask one question and you just implode and shut
I
down.
ask one question. Could you talk with your chest like a man? Or are you just bitched out because of this FE shit?
So you call someone else an idiot, but then I can ask you one simple question and you just shut down.
Question, I'm gonna shut down.
Do you know the answer to the question, or you don't have an answer?
Have you asked the question?
How could gas pressure sit next to a vacuum?
Are you fucking serious?
Yes. You don't know? So I guess
think
it's
you
safe.
come up with some better arguments, man. Shit. Isn't this your livelihood? Isn't this your main mode of income?
You can't even answer the question, though. Why do I need to come up with better arguments? You can't even answer this one.
It's not an argument, is it?
You don't have anything?
For what? Your silly
question.
No. Don't have anything for your question.
So it's safe to say that you actually just have a belief built upon what other people told you. So you kind of have a religion and you don't fully understand it. You just blindly believe it because you are afraid of not fitting into what everyone else thinks.
Yeah, you can believe that if you want.
Well, you just basically let me know that you don't even know how to defend your belief. So
I don't have to defend my belief from someone like you. You're
well, you don't understand your belief, though. That's all I'm trying to point out to you. Yeah. Well, all right. This has been really productive. You're very good at intellectual exchange.
Dude,
I will.
You're low hanging fruit. You're dumb. You're not right in the head. You don't need a debate. You need mental help.
Yeah, but if I'm dumb, then wouldn't you just like be able to effortlessly refute my position intellectually?
We do, and you just hand wave it away with your kiss gallop bullshit.
Now you're just using the plural pronoun we because you're kind of reiterating my point, which is you can't actually think for yourself and you just are afraid to not agree with what everyone else says.
No.
Did you know that men are actually supposed to be independent thinkers and leaders in society, and they're not supposed to cuck?
Why don't you do that for yourself?
I do, right? So I know more about your religion than you do. I previously was a part of the same belief system.
Okay, good for you. You know more about my religion than me. Great. What do you want? Like an award? What do you want there?
Nah, you're boring, man. Let me just help you out here. Let me help you out here, man. You don't have an answer because there is no answer.
Smarter than you, and you know you're full of shit. It's still a question.
So this is the thing. You don't have an answer because there is no answer. You couldn't have gas pressure
No, I
sitting
don't
adjacent to a
debate.
near perfect vacuum of 10 to the
you.
negative 17 torr, and you're trying to implode and interrupt me because this makes you uncomfortable. And you know I'm about to expose the logical bankrupt nature of your entire belief system. And of course, if you claim that gravity is holding the gas pressure down next to the vacuum, then that's really antithetical to observations, as we could have gas pressure in a vacuum on the surface of the Earth, where within your paradigm, that's where gravity is the strongest. And if we are to open the container of gas within a vacuum, it will violently and quickly fill the space of the vacuum, equalizing. So if gravity is the strongest at the surface, and the vacuum is not even as strong as the assumed vacuum of space, how come gravity doesn't hold the gas pressure down in the container once you take the lid off of it next to the vacuum on the surface of the Earth? Yeah, there's no rebuttal. Oh, and if gravity is holding it down, so you're saying gravity can't hold down gas pressure next to a vacuum where it is the strongest, but it can hold gas pressure down next to a vacuum where it is weaker beside a stronger vacuum.
I hope you hold this delusion your entire life, man. I hope you die thinking the Earth's flat.
Yep, it's been about 7 years, and none of you guys can answer that question. So it's been nice exposing you. It was pretty easy. I'll catch up with you later.
Cloud.
I'm Stone, you're fucked. What do you think you're doing here, mate?
Pardon? What?
What do you think you're doing here? Just, you're here to talk shit.
Well, I'm just here to listen to the madness. I'm here to learn the truth about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, doesn't seem that way.
Aw.
So you clearly don't know anything, do you? You have nothing to add.
Add to what?
You just hear, like, the assumption that all flat earthers are dumb and don't know what they're talking about. And so that's all you have to say. Yeah, that's all you have to say. You don't know anything.
Fact. What are you here for?
Well, to hear actual intellectuals talk about our reality and to uncover the truth.
Wait, what?
You know, hence a service called Earth Awakenings. It's
Are
not
you an
called
intellectual?
just shit on to a
Are
certain
you an
extent.
intellectual?
Potentially. Well, I wouldn't call myself an intellectual, more of a mystic. So I see reality for what it is.
You consider yourself a mystic?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
What does mystic mean to you?
The only word that comes to mind right now is spiritual understanding.
So you call yourself something that you don't quite understand?
Well, that's what a mystic is. Someone who sees the world in a different light to others, who don't see it as a physical entity, as run by energies, things like that.
So, do you have magical powers?
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially. Boy.
Well, telepathy is one thing I'm trying to get into.
Telepathy?
Yeah, everyone has it, some more than others.
Oh, yeah?
But I would consider even just imagination in general as a magical power. You know, apparently 50% of the entire world don't even have a inner monologue. You heard that?
Yeah, I don't think it's quite 50%, but
Well, yeah, it's up there. That's got to be magic, isn't it?
Like, what's your definition of magic?
I don't know. You asked the question. Something that can't be
I asked
explained,
you,
I'm
what's
pretty
the
sure was the
definition of magic?
definition. Something that doesn't have an explanation.
Well, that's a phenomenon.
So, M. Stone, you didn't realize that the globe needs pseudoscience?
Hey, exactly.
What pseudoscience?
Something that you can't prove, an
No,
unfalsifiable.
what pseudoscience are you saying that it requires?
What did you say?
What pseudoscience does the globe require specifically?
You have unfalsifiable claims about relativity. Did you know that?
We're talking about the globe, though. We're talking about the shape of the Earth, right?
Talking about things appearing to contract because of space time is an unfalsifiable claim.
Okay.
That's pseudoscience within the globe
It
model.
doesn't apply to the Earth either.
You know, there's two theories for what's causing the spherical shape of celestial objects. There's Newtonian, Big G, and then there's the special theory of relativity from Einstein.
Oh, really? You think they're
Yeah,
separate?
you got to pick one to subscribe to. Which
Really?
pseudoscience do you think is real? Mass attracting mass?
You think Einstein superseded Newton? Is that what you're saying?
So you don't think mass attracts mass, right?
So I don't think what?
Mass attracts mass.
Where did you get that from?
Newton.
Okay.
Newton claims that the celestial objects in the sky
Newton.
are the result of mass attracting mass.
What about it?
That's a claim that hasn't been verified. It's falsified. It's like
Oh, it's been verified.
you don't have proof of that.
Yes, we do.
Pseudoscience.
Just don't accept it.
I'm just highlighting how believing in a globe, you literally need to believe that some shit you can't demonstrate is happening. That would be pseudoscience.
What shit can't we demonstrate?
Well, I'm just wondering, have you ever seen a sphere come to be as the result of just being amongst space?
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what mass attracting mass claims.
No, that's gravity forming spheres.
What do you think gravity is?
It's a force?
Mass attracting mass. You're saying that the cause of things falling down is because an object with a center of mass will attract other mass to its center. That's Newton. And you have to subscribe to that to be a glober.
What are you trying to do here? Just show off that you don't know anything? I don't
Pseudoscience in the
understand
globe model.
the tactic here.
I'm highlighting the pseudoscience in the globe model.
You haven't highlighted any pseudoscience. You've highlighted your misunderstandings of quite a few things.
I'm misunderstanding.
Yes, you misunderstand.
You clearly don't have any critical thinking, and you're just going off, the mainstream. You can't see reality for what it is, and you can't even address what his questions are, what he's saying.
Yeah, I think there's two distinct differences between mass attracting mass and space-time bending.
Okay.
Yeah, one claims that the forces are from the center of mass. The other claims it's from a two-dimensional plane of space-time.
No, 4-dimensional.
Is it four-dimensional now?
4-dimensional. You can have a 2-dimensional space-time, but that wouldn't be bent by time.
Oh, hey, Zanuck. Yeah, Zanuck
Hey.
knows.
So which one do you
But
prefer? Both work.
You would agree they're two different theories for what's causing downward acceleration.
Yeah, there was a magical attraction that was in Newtonian. They didn't really know what could cause it. They didn't believe that it was possible to have some magical attraction. And then Newton came up with relativity, where between special and general relativity, you have the bending and warping of space-time due to time dilation, which causes the bending and warping of space-time. General relativity.
There you go.
And you can pick either one. For most cases, they usually work for things that we deal with on the Earth.
You have to pick one, meaning that neither have been proven.
What do you mean proven? Things aren't proven in science. They're theories.
Exactly. It hasn't been proven.
No, there's no.
You don't understand scientific theory, then, I guess.
The theories are what has been shown to work. They're substantiated with mountains of evidence, and they're validated and never contradicted. Once you contradict the theory, then the theory is thrown out. Even a part of the theory, throw the whole theory out and start again. But they haven't been able to do it. In fact, the accuracy which they can predict things now with special and general relativity is far beyond what you can get from Newtonian mechanics.
Yep.
Why do you fall off a building and not feel like you feel like you're floating? Why do you feel like you're in free fall? Yeah, we know you're accelerating.
The
We can
downward
see.
acceleration is real. It's just the cause of
Okay,
it.
why don't you? Fine, but why don't you feel
What's
it?
the cause of it?
No. Why don't you feel it? That's the most important part right here.
Why don't I feel it? Well, I would have to jump off a building to know that.
Yeah, you've jumped off a diving board or you've been on a trampoline. As soon as your feet leave the trampoline, you're in free fall, even when you go up, and you feel
Yeah,
weightless.
I could feel the force of my body going up and then
No,
going down.
you can't, and you can't feel it going down either. That's you're assuming that.
Well, I got to go jump on a trampoline right
Well,
now.
you could, and here's what you should do. Here's what you do when you go to jump on that trampoline. Bring a box of something inside the box, maybe a clear plexiglass, or even a bottle. Put a marble inside the bottle or something, and then jump on the trampoline with a marble inside. And you'll see that inside that bottle, the marble will be floating. When as soon as you leave that trampoline, it'll be floating on the way up and on the way down. The point is,
Yeah, like let's say I put a marble in a jar.
Just trust me that happens. But
Yeah,
when
I'm
it
saying
happens,
let's put a marble in a jar and jump on a
Yeah.
trampoline. You're saying that's going to be not stuck to the bottom when I'm going up.
right at the moment that your feet leave the fabric of the trampoline, that marble will go from being stuck to the bottom because of acceleration. That is a proper acceleration, by the way, to floating evenly within that bottle on the way up and on the way down until you make contact again. Now, just take that for face value. How is that possible? How is that possible if you're falling downward and we can measure your acceleration from the moment you hit the apex or even the moment you leave the fabric? But let's just make it simple. Apex of this jump. On the way down, we measure the accelerate 9.8 meters per second squared. How is it possible to have this measured acceleration, yet something is floating in the box that is going through the acceleration? That's the conundrum you have to deal with. And that's why Newtonian mechanics fell apart, because of that particular, grossly generalized assessment or example. But it kind of hits the nail on the head. Once you answer that, you've solved the problem that you're looking to solve. What causes it? Electrostatics doesn't answer it. Magnetism doesn't answer it. Nothing answers it. Only a magical force that attracts stuff can answer it. Or bending, warping of space-time. Now, there could be others, but that's all we know of right now.
Well,
So what
claimed causes for the downward acceleration. We just need a cause for it.
That's a cause, bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, we could come up with another cause. Like, I don't
Come
know.
up with one. Electrostatics doesn't work because we already know that.
Well, there's the one. That's the one I would have tried to argue.
But it wouldn't work because you know. I mean, you absolutely, even Witsit would know this once he breaks it down, that everything has different charges. Some have less than others, and they will accelerate at different rates when those forces are applied to those objects. Yet we see everything, regardless of what it's made out of, a feather, a lead ball, gold ball, helium, whatever it is, everything accelerates at the same rate.
I mean, you can manipulate the rate of acceleration using, playing with the electrostatics.
Yeah, but each object will accelerate. Whatever you have it set for will accelerate differently. And gravity.
But you're manipulating the variable.
It's non-preferential. It shows no preference. It doesn't matter what the material is. It will always accelerate at 9.8 meters per second, which means the force is proportional to the mass.
Until you change that rate of acceleration using...
You have to have different settings. I'm saying whatever setting you have, everything will accelerate differently for that same setting. I mean, the point is, if the Earth is electrostatic, it has some setting, and it's going to affect everything differently. That's just common sense. Where gravity doesn't work that way. Gravity allows everything to accelerate at one rate, and that means that the force is proportional to the mass. Or the path that the object has taken is the same for all objects, based on the bending and warping of space-time. Space-time's warped. The free fall, this weightless condition you're in when you're jumping or you're orbiting, is following a geodesic path. Even if it's in the center of the Earth, you're actually now inertial. You're following the correct path, even if you're in the center of the Earth, because the path isn't physical through some object; it's actually through time. You're not changing the time of that object when it's at the center of the mass. It is inertial. Or when it's orbiting, it's in an inertial state. Or when you jump out a trampoline, you're in an inertial state.
No way. I'm at rest when I'm jumping on a trampoline?
Yep.
No way.
I know, it's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow. I get it.
Yeah.
Everything's accelerating to you. That's why you're floating. I mean, you think about, God, no way, that's not possible. And you go, wait a minute, yeah, he's right. You're floating. You are floating. I've always floated when I jumped off shit. In free fall, you're in a vomit comet. Everybody's floating in the vomit comet. But what's happening? The thing's making a parabolic path, which gives everyone an acceleration of about 10 meters per second squared. And everybody floats. We're all inertial. Equal.
But lucky for the globe bottle, you guys got 2 quote-unquote already approved options where, these people that are trying to formulate new ideas,
None of them work.
that downward acceleration, it does need a different cause.
Why?
Well, because we don't think that the objects above us are similar to what we're standing on. I don't believe that we walk on the moon.
Prove it.
Well, that's a belief. So beliefs are pseudoscience, right?
Well, I would like for you to verify that you walked on the moon.
Well, we have pictures of the tracks of the lunar rover and the crap we left there, all the garbage, all their hamburger wrappers and candy wrappers were all left on the moon. We can see it.
You're funny.
Incorrect.
All their burnouts, all you can all see it tracked from the orbiters.
I have a question, mate. You say mass attracts mass, but what about the fact that quantum mechanics proves that mass doesn't even potentially exist. It's just a code.
No,
It's
mass
only
doesn't.
according to our
Mass,
senses it
mass
exists.
doesn't attract mass. It seems like it does, but it doesn't. There's no gravitational
Also,
field.
there's no gravity. So that's what you just
There's
said
gravity.
yourself.
No, there is gravity. We don't see the effects of gravity quantum level, but we see them at the macro level and at the galactic level. But we say that's not there's no gravitational field. There's no force of gravity. It is a pseudo force, and it is caused by the bending warping of space-time. So things that appear to be attracted to something are not being attracted at all.
You just said it yourself, didn't you?
They're following a geodesics. They're following a geodesics path. In complete, utter, forceless, non-inertial movement.
So toroidal fields is basically what you're saying.
There's no fields. You're
How
just
is there
following a
not?
geodesic. You're just following your free fall. Nothing's happening.
Geodesic.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is.
Why is
I
that
don't know.
funny?
I've never heard of it. I don't know what
Well,
the fuck is
that's
geodesic.
part of the problem. That's part of the problem, right? You haven't heard of it before. Now you should probably find out about it.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Look it up. Yeah. Geodesy is what tells where these objects will move.
Okay.
Well, this was like binary to me. A geodesic is just an interpretation of binary, 1 and 0, the shortest path. Correct?
No.
How is it not? What's the
geodesic.
shortest path between 1 and 0?
Yeah, it's the shortest. It's the shortest path of a
path
curved line.
between 1 and 0.
The shortest path is 1 to 0. Correct.
What?
What are you talking
There you
about?
go. You heard it
What'd
here
you look
first.
up? Maybe you looked up the wrong word.
I looked up geodesic and I read it.
Look at geodesy.
Geodesy?
Yeah.
Or a geodesic line.
Or yeah, geodesic line. Maybe that's even better.
I still have an issue, Zanuck. Like, how come you guys got these two awesome options? Like, two completely contradicting causes for your downward acceleration. You just get to pick. It's
They're
not
not
fair.
contradicting. One is more accurate than the other. They both
They're not contradicting.
No, not at all. One just leaves out the cause. One says it's magic that this attraction that we see, this gravity that we can measure, is caused by some magical cause, and the other says no, we have a bending warping of space time because everybody's going through time together, and when you're on or you're near a large mass, then time slows down for you. And the difference between the time near the object versus not near the object is the reason that these geodesics curve. They bend around.
Mate, I just looked up geodesic line, and guess what? It's all about toroids. It's all about toroidal fields. Funny that.
Yeah.
I even sent you a screen
Your
cap.
algorithm owns.
So geodesic line, if you look in it like from the Encyclopedia of Mathematics, a geometric concept is a generalization of a concept of a straight line or a segment straight line in Euclidean geometry to spaces of a more general type. Definitions of geodesic lines in various spaces depend on the particular structure, metric, line, element, linear connection, on which geometry of a particular space is based. Geometry of spaces in which the metric is considered to be specific in advance. Geodesic lines are defined as the locally shortest. Remember that. In spaces with a connection, a geodesic line is defined as a curve for which a tangent vector field is parallel along this curve. Goes on. Equations. So what it's basically saying, and an example of this would be a geodesic line would be you're at the equator, your buddy's at the equator, you start walking northward. Eventually, you will get it closer and closer together. And because you're getting closer together, that's a geodesic because they're both straight lines, yet you both end up at the same spot getting closer together. So how could that be straight? if you're getting closer together as you move. The reason is it's a spherical shape. So you have Euclidean geometry that comes into play here, and these arcs are parallel to one another, but yet they are not. They get closer together as they move northward, for example, from the equator. They're both straight, but yet they're not straight. So you can say there's a pseudo.
Mate.
You say there's a pseudo force that
He
pulls these
doesn't
two objects
understand
together.
it.
So there's a pseudo force that pulls these two objects together, because if you actually had a bar between you and you were forcibly following these lines, you'd start putting more and more pressure on this bar. And if it was soft enough, you could compress the bar, and it would take a lot of force to do it, because maybe it's made out of aluminum or something, or tinfoil. Let's say tinfoil. It would start compressing, and it would take some force to do it. All you're doing is following a straight line. You're not doing anything. But the fact that you're following the geodesics, a straight line, is creating a force. That would be a pseudo force. So the bending and warping of time, or the time dilation, is the fundamental cause of the bending and warping of space-time.
Geez, Zanuck, I don't remember you having this good a grasp of this.
We don't talk about it that much ever before, for some reason.
Space and time.
What is he grasping? Hold on, dude. You acted like you didn't even know. So what do you think he's grasping?
The concept you're not able to grasp?
Oh, because I brought up something to you. You acted like you didn't know. Now Zanuck is explaining it. Now you're an expert.
Did I say I was an expert? What are you talking about, man?
Well, I was just kind of surprised when I asked you my question. You didn't really have anything to say.
I don't remember. Who are you?
I asked you, which do you subscribe to? Mass attracting mass? Or the bending and warping of space-time?
Yes, that's not a either or question.
So if you were listening to Zanuck, you would know that it is, in fact, different from each other.
Do you think this is my first rodeo, man? Do you think this is the first time I've been around?
It sounds like it.
FE?
Yeah, it does.
I'm sure it
Well,
sounds
you
like
gotta
it to
pick.
you. You're
I mean,
uninitiated.
we're talking about the cause of
not
downward
very educated.
acceleration.
Regardless of that, quantum mechanics proves that time doesn't necessarily exist, and this is kind of mainstream. So, and neither does space. So, space and time, you say, the bending of this as if it's something objective, which is not
Well, no,
true.
we know there's actually, in the equation, there's actually an equivalence factor between Newtonian and Einsteinian equations, but you can just look at the fact that we know, and we have to utilize the fact that we know time dilates when it's further, when it's closer to masses. So that's why we count on it when we have GPS satellites that actually count on that differential in time. If that doesn't happen, they wouldn't work. So we do know it does dilate, and if you work it through the equations, it will show you that the bending warping of time, bending warping of space-time, is caused by this mere fact that time does slow down when you get near mass, and the consequence of that is the bending warping of the space-time fabric, as they call it.
But how has that been proven? Like, I'm interested how they proved that.
Well, the simplest one is just seeing stars behind an eclipse. That should be behind the eclipse. You actually see it because the light bends around that object. It's not refraction. It's not diffraction. It's not any kind of magic. It's what we see is a bending of light around an object, because we're seeing something that should be.
I saw the
in line.
gravitational
Yeah.
waves, wasn't that last year?
We measure gravitational waves when we see a star explode in another galaxy.
Seeing a star bend around an object? What do you mean?
We see a star that normally is in line, and when it gets behind the sun, we shouldn't see it anymore. But yet, when we can see it from behind the sun, so it basically moves, its angular position moves slightly, and that movement, where now it's in the field of view where it shouldn't be, because they know they've mapped out what stars are, and they know them relative to the sun wherever it is. And they only see it in special situations when you have like an eclipse, because then you can see things that are around the corona of the sun, and they see these stars that shouldn't be seen. And they noticed that in the late 1800s.
Like they would be obstructed.
It would be obstructed by the sun, yeah, because sun blocks things that are behind it. And now suddenly we see stars that are usually close to the edge, behind the edge of the sun, above the edge of the sun. We see it clear, and only right there, so it actually changes the this angular position change too as the sun moves away from it. So it slows down, speeds up, that kind of thing.
Instead of saying that the position of the sun causes the apparent position of the stars to bend and appear not obstructed, why not just say stars aren't that far away?
Because they move where they should be. There's a constant angular velocity of these stars that we see with respect to the Earth. Even though the Earth is moving, doesn't matter which one's moving. The angular velocity is still known where they change position versus time. And then when they get to the sun, it slows down and stops and then speeds up again and then is gone. So we know that the light is bending around the sun. Now you can say, oh, maybe the sun is causing the light to bend around it. And we say, yes, it is. That's what's happening. Oh, but it's happening because it's optically moving. Well, that's a stretch, and that can be disproven as well.
Well, that's on the presumption that these stars are physical entities, right? And somehow abide by our laws that we experience here.
What
And
they
you have some evidence that they don't.
Yeah, I think they're ethereal.
They're ethereal?
I don't think we can go there. They're not suns. Nah.
They're not? What are they?
That's a good question, isn't it? Or some sort of something
So
that.
you have no answer, but you won't accept ours.
No, I don't accept it at all. I don't think stars are suns like ours.
Well, all these signatures that we see from them, knowing what we do about nuclear reactions and our own sun, all seem to point that they are just suns like ours, just in different sizes and intensities.
You
Sorry,
think he
what
understands
indication?
the sun as a nuclear reactor? Do you think he? Yeah.
What's the indication again?
The spectral analysis of the light, the electromagnetic radiation coming from it, from them, from our sun, and the spectral analysis of these stars comes up with a signature that's very similar.
Interesting.
Not to mention we can tell how far they are away too by doing simple things like parallax.
They're definitely not as far away as they say.
Well, they are, because we know when you do a measurement, for example, on one side of our orbit around the sun to the other, based on that distance it has to be around the sun, we can measure it along the way, by the way. We just do a simple bit of math, and we can figure out that it's for every 1 arc second of deviation, that star will be about 14 trillion light years away, or 14 trillion miles away.
You say light years, but according to you, space and time bend.
No, I corrected myself.
He misspoke.
14 trillion light years away. I did it again.
But how do we know that's an exact measurement?
Stop. 14 trillion miles away, not light years.
14
exactly,
trillion
miles or light years, sorry.
14 trillion miles.
That would be
14 trillion miles away.
Space and time allegedly bends, right? So who's to say that's the actual physical distance?
It only bends around when it's near mass. And the light bends around large massive objects like black holes or suns or other stars. These stars are not, we have a direct line of sight to them.
What if this is all just misinterpretation?
And they said they show a constant
How
angular
can it
velocity.
be misinterpretation? People have navigated by the stars since.
People have navigated the stars? What is this?
Navigated by
Star Trek?
By the stars.
Navigated by the stars.
Okay, so they interpreted light signals but according to you guys, space-time bends. So who's to say it's not all just an illusion of something, just an interpretation of how light works? But we already see through quantum mechanics, light doesn't work as it appears. It seems to be quantum, obviously.
Do you
So
ever
there's
feel
something
like
else
you're
going on there. Hey, do I feel like what? Come on, finish it. Well, there's something funny going on with the light, that's for sure. And I think we can't take these observations literally.
No, all these stars appear to have the same constant angular velocity unless they do get near our sun. Otherwise, it seems constant. So nothing seems to be bending because no matter how we look at them, what angle we look at them, they're all in the positions where they should be, and that angular velocity doesn't change.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like the zodiac. Doesn't change, does it?
Oh, the constellation. I mean, the stars do
will?
move slightly. They all move slightly. Over millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years, 25,000 years. We'll see Polaris not be the North Star anymore. It'll be
Yep.
the star.
There's North Star.
Yeah, the North Star won't be. Polaris won't be the North Star.
In 25,000 years, fuck yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a new North Star. But you know what's great about that? Regardless of where it is, we do know wherever the star is, we know that every time you move 60 nautical miles, that star will move 1 degree in the sky from where you were at the same time. And it goes for everything: the sun, the moon, everything. So for somehow celestial navigation works for all the right reasons, but everybody in the flat Earth community knows that it works as well, but doesn't understand why. I've yet to find a scientist. They'll get caught up in the horizon and refraction and the dip angle, and that'll go on for hours and days and weeks just about that. Then you bring up the vertical and to say it's just a deviation from vertical being the co-altitude angle, and then they'll go, oh, that's the apparent location of this, that, and the other. Yet it all still works. We still know how far we are to certain things, and we do know the angle change from those objects, and it can't work on a dome or a flat surface. It doesn't.
Well, I'll agree with you actually. In a context, like under certain psychedelic experiences, where my brain obviously is more connected and has more. I wouldn't say it's an hallucination. The point is, it's more in tune to what it's perceiving.
Evidence that that's
And
true.
well, you've never experienced it. People who have can relate. Anyway, you can physically see the distance between stars. So I can agree that you can somehow measure that because you can see the distance between the stars. It's almost like they're on a grid system. So speaking from experience, yes, potentially we can observe some sort of illusory distance.
You're observing an illusory distance.
Like when you look at the stars sober, it seems to be all just like, just lights. You can't see the distance between them. But when you're in certain states, you can see the brightness of each one, and they're like dots on a plane, or a 3D plane, obviously, but you can see that they're different distances.
So when you're inebriated, the stars change.
Sorry?
When you're
They appear to be different distances away. Not inebriated, that's your interpretation. It's not like being drunk. It's like, obviously...
That's what...
Well, let's just say, have you seen what a brain scan looks like of someone on psychedelics?
Yes.
Your brain is more in tune to what it perceives.
More in tune?
Completely. It's more in tune.
More in tune to what?
What it perceives. Everything. It's like...
Oh, it's more in tune to everything, huh?
Well, I could show you like visual depictions of all the like connections that it's
so do you think you're more intelligent
1,000 times more connected.
You take psychedelics?
Yes, obviously.
Really?
Like, that's not even a debate. It's not like being on fucking like drinking or something. Well, drinking does stimulate some people, more than Europeans. So
definitely done more psychedelics than you. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure you have, but you're clearly not. You're probably just wanking the whole time or something, because you clearly weren't doing actual observations of your own reality while under.
Yeah, I wasn't under the delusion that it
Yeah,
increased
delusion.
my
There you go.
intelligence when I dropped a tab of acid.
Because clearly not many people have the ability to get in touch with their own soul, and they just pass it off as like
You're
some sort of
special.
trippy hallucination. No, I'm not. Not just me. Plenty of
Well, you
people are.
are. You're one of the
Well, you
few
see.
that's
Yeah,
able
there you
to
go.
get
Thanks, man.
in touch.
My racist negative blood, bro.
Quite a feat.
Yeah, I imagine it's something like placebo taking some capsule vitamins or something. Like if you don't think that the vitamin is going to do something for you, then it probably won't.
Yeah, that too, eh? And yeah, some people just don't have the personality type or whatever it may be. I can get like very out there with what it may be, like some sort of something to do with your soul, but at the end of the day, yeah, intentions.
Right, intentions. Exactly what I meant. Like if you take some hallucinogens and you tell yourself, "Oh, I'm just not going to know anything while I'm doing this," then have fun not knowing anything while you do it. If you assume that that's what they're for, then that's on you.
But anyway, the point was these stars do appear to have distance, right? But we can observe that with our own eyes, right? Under these certain states, and I can confirm this as happening. So there's something funny going on with the light there for sure. Because if they were the distance they were, there's no way my eye would be able to pick that up. Obviously, this is like it's hard to prove because it's coming from my own personal experience, and you just have
Yeah,
to take it for granted. But
yeah. The positions of the stars changing definitely shows that they're local, if you ask me.
yeah, they're local in an ethereal sense. Like they appear, you can probably measure them, and they appear to be like these trillions and millions of miles away. But in actual sense of reality, they don't follow the
You know what
same
redshift is?
laws
Not right.
here.
Or
Like
that.
they don't follow the same 10-meter distance that we have here. Maybe they do in a way, but not in our bodies sort of sense.
Oh, what's
You've got to
redshift?
take
Do you
into
want to tell
account
us
our
what
brains
redshift?
and eyes. Sorry.
I was just asking Stone. Do you want to tell us what you think redshift is?
What I think redshift is. It's the wavelength of the light shifts. You've not heard of this before?
No, I know about redshift and the cosmic microwave background. I looked it up months ago. I haven't. It's been a minute since I looked into it.
But you still think the stars are close? Or we don't know distance?
Well, this magical infinite distance you give the stars is a baseless assumption. It's certainly not based on any observations.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so how are we so confident in the distance to the stars when we know for a fact that we've never been there? It's my understanding that you can't know a measured distance to something until you actually know the position of the object. So claiming that an object is light years away, but you didn't actually measure it is ridiculous. It shouldn't be a part of your model.
Again, we do measure it. So it's very accurately measured. 14 trillion miles of some stars. Plus or minus a trillion. What's
I
a trillion?
understand the means of our measuring to the star. We use interferometry, we use spectroscopy, we use like all kinds of like
Nope,
supposed what?
None of that's used. None of that's used.
How are you measuring the distance to a star?
Parallax.
No, that's the distance to the GP of the star.
No. Why? Where did you get that from?
I'm asking how you measure the distance to a star.
Yes, that's how you get
He
the distance.
just told you.
Yeah, thank you.
If you're measuring parallax, that's going to tell you. Oh my god!
Why are you laughing?
Really, Zanik?
Gotta tell you what.
Zanik, hold on. You know that's not what parallax measures, man. It's not the distance to the stars, to the GP.
What do you mean the GP? Like on the Earth GP? Global
Yeah.
position? No,
Yeah,
that's not what.
angle measurements to a
That's
star
not
at
what.
your
That's not.
zenith at a ground position.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
Doesn't.
what?
Are you that lost? Seriously, that's kind of silly. You're even saying that.
Why are
No,
you saying you know the
because it
distance to the
doesn't
star
find
using
the GP.
parallax?
It doesn't find the GP. It doesn't find the ground position at all. It's not what you use parallax for.
Oh my god. How do you get the distance to a star using parallax? Go ahead, let me know.
Are you going to listen or are you going to just laugh? So one way to do it would be to know the circumference of the.
There you go. You got an assumed distance already.
No, you measure it. You measure the distance because we know a radius of the sun at any given point in the year, and we find the same point on the ellipsoid 180 degrees opposed, so basically 6 months apart. And then you measure to that star at that 6-month deviation. That means you're completely on the other side of the sun, and that distance between you is known, and then you get a value for where that star moved in your field of view, and then angular deviation is called parallax, and that angle of 1 arc second relates to about 14 trillion miles each arc second.
Well, you already got an assumed circumference, bro.
How? We measure it. You want to know how we measure the sun? We can do it in step by step if you'd like. We can do the easy way, which is radio waves. You know,
what happens after 6 months?
We're 180 degrees opposed on that circular path.
Say that again.
We're 180 degrees opposed. We're on the other side of the sun, directly opposed to where
So
you
you're
were.
assuming you're on the opposite side of the sun.
We measure we're on the opposite side of it. Not like we see that happen on the sun, but we can measure it.
Oh, you're using A to confirm B and B to confirm A, and you've not confirmed either.
We measure the distance to the sun. We know that we revolve around the sun. We can see it. We can measure it.
How do you know you revolve around the sun?
We can measure it.
How?
Multitude of ways. Radio waves, for one.
Okay.
Right away, when I asked how you measure the distance to a star, you gave me you already gave me a distance. You said, okay, you take the distance you already know.
You take the distance you already know, because that's how you use triangulation and how you use parallax. Find a distance, and then you find the inlet and compare to the angle which it resides in the sky.
So you're referring to the Earth's orbital diameter?
What?
Correct.
Correct. See, the distance that we already know is the Earth's orbital diameter. No assumptions happening here.
No, they aren't measured. These are measured values. Are you saying we don't know how far the sun is away from us?
Hey, go back to high school, man. Stay in high school.
Well, let me give you some high school, because you've probably heard of Aristarchus and Eratosthenes. So let's just talk about Aristarchus for a second. Do you know what he found? What did Aristarchus do? High school guy. High school dropout, physics class, took film instead, film class, art appreciation, comic book reading in your fourth period, your dead period.
Look, I'll humble myself to your scholastic attributes, okay?
Hey,
But that doesn't mean I'm not going to call you out for you're in a top world, like, best of the top universities type of discussion, and you're like, always, I'm in high school. I'm high school level. High school level isn't good enough for this dude. This dude every time exposes you. It's so easy, and it's like everyone's too polite to just rip you open when you do this bullshit. You have to admit you're assuming this orbital fucking diameter distance. You don't know this.
We do. So you think we can figure out how far the sun is away from us?
You're talking about taking a measurement, and then you say, okay, I already know the measurement. And then you say, how do you confirm that other measurement? And you say, okay, well, we already know this other measurement that confirms it.
Right. So you know you can measure. Let's go back to basics. So you know how triangulation works, right? You know how trigonometry works. Let's start there. Trigonometry. Do you understand like opposite over adjacent, inverse tangent, this kind of
No,
stuff?
you don't gotta ask us questions. You can just tell us, bro.
Okay, so we can measure a tree by knowing top of the tree without going to the top of the tree, just by how far we are to the base and the angle which the top resides. By knowing that angle and how the distance to the base, we know exactly how, within the accuracy of that measurement, exactly how tall the tree is. So that same technique is used to figure out how far, like the moon is, for example. The distances on the Earth, two different spots. See the angle difference between the two. Call your bloke over in New York. You're in California. Measure the angle in the sky for a moon you all can see. And
yeah, Zanuck, I think the point is nobody disputes that that's a possibility that's correct, right?
This is correct. Of course, it's correct.
But what the problem is you don't know that that's correct.
We know it's correct. So we know trigonometry has never been disputed. Now, just hear me out. So now Aristarchus said, well, if we know the distance to the moon, we know it's 235,000 miles away. We know, for example, that we can take a quarter moon or a half moon that you see lit up in the sky, a line right down the middle, perfect down the middle. We can make sure that it's perfect. It's only perfect a few times a year. And that means the sun is directly in opposition of it. With respect to you, there's a 90-degree angle between the sun, the moon, and you. And then you measure the angle between your feet and the sun, and that angle will tell you how many times further away the sun is than the moon. So you already know how far the moon is because you measured it. Now you know how far the sun is because you just did some more math. You find out that it's 300 times further away, and you'll get reasonably close to the 90 million miles away number that you need to know. And so if you know it's 90 million miles away, then you can do other tests to figure out. Then you know how far it is away. You can figure out how far the diameter is of this orbit.
Yeah, you're pretty sure it's that far away. You're not really going to entertain any exotic models that could reproduce the phenomenon with any other balance.
Remember, we're staying in high school here. We're staying in high school. We're not going.
And
to
that's the problem.
Exotic. No.
We know the speed.
Yeah, exotic is college, right? College and beyond. We're staying in high school, so we don't care if it's 90 million miles, 93 million miles.
You're not listening, though. That's really the problem, man. These people, we're not satisfied with. You see how you don't listen?
What are you putting forward?
We didn't interrupt each other much at all until it was like, no, it's not a Zanuck. That's a defensive trigger. It's like I shouldn't generalize like this, but I know a lot of women that remind me with that type of behavior, man.
No, so if you counteract what I'm trying to say, we talked about how you do it. I tell you how you do it, then you find another. It's like, yeah, a lot of women do that too. There's always something, right? Never satisfied, honey. No matter what I do, you're acting like a woman. So
Right,
I
but
gave you,
you
so I
gotta
gave you, honey,
listen.
I gave
Your
you,
high
I
school
gave you,
possibility
I'm
doesn't mean
talking,
that you
I'm talking.
know
I
that's
gave
a
you the answer.
fact.
I told you where I went last night. Now you want to know who I talked to. Now you want to know which girls I talked to. And you want to know what they look like. And did I look at their boobs? I mean, this is what you're doing to me. So now you're talking your language. You understand what I'm talking about here? So we don't care. The answer was, are these stars real far away? Yeah. Trillions of trillions of millions of miles away? Yes. We don't care if they're 14 trillion per arc second of deviation, or 10 trillion, or 5 trillion, or even a 1 trillion. They're freaking shitload distances away, and that's what's debating here. We don't care about getting accuracy. That comes into the graduate courses. That's the master class. We're not there yet. We're still in high school. So I stayed in high
I
school.
disagree. See,
Your
that's
answer
where
was not
I don't agree
satisfying.
with you, man.
Well,
I
you don't
see
have
it
to
the
agree
other
with
way
me.
around. People are
I just say what
understanding your
you
little bullshit, and then they're going, but you're still having assumptions involved. So if one wasn't true, the other wouldn't be true, the other wouldn't be true. And you got to
What
go
assumption?
all the way back to the foundation, man.
What assumption?
No assumptions.
When
Remember
they're being
accuracy.
exposed.
No assumptions. I told you.
Keep going again. Go back down your fucking your
Well, you
chain
weren't
again.
because you weren't listening. I'll do it real quick. We did the measurements based on the accuracy. That's how good the answers are. So there's still answers. They still tell you what's going on. They might not be perfectly accurate. That's for the master class.
You're
That's for
assuming the
graduate
distance to the
students.
sun.
All we
No,
cared
you're
about is
in the
the
master
fundamental.
class now. See, that's what
Why
you
are you
don't get.
talking over
You
me?
you can't hide behind
You're
the
doing
master
exactly
class.
you did exactly what you told me I was doing. The defense mechanism that you have talking over me while I've just explained something really simple to you that we gave you your answer and you don't like it, so then you start talking over me.
Your assumptions are still going to be there after you stop screaming.
No assumptions. We've measured.
Ah,
Oh well,
one
yeah.
day maybe you'll touch something in the
Real.
heavens.
Assuming trigonometry is real.
Your
Yeah,
head
because
will pop off. Tell me about that half a arc second again. 14 trillion miles. And how you're not assuming any trillion, billion, kabillions.
One parsec for an arc second, a deviation of that star at 6 months apart, viewed from the Earth.
Zanuck, you have presumed measurements.
No, measured measurements. We measure it. Those are the answers. If you don't like the measurements, then take additional measurements. Make your own measurements.
Just seems like every time we hear one of your little high school stories, it always has a presumption in it. And then when it's time to go deeper, you say people got to stay in high school.
Because we gave the answer using the high school level. You want to get deeper before you even accept the high school answer.
Yeah, but admit every time you give one of these answers, it has a fucking assumption in it.
What's the assumption?
Something that has not been tangibly measured.
We have measured tangibly.
Oh my God. You have not done a falsification on the other possibility. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like you just make one guess. That's not science, brother.
You can go prove
making one guess and falsifying nothing else. That's not science. To
Go
that.
ahead. So, the radio waves to show how far the Earth is from the sun, where the Earth is to the moon. All these are things you can falsify.
Hold up. Here's the problem, Zanuck. You think saying the radio waves confirm a distance, we should be able to
bounce.
One second. All right, we should be able to
radio
logically. Hold up. Tell me if you disagree, Stone, as well. If you can make the statement, Zanuck, the radio waves infer the distance to the sun or moon, right? You could invert that logic and look for scientific perspective and say, okay, well, I say the radio waves infer the distance that the moon is, therefore they also infer the distance that it falsifies distances that the moon is not, right? You could say it both ways, right? Right, Zanuck?
What?
You think that
What
you
the hell
say
did you
the
say?
moon is 240,000 miles based on this data. We also know the moon is not 300,000 miles. So you posing like you're saying that. You're posing like you have done rigid scientific experiment, that society has done rigid scientific experiment to pose and falsify. The moon is not 300,000 miles away. The moon is not 50,000 miles away. You've done some inference saying it looks like it isn't, but you've not done any manipulation of independent variables, tangible, fucking logical, experimental setting shit. You're just guessing, bro. No falsification. You have to manipulate the fucking object and the fucking phenomenon you're talking about. You know you're fucking talking out your ass, dude. You know you just believe in the most likely story. That doesn't mean you get to turn around and say you know. That doesn't mean you get to even pretend you're at some fucking 5 sigma fucking confidence, bro. You're in high
You
school.
still do this shit,
No,
huh?
this is the point. High school doesn't deal
Fucking damn
with
near
5 sigma, bro. And then he wants to stay in fucking high school. It's not fucking fair.
It's not fucking fair. Jesus.
You don't get to act like you're so confident you know it. If you're true to science, you need to be like open and shit. You need to be talking about the alternatives and how it could be. You ain't shit.
How are
You
you
telling the
shit?
same
What
old
have you
story
studied, man?
over and over and over and over and over. Because I could sit here and call this man Zanuck out for years, and he's still gonna respect it and love it and say hi, what's up, Don? I love you tomorrow. Because
He's still right.
he
You're
knows he
still
loves this
wrong.
truth bullshit. He knows he loves it.
I think you get off on us too.
I actually came to say what's up to Electric and apologize because he was, I generalize sometimes like fuck everybody. Electric, you chill, bro.
I think you're a
Sorry about the
smart
other day.
man.
Sorry about the other day, dude.
No,
Like when I'm like
you're
fuck everybody.
totally good, man.
You
I
were just like,
remember the other day, and I thought you made
nah,
a
I could explain easily where people's flaws are, how they don't understand pictures equate to the phenomenon they're talking about. And they don't it's just so easily simply busted open. So easily busted open.
Is it?
My man, but we'll go, whatever. But
You're
fuck this fucking
delusional.
bullshit, man.
Probably need some
Nah,
meds.
dude, someone made me take a shot of Hennessy tonight, bro. I'm like hype. I never drink.
Okay then.
Straight up. And they were like, don't pour no pussy ones. Pour like half a fucking cup. I see people wanting to know more, like the deepest shit. I'll gladly free anybody from the high school chains.
You know what I've been thinking about lately, man? I don't mean to change the subject so crazy, but imagine there was nothing and like God didn't create everything. Like imagine like we weren't here. That's so fucked up. Like he literally made us, bro. That's fucking nuts. Or here, I don't know what it is. Like lately I've just like it hits me so deep randomly the past few days where I'm just like, wow, there could be absolutely nothing happening. Like existence could literally cease to be. And the fact that we exist and life and being a human and experiencing nature and everything is all because of him, and we're all dealing with existence, and there could be nothing. And that's fucked up. Like, what are we dealing with?
Oh yeah. And then you think of the different, what would be called more or less. And then if you put yourself humble and just even just put yourself in the middle, think about what else is, or could be, or was.
That's why I'm starting to realize this might all be a big ass Hegelian dialectic psyop to argue shapes. And the deeper stuff has more to do with our, like, where we really come from.
I do hope it's like where it's everybody's you know how you think it is to you, right? It's just everybody's on their own, right? Um, that you know that be chill. That's chill. I hope it's kind of like that, as opposed to like, I hope it's not where if there were outside watchers, or like some of these scenarios you'll see in a movie where like you're in the sim or you're in the mind trap program, and then the outsiders go in the program too and play with you, but they're super, they know, they're aware of the other dimension and you're not. Like, I hope it's not like that. And hey, I'll fuck you. Like, M Stone's like one of these fucking the fucking doctors from the outside world, like in here needling us and shit. That shit would be stupid. I hope it's not like that. I'm saying I hope everyone's, just fair on their own.
I mean, I hate to sound crazy, but I think there's a lot of truth to the movie The Matrix, and that we're actually in like a dream state right now. Like whatever we could be experiencing, we're not. You ever think about how in dreams we perceive time like totally different? Like we could think a dream happened a long time ago, but no, you just woke up from it. Or like, when did I have that dream? Or like, remember a dream from like a day ago or something. Like dreams have such a weird way of like coming to us. It just does not follow any chronological order, like in a normal way. Like we literally warp time in our consciousness when we have dreams. Dude, I'll never forget. One time I had a dream. I swear I lived an entire life. Like I remember this dream. When I woke up from it, I was like, "Holy crap!" Like, how long was that? That felt like years. Like I really think I lived an entire life in a dream once.
Yeah, I gotta set up a plate real quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
There's this area where I live in New Jersey. If you drive down a certain street, it always feels like everything slows down because you see so much going on. It's just like a bad area. There's like a lot of just stuff going on this one street. And me and my friends used to always crack the joke, like, "Oh, time's slowing down." Like, whoa, like, and then we look at the clock. It's like, dude, only 5 minutes passed, and like everything would feel like time slowed down in this one area. So I don't know. I mean, call me crazy. Doesn't matter. I guess the point I'm trying to make right now, if anybody's listening, since I'm just like rattling off all my thoughts and it's making sense, I guess, to me. We are controlling how we perceive time. Like our consciousness is pretty much outside of whatever dimension time is in. And I think like we make it valuable with our minds. Like sometimes I'm on my bike and I'll be like totally out of it. Like time will fly by. I'm like enjoying the breeze and work will fly by. And then there's other times where I'm like hardcore focused and every moment is more crucial to me. And I'm just like looking at the clock, watching time go by. And how I perceive that amount of time feels different.
Yeah. The dream and consciousness and time thing, and then relative time possibilities. I think about them a lot, like yeah, like how you said we make it relevant or whatever. Cause yeah, it could just I don't know. It's like, what if nothing happened unless, you know, we think about it first, right? So I guess I'm saying no, like not just not inventions were made or anything, but like everything is just it already happened. Like, you know, you said God made everything, whatever. But what if his time it could just, it's like instantly happening. You know, like it could just be over and done with for him, or he could just have the shit on pause. But for us, we're experiencing it real fucking slow, you know? Like it feels like you know, generations and generations and generations, but you know, it's just already happened instantly.
Yeah, basically like a supercomputer would be able to speed up a simulation of everything that ever happened, right?
And it's funny you say computer, because see, this is why I'm having such a hard time like saying it, because okay, the vision I have, or some of the thoughts I have sometimes, is each of our brain being like one little computer gate or something, one calculate, like, or you know, a unit in a array of computers that does a bunch of calculations, and then like every little decision, you know what I mean, is one little over, like every little thing is another whatever. But we're whatever, we're some levels of processors or whatever, and we're going to activate. So I see just like the matrix brains and all that or whatever, but sometimes I see them flat. I don't see them in the towers like the matrix. I just kind of just see a stupid like Borg cube of the brain processors. And I'm thinking, okay, as soon as something happens to one of them, if just that one is dealing with it, right? Like how is there really, like, maybe there's not butterfly effect all the time. Maybe some like events are just really just specific to that one unit, and there's not going to be a butterfly effect. So then it's like, okay, well, whatever just happened to that didn't happen to the other stuff, right? And so it's going through a different quote unquote time than the other thing because it has a different event. Okay, and then it starts, I'm like, okay, well, that one could be in its own universe based. Like I just start getting these crazy thoughts, like unless you know all of everything that happened to everybody else. Sure, they say there's this cause and effect and butterfly, and if down the road, like everything's gonna bump into you however it would have bumped into you. But it's like, what if it's not? You know, what if that's how time moves at different paces, is like through experience, and then that brings in the thought of different, like, okay, what if it's just one game and there's these certain weird spiritual objectives or whatever type of, maybe even physical objectives, and or a mix. And then, you know what I'm saying, we're at these different paces going to these goals. And then I have these crazy ass thoughts about time, but it's really hard for me to say. I see it more of a picture, you know what I mean? And like, I don't know, things lining up, things, you know, raising up, leveling above each other, transferring into other groups and all this. Like, it's hard for me to verbalize it as much. But the things you're saying is like, yes, the dreams, the time, the simulation stuff. It paints beautiful pictures of what the creator could have made. Is what I'm saying.
Are you
But I'm
sure?
sorry, man. I ain't talking to you. You a hater. Gotta be more funny with it, Stone. Because yes, God bless the creator and everything he could have made us, and as individual as our brains could be, as you know, and dude, they try to sell us this shit anyway, this time dilation shit anyway, man.
Oh man, such true stuff.
But it's like, yeah, say like your one brain is doing a pause, or it's like slowed down, but then everything else in the world is like, you know what I mean? And it really went, or like you are going faster into the future, back to the future, whatever. But it's like, think about it. That in this real world, it still has to catch back up. Like they always try to do the twin paradox of boo boo boo. They act like things can't meet back up after they were dilated, and they say, oh well, it met back up and it's a paradox. How can it be a paradox after it's met back up? It's like it's like there was, you know, environment and events and phenomenon involved, and it did a thing and it made whatever thing happen, and now you're realizing the thing. It's not confusing. That's what you're saying the rule was.
Are you high?
I'm about to get high though.
What, you want to talk about the shape of the Earth? You want to tell us that you have an observation of Earth curve?
Yay. And it must be exactly. Show me the ocean floor map, dude. That's it. Show it to me, man. Show me the ocean floor map, buddy. All of it.
For all we know, the Earth can go as deep as the stars can, especially according to how the double torus works. You know, no one's dug deeper than, I don't know how many, not very deep at all. No one's gone deep into the ocean either.
I see nothing wrong with being open-minded. And everything wrong with saying, we know, and I have, when you haven't, and you don't.
Who said this?
Imagine
Only
this.
believers say that.
Let's do a
I
quick
know.
thought experiment. If nobody ever told you that the celestial objects were rocks, would you ever conclude that was the case? Like, imagine you looked at rocks your whole life and you were like looking at the celestial objects, and after 10 years you propose and you start theorizing, like, I've never seen a rock be a sphere and float and rotate in like a perfect type of pattern for a very long, for 10 years. I've never seen a rock do that. Why would the celestial objects be a rock? It's the power of suggestion that's taking reins.
Good God, man.
I mean, the moon looks like something. I mean, it could be. The moon is one of the closest to me that's a little bit rockety. I've seen some newer pictures of Pluto. Or no, I'm sorry. I've seen some newer pictures of Titan moon. And they got some more color in it again. It's looking like they're trying to make it look like Earth rocky, but I don't know. You know, it's also very colorful looking. So I don't know. I'd love someone to just zoom in with the telescope and show me, and you know, just be like, look, zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. See the rock up there, like the moon. The moon. I mean, come on. What do you think, Electric Gerald? Does the moon look a little rocky,
or is it?
Well, certainly, yeah, that is a good question, right? It certainly does appear to have craters on it, right? I agree with that, and that
At least
is
the
my
craters,
question.
Yeah, but
yeah.
moons don't. But rocks don't go through moon phases, bro. Like it's clearly a light. Rocks don't stay illuminated and like change
That's
colors
the
and all the shit
sun,
that the moon
dude.
does. They just don't.
That's the sun.
Well, I agree with you. It's not a rock. It certainly isn't a rock. The question is,
Really
why
got
does it
scrap.
appear to
Yeah,
have?
yeah. The
I
ground
think
is
Pete
not.
said.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry, mate. I was just going to say, Peter said something about being reflected artifactuality about reality, about Earth, sorry. So it almost reflects our continents on the moon in a weird way. That's one way of thinking about it.
That would be one of the coolest things ever, dude. It
That's
would be
what Pete
so
reckons.
awesome if you had like if
Yeah.
it was some like crazy nightlight reflection shit. Anything, it'd be so fun. I guess, regardless of rock, I don't know. It does look tangible. Like when they zoom in with telescopes on the moon and shit, it I would give it. I don't know, man. I feel like I'd want to go at least 80% that it's touchable. If you could teleport there wherever there was, that it, you know, at least halfway touchable. I'd probably even, I
I
don't
think
know,
it's just a part
maybe
of the
lay out
sky.
there.
Yeah, I think the sky has a physical layer to it. I don't think it's empty up there, and that's where the moon is. That's where the moon is, and the sun, and all celestial bodies are in this.
And what? What were they in?
And a layer of the atmos where I guess helium is a super solid and
Oh,
light is being projected onto this layer of the sky.
what
See,
the
I feel like
fuck are
I'm
you
biased.
talking about, dude?
Well, I've been trying to make sense of this. The reason people say that eclipses are shadows, that's the problem.
Let me tell you what the moon does look like to me, though. It looks like if you had like a core, like a rock core or something, and you set it on fire, and it burnt out and bubbled out. Maybe like sure, it looks like maybe it could have had impact on it, but it also looks like it could have been like bubbled out and like burnt out, like with the bump, you know. Like so, I could see the moon have been on fire like the sun before, and then it's just a dead sun.
I don't think the sun is fire.
I don't know. I know they
Plasma,
need to turn. They should be
neutrino.
throwing it. Man, can you imagine how much? It would just be so fun. They should have videos of shit just flying into the sun, burning up. They got all these beautiful pictures with this, this one wavelength, and it looks like all that glowy stuff. Like, just show me the organic shit, man. You
Organic.
think it's just glare? You don't think it's actual burning? You think it's like more of a glare? Because I don't know, man. What's your thoughts? Not fire, plasmas.
Nuclear reactor.
All right, man. I thought
Yeah,
Zenith
I
was
just
gonna fight.
posted something in the text chat. I want you to look at. All right, the picture loaded.
Yeah, so the dome thing, I love it. People gotta realize too that like when something gets farther away from you, it'll stay the same size on that like that. But what's your favoriteest one?
Favorite one of what?
What's your favoriteest idea of? Oh, I thought you were gonna show. What's your favoriteest idea of what the sun material is, or reaction, or whatever?
Oh man,
And
I
whose
picture, I
map is
picture, I
that?
picture a black,
Whoa.
I picture a black sun at the North Pole, creating the projections of the celestial objects.
Okay.
And everything is passing through the Earth, which is creating the stars. And I feel like the pyramids, with certain stars at their zenith, like I feel like they're creating the projections of the stars. Like I have this crazy idea, dude.
You think
I compared
the pyramids are creating the projection stars?
I feel like there's points on Earth that create the stars. Yeah,
Okay.
like
But then,
the magnetic ley lines are supposedly lined up with certain constellations. So if these actually are like actual magnetic points of the Earth and light is projecting through the Earth, then that would appear as a reflection on a reflective surface above. That's your mirror. That's why they call everything the waters above, and like reflection, and the you look in the sky to reflect, and God is like a reflection of yourself. There's like all these weird ancient, like, stories that I'm tying in with this right now. Sorry.
yeah, but that's cool. But it's just like this shit is so stasis. Like I don't know. The shit's so still. Like I just can't equate nothing. Like when I think about like spark dots or whatever, or I know that there's a lot of theories about what the stars actually are made up of, or how they're connected, or what they're doing. But ones that have them origin from the Earth, those are something I don't think I've ever really heard or understood much about. I can't. I'm like,
Yeah, imagine all the megalithic structures around the world, and we claim that, like, oh, they built this structure so it lines up with this constellation every supposed year or whatever they say. But what if those structures at one point actually created the stars, and or the black
Right.
hole sun? I don't know, something
Right,
crazy.
because you'd be saying though, so you could chop down the pyramid and whatever star correlated to it would go away. Or if just putting it there created it, then you would be able to like put something else there and create another star, and that just doesn't seem likely.
Did you say black hole
It's got to be one or
sun?
the other.
It's just the correlate. I don't know. It's just weird. Something like connected like that, right? Like ley lines or whatever. It just makes me think of what's the thing called where you buy it at the fucking party store and you touch the ball and the little lightning zaps out to your hand from the middle.
Yeah, those glass plasma balls. You put
Yeah.
the penny on it and hurt yourself.
Yeah, it's like, think about it though. You can never really get any of those points to really stay still. They're always moving and jumpy and crazy and.
Well, I would never say that. My little model that I come up with in my head is not 100% put together.
I'm saying these are, yeah, of course. I'm saying I can't think, like my mind would jump to stuff like this, but then it's like, okay, it would have to be more refined, you know? It'd have to be something even. Thank you, Gerald.
Well, I could find this GIF for you right now. Hold on, let me ask my friend if he has it.
Right, yeah. There's plenty of talk of like the sun is plasma. Some people are like it's hard. Some people are like it's hollow, you know, all this crazy shit. I don't mean crazy, but compared to mainstream, crazy. Radical stuff. That's what I mean to say. But it's like, man, you know what I mean? This wouldn't it be great if it was like you could have like, you know, the guy who knows it all, like Zanuck or something, to come in here and take part and be like busting through the sky and like knowing even more. And it's like, no, you can't, because other people are doing all the work and they know everything. Even though those other people admit they don't know everything, they're still looking for all the things.
Nobody's
You know what I'm saying?
saying
It's
they know
crazy. It's
everything, man.
crazy, man. Would be great to have Zanuck on the team. That's just what I'm saying. You know, could you imagine how valuable it would be? Because then once we knew, imagine how many he'd be able to beat into people's heads. Zanuck, you're still on Einstein's nuts, though. You still haven't given up, huh, buddy? You still refuse to read the article?
What article?
I mean, the paper. The paper.
What paper? What paper? The chick
What
wrote?
paper? Come on, groundhog.
Yeah, I just feel like groundhog. What paper? That
Oh,
chick scientist that refuted
no, the
Einstein?
one that she reported. She reported the people's paper.
The people from the people.
The people, bro.
The
You
people.
got the fucking link. You got the link in the DM or whatever. You don't want to read it. You want me to do all your work for you. I'm the new generation. You know, high school plus 1 year. That's it. That's all we need.
Don't even need the +1. Just high school. That's all we do here is high school.
I really think that's what the problem is. That's kind of where the conversation gets disrespected. That's, you know, where I thought I could sometimes, you know, be a diplomat or mediate is like, look, guys, like, you guys got to make y'all shit clear to everybody. Like, Globe is like saying what
Do
Zane
we
said. We're
though?
only gonna
Oh
we're
man,
only gonna
who
deal high
cares if you
school. You
don't
know what I'm saying? The
understand?
Globers only want to deal high school, and you're not listening to, you know, flat earthers. Listen, they only want to deal fucking high school, and Globers listen. The flat earthers don't want to listen to high school. They trying to go deep to the fucking ends of the cosmos, bruh, to the toppest of the knowledge that could be there.
Because they
Okay,
haven't graduated high school, most of them.
you're first of all, it's irrelevant. Second of all, you're wrong.
They don't teach shit in high school.
Witsit
Can't act
will
like it
run
has anything to do with it.
intellectual laps around M Stone times Xanax intelligent.
No,
He'll
he won't.
dog you guys. He
Dude,
fucking
you've
dogs
been wrong the whole
There's
daily.
a
night. You've been on
fundamental.
some
There's a fundamental
schizoid fucking
confusion
trip.
of basic high school physics.
You're
He still, after all
philosophically
this time,
flawed.
Don, after all this time, he still doesn't know what a reference frame is. He truly doesn't. He explained it in great
Did you just say he
detail.
doesn't know arithmetic?
A reference frame.
Oh,
We've been
get
talking
out of
about that for 4 years now. He still doesn't know. You know why I know this? Because even whether the model is true or not, around Earth is round or not, matter whether it rotates or not, whether it rotates around the sun or not, you have to understand the basic concept. He does not. He reads and
How
reads
much
and
do you
reads.
want to bet on it?
He already admitted to it. He
Okay.
said that a Foucault pendulum should actually rotate if it's got a flat, like a grandfather clock pendulum. That pendulum, if it's a flat grandfather clock, like medallion at the bottom,
You admitted it would too, Zanuck. We talked
No, I
about
didn't.
this.
No, I
Yes,
didn't.
because of the differential
No,
circumference,
listen.
we bend
Don't
you
talk
over
over
and
me.
bust you
Don't
open
talk over
like
me.
this all the
Don't talk
motherfucking
over me.
time.
Don't talk
Dude,
over me.
I don't want to
talk over
waste
me.
time
Let me
again.
finish
I'm
the
trying to put
sentence.
this bet on you,
This is your
motherfucker.
technique. This is your technique when you don't know what you're talking about. Let me finish. Thank you. How hard was that?
No,
Be
let's just
quiet.
bet now.
Just
No, you
be
can
quiet.
save your ace.
Be
Keep
quiet
your
for a
ace in
second.
your pocket.
Just let me
Keep
talk.
it.
Let
Keep
me
it.
talk, or I'm going to go away, and you have no one to
No,
talk to.
I want to bet.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to shut the fuck up. 1, 2, good, thank you.
Can
So
you
he
bet
said,
me?
and I did not say this. He said it doesn't have to swing back and forth. It just would process on its own because it's got a freely attached attachment point at the top, and that shows he does not understand reference frames. He also said if
You're an
Coriolis
idiot.
is real, let me finish. Second, I only have 2 things. The second thing is if Coriolis is real, where the Earth rotates underneath something, if you're traveling south, for example, then that would prove to him, and he said this very clearly, that if a hot air balloon left the ground, that the Earth should rotate underneath the hot air balloon. Again, showing he doesn't understand reference frames or Coriolis means.
You're
These
an
are basic.
idiot. Fine, let's bet.
Basic
Let's bet
concepts,
on it.
and he doesn't understand them. He has no idea why he's wrong, and he will die on that hill to say that he says he knows, but he doesn't. So he's not that smart.
Let's
He
bet
doesn't
on
want
it.
to talk to anybody.
Do you want to
He
bet
runs
on
too
it?
much on himself like a dog chasing his tail.
Okay, so we're gonna bet, and Zanuck need to talk for 5 minutes instead of just putting his money up. Think so? We're gonna concede. I still want to bet you, even though you just showed your aces. How does that make you feel? Do you not? You don't think that maybe somebody knows something that you don't, Zanuck?
Because he misunderstands the basics.
You just never. It can't be possible to you, can it?
I see the disconnect of his logic. He's not very smart. He
No,
remembers a lot of
you're
things.
not
He does
very
a lot of
smart.
research, but he can't put
You
the
can't
puzzle pieces
remember what
together.
happened yesterday.
He can't
You don't
put
remember that we've
the
all
puzzle
calculated. We've all
pieces
admitted that the fucking crap. Hey man, it's my
together.
turn, right, Zanuck? We've all admitted, and we go over this all the time, and we've talked about the amount of force that the plane actually is correcting for because there is some amount of it on it, differential to the width. I mean, remember we talked about the amount of torque that would be on even wheels as it drives north to south. Like, you are a child.
No.
Put your money up so your whole team can tell you that you got to bend over for the flat earthers or whoever you think is a
Bend
flat earther.
over to
I'm
go
just
on.
going to say the person you think is dumb. Okay, fuck me categorizing
Whitsitt
and labeling
thinks
people.
the pendulum
You are
medallion
dumb. All the
will
things you just
rotate or
said,
show
he is
precession.
correct about, buddy.
He's not correct. He's an idiot.
I
He
don't
doesn't
care
know
because
how
you're
to
gonna
put
say it's
things
a minute.
together
You're gonna say it's a
logically.
minute.
So
You have the high
okay,
school
I'm
problem,
5,
Zanuck.
4, 3, 2. Okay, thank you.
Put your money up, buddy. You have a problem with always doing this. At the end of the day, you're gonna have to be like, oh yeah, but it's just this little bit of this and this and this. Nah, buddy, you lose. You bet me that Whitsitt doesn't understand reference frames right now. You bet me that shit. Fuck your sub points and all
Because
this
he
other
said,
shit. You bet me.
are you going to stop talking?
Bet.
Shut. You don't even understand what we're talking about. How can you bet if you don't even understand the question? The question is, Don, whether he understands reference frame. Clearly shows he does not by him putting the pieces together of a full
No,
tilt
no, no,
pendulum.
no, no. No, that's
Why
your
are you talking
opinion,
right now?
buddy.
Why are you talking
Shut
right now?
the fuck up and take
I was in the
turns.
middle of a sentence. Let me
No,
finish my
man.
sentence, Don.
Bet me
Well, I'm going to
yes
give you
or
5,
no. Bet
4,
me yes or
3, 2.
Both muted.
Why would anybody claim that someone doesn't understand what a reference frame is? It's so fucking simple.
You're
Like,
gonna
if I was
bet me
talking to
or
someone
not,
and they
Zanuck?
clearly didn't understand it, I wouldn't even press the issue. I'd be like, you know what? Eventually you will. It's not that hard. All you gotta do is look it up.
But no, but
Bet
it's
me,
not a matter of
Zanuck.
knowing
Bet
what
me,
is the fun. Don, can I
Zanuck.
have this?
Bet me or not.
My
Will you
God, Don,
fucking
it's almost
respond,
impossible to
dude?
talk to
Stop
you.
fucking
5,
monologuing and say
4,
if you're gonna bet or
3,
not. Stop
2.
5, 4, 3, 2, nothing, motherfucker. Shut up. Are you gonna bet or not?
Oh, what?
Are you gonna bet?
He left. Nope, Sanic.
Bet me.
Sanic.
Fucking stop talking and say, I will bet you or I will not bet you.
Okay, you done? We talked about a reference frame. He'll know
Are
how to
you
define
gonna
it.
bet, dude?
I'm gonna give you 5 more seconds, and you better shut up, or I'm just gonna
Nah,
go.
so you not betting. I'm
You
not
don't even.
interested
I
in you.
don't bet
We
if
were
someone
having a
doesn't
cool
understand the
discussion till you
question.
wanted to
I
talk
can't.
shit.
Don,
You're not,
shut up.
no,
Just
man, you're
shut
not
up.
gonna do this.
Don,
I'll
shut
bet. I'll
up.
bet on that. I bet Witsit knows
I
what
have
a
no
reference frame
idea
is. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
take that
you are
bet.
talking.
Fuck yeah, dude. It's
You're making
easy.
no
Sam
sense.
thinks he got this gotcha, and at
Don,
the end of the day,
shut up.
Witsit's
Let me
right. The
say
pendulum will start
something.
swinging on its own.
Let
Witsit's
me
right. There
say
is going to be
something.
torque on an
You're
object
taking what I
as
said
it
like
moves.
everything out of
He's a
context.
fucking
Okay,
crazy
Brian,
person.
you're done. I'm done with you. Witsit doesn't understand what a reference is because he said a
Oh, come
fulcral
on.
pendulum
You said it so fast.
didn't need to have a motion. I made it very clear to Witsit that you had to have something moving in the reference frame for there to be a Coriolis effect. He didn't understand that. He thinks that something just hanging down will show a precession if it has a flat surface to it. He also said that balloons would have the Earth rotate underneath it if Coriolis is real. That's why I say he doesn't understand reference frames. Make it clear. I just gave you what I meant. Don't take it out of context.
So, would you like to bet that Witsit doesn't understand reference frames, Zanuck? Would you like to bet me on that, Zanuck?
I'll take that
Would
bet.
you like to bet me that what
You've
you
already
just
taken
said
it. You've already taken it.
and
You asked
or
me a
more?
question. Shut the fuck up. He doesn't know how to apply the concept of a reference plane properly. Let's take that bet.
A reference plane?
Reference frame.
Okay.
He doesn't know how
So
to
you'd like to
apply
be
the
a little bit
concept
more
of a
specific, and
reference
you just
frame
want to now
properly.
change it.
We're done.
Now
I
you want
cannot
to.
talk with you
It
talking
is
over
my
me.
turn. It's
It
my
wasn't your
turn.
turn. It's still my turn. My turn. My
Why?
turn.
You just said the
No,
thing and
he
stop
doesn't
Don, do
talking.
you think
understand
Witsit's
how to
right?
apply
Do you think
the
Oh,
Witsit's
he
wrong?
concept of
kicked
a reference
Zach's
frame
ass.
properly. That's the bet.
Okay, so now you want to edit it till he can't apply
Because
proper.
probably can
Can
give
I
he knows
respond
the
now?
definitions
Can
of
I
things.
respond now?
Okay, go ahead, respond. Go ahead.
So you and specifically, you'd like to move it to, I'm sure, the two little points that you brought up. If we were to describe your new goalpost, we had a nice general claim of Witsit. I'm sure he understands reference frames. You said he doesn't.
Are you gonna get to the point, man?
Now
Fuck.
now you want to make it more specific and move the goalpost to how to apply it.
I
And
think my example was pretty general.
it's going to be
Are you
even more
done yet?
specific.
Tell me when you're
Can
done.
we
I'll
no?
talk.
Can we make it just general to the claim of I would bet you Witsit knows how to apply reference frames?
No, I've told you.
So you want to bet
He can
against that?
I'm sure he can easily define a reference frame, but he does not know how to apply it. Like he doesn't know how to apply most of the technology we discuss here. So how I want you to present it to him is ask him how a reference
Well,
frame
let's
is
get more
applied to
specific
a
then.
focal pendulum and why he thinks one doesn't have to move for it to precess, according to
So
our
what if he
model.
knows how to apply it to that,
He's
and
already
or what if
shown us that he
something
doesn't.
else? What if he knows how to apply it to something else?
Well, he might know the definition. I'm not questioning that. He doesn't know
And
how to
what if it
apply it.
turns out that you're wrong and he shows you
I'm
that you're
not
missing?
wrong. And so I'm not. I'm
Can I
disengaging
tell?
with you,
What if
Don.
it turns
Don,
out that he
Don,
shows you
Don.
that you're
You're
incorrect as
giving me a headache.
standing and he
You're
shows
giving
you
me a
that
headache.
you
Now,
are misapplying
1,
it somehow?
2,
Okay, well, let's
That's
see
what,
3,
that
buddy?
happens then.
You
4.
gotta stop the 1, 2, 3, buddy. The V guy is here now. You have to stop fucking around. He's right next to you.
The Vig.
I mean, for real, Zanuck. Keep it a fair fight, buddy. You think it's hilarious. You think that you can state that the guy will it's like you don't think he's gonna come back and say, "Yeah, Zanuck, I said what I said to you, and you're stupid, and you don't understand how I'm right, and you're wrong, Zanuck." You think that's not possible?
Not possible at all.
Right.
Because I understand reference frames. I understand non-inertial reference frames. I understand the motion of a focal pendulum. I understand how Coriolis works. He does not. Nor does Nathan Thompson, nor does Nathan Oakley or Quantum Eraser. All of them are brain dead, and all their disciples as well.
Do you have 3D models?
You could. The disciples.
Yeah, I have a 3D model in my pants.
Do you not have a 3D model? Then do you have some diagrams, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So do you think that Witsit looks at your diagrams and says that they're not feasible?
What's
Or does
dumb
he say that
fuck?
he's never seen them before? What?
He's seen them. He just is confused in as to how they work.
Right. And I think that you're wrong.
Because you're not that bright either.
You want to bet on it, Zanuck?
I bet that you're not very bright.
I don't know why he won't take the bet. Like he's just like Witsit can't apply a reference frame. It's just hilarious. Zanuck, this is I know. Here's why I'm confident betting against Zanuck because I mean, it took me to twist this guy's arm and leg on the thing he loves, reference frames. You know, on one of the first attacks I ever had on it. You know, Zanuck, remember how much pulling teeth it was to get you to talk about, you know, an object from the solar reference frame. You know, like come on, man, like, and the said Coriolis you're talking about when going north to south, like, you're a crazy person, dude. You sitting in here acting like you have specific things that this gentleman is saying is wrong, and I'm still willing to bet you.
You're gonna
And
lose the
you're
bet. I'm not gonna
silent.
bet you
You're
because
just
it's a
silent. It's
stupid bet,
hilarious.
and you can't even remember what I told you, or you can't remember what you even had for breakfast. I don't believe.
You're
Listen to me very
There
carefully.
we go. There we
I have
go.
the drawing in the chat. You can envision. I think you're probably smarter than Witsit.
I'm not gonna do this. Bet me,
All you gotta
bro.
do
Bet
is
me. Bet me.
stop. Okay, this is my last warning to you. You do it to me again, Don, I'm
Put
gone.
up $100, bro.
Shut up. Just shut that mouth of yours.
It's $100.
Hey,
Put it up.
hey, shut that fucking fly pie hole.
Why are you not addressing it?
You
Are
cannot
you
be
pussy?
spoken to. Everything out of your mouth is nonsensical. I'm not going to make
Yeah.
a bet.
Put your
with
money
someone
where
who
your
can't
mouth
even
is.
spell the
And
name.
let's define the terms and let's go.
Okay, look at the
Let's
picture.
go.
Very easy to see.
I'm not
that
looking
the
at your
red
picture,
line.
dude.
Of
You're
course, you're
talking
going
to nobody.
Of course, I knew when I got to like
You
word
got triggered.
3.
Other people were
Nothing.
having a
So that's the
discussion.
reason I'm
You
not going to
got
bet
triggered,
you. I can take your money
right?
very easily, Don, but I don't want your money. I want you just to shut up and
Define the
listen.
terms.
Listen. The terms are you listen and I speak. That's
Please
the term.
don't.
There's a red thing hanging. If you think that
I'm
thing
not
rotates over
looking.
the earth, then you are severely mistaken and confused as witnesses. Okay? You can look
You're
at those
goofball.
2 pictures. You can see how Coriolis works.
I'm not
You can
looking.
see how the focal pendulum works. I know I can see you
I
light up.
learned it. I
I see
learned
you
it
lighting
in
up.
6th grade,
You can't
buddy.
help yourself, Don.
Bye.
Don, you can't help yourself. So I'm going to finish with this.
I'm
Look at
not
the
stuck
picture,
in high school
the
with
bottom
you, bro.
one.
I'm not
Picture
gonna
that
do it.
thing in the red string and see if it would have any effect, have any effect on it via Coriolis.
Zanuck, you shouldn't have a red string. That means you've left it in too long. You need to pull it out and put in another one, okay? This is fucking hilarious, dude.
Some men you just can't
Put
reach.
your money up, dude. Put it up. Let's go. Make a 1-sentence claim and say, I bet you Witsit doesn't understand this. And
He's already
then,
told me he doesn't understand. I don't need to
no,
make a bet with you.
Say it
I
again
don't spend
specifically.
money or
Pick
risk
your
money
judges.
on knuckleheads, all right?
All right. So you pick one judge, I pick one judge, and then we
No,
gotta
I'm done
agree
with
on a
you. I'm
third.
done. Just stop it.
Let's
You're just
go.
talking because you got nothing better to do right now except waste my time. I'm done.
Fucking stupid, bro. You're a
It is
pussy.
stupid. You're right. He's already
You
said.
can't put your money where your
He
mouth is.
says the focal pendulum doesn't have to swing. There's your answer, Don. End of story. Period. Exclamation point.
I'm so okay. I would have liked to hear that. That was actually sounded like it was actually quite specific. You said he
Yes.
said the pendulum wouldn't swing, or what? Could you say that again?
Doesn't have to swing to precess. End of story. Period. Exclamation point.
So I bet that I could expose you that he's right.
He's not right.
Would you like to bet?
I'm not gonna bet you. Stop saying like a
Because you're a pussy
4-year-old.
and you're
Stop
wrong.
it. I'm not betting you because if I took your money, you'd never pay me anyway.
Fucking clown. Would you like to bet? Would you like to bet
Would
that
you
I'll
like to
post
bet?
the money?
What are
Would
you
you like to bet that I'll put the money? I'll mail you the money.
You know, Zanuck, are you there? I just don't understand why people have to attack What's It all the time. He's not even here.
Because he makes claims that are baseless, or he's cobbled together stories based on information he's researched incorrectly. Nothing against him. He's a bright guy. He memorized a lot, does a lot of research. He just can't put the pieces together correctly. And I understand his logic. I mean, I understand better than he knows himself, probably. He kind of pictures a big, huge log, big, huge log, horizontal, hanging from the ceiling, from one of these frictionless gimbals. He thinks because the Earth rotates, that log will not precess, or will precess, in the same way that the pendulum swing precesses. And he's mistaken. And he doesn't really understand why. It's going on intuition, and his intuition's bad. His Google researching is good. His intuition's bad, and his ability to put things together.
What do you think his assumption is, Zanuck? I'm about to expose you.
Well, he thinks that this log, because I think a log is a better way of looking at it, because I think picture a log at the end of a string, perfectly balanced, so it's horizontal. He's thinking if it's frictionless, then that log should stay there because it has inertia, and the base should rotate, and the log would stay still, so it would show a precession. He's not realizing that you need motion in the swing to actually show and exhibit Coriolis. In his mind, it makes sense because it's frictionless. This thing, if I have like a tent, because this thing looks like a tent on the chat, like a tent, a skeleton. He thinks that this thing's like rotating around in circles. But that's not what's happening in reality. It's effectively what happens if you have something swinging, but if it's not swinging, that's not what happens. The log, everything would rotate.
I hear some high school, and would you like to bet then?
Shut up.
Why don't you do?
If you ever get a hold of him,
Why
give
don't
him
you
the
say yeah?
example. Is more dramatic of a big log being held in the middle of it from the ceiling on this frictionless gimbal, and ask him to explain what happens when the Earth rotates according to our model. And I guarantee you, he will think it will not move.
Yeah, that could be true, but the reason why you explained, I'll just go ahead and give you a fair warning, man. I'm pretty sure you could be missing something.
I'm not missing anything.
So did he articulate it to you like that? Are
Yes.
you sure you're not missing nothing?
I'm not missing anything.
Okay, so do you want to bet something on it?
I'm gonna shut it with the bet. Not betting you anything, all right?
You don't do push-ups anymore? You too old?
I do push-ups. Ask him, and I know what he's thinking, and it's flawed logic because that's not how.
Are you sure? Because you're the high schooler, remember?
I'm positive. Because you can
Well,
show
I'll
that
help clear
if
it
you
up
have a
for you.
log, if you have a log hanging in your front yard from a tree or something, and it's horizontal, it'll stay horizontal for as much as the Earth rotates. But if it's swinging, it'll show precession. And this is hard for people that don't understand Coriolis or reference frames to grasp. Witz is one of those people that has that problem.
I don't think you understand.
I understand perfectly well.
No, you don't.
Because the definition,
if I can interject for a second, please.
And you can grasp the definition.
If I could
Coriolis is caused by.
I'm not going to tell you the answer until you bet me,
motion
bro.
of an object in a rotating reference frame. It has to be in motion. He thinks it doesn't, so he's going against the acknowledged definition, and it's needed for all the right reasons, all the wrong reasons, which he uses to describe why you don't need motion. He's wrong. Not that I'm right.
How about this?
I'm playing with the physics tells you.
Okay, I'll give you a fair one. Do you think he'd say that this would happen on the equator or just everywhere else?
He agrees that from our model, it's not going to happen on the equator, but he says it'll happen anywhere else.
Oh,
no motion needed.
So he's not really saying the thing. Oh, I'm about to bend you over. Just bet me, Zanuck.
Why?
Because you lose, and I just want the win. I want extra free shit from you.
There's no Coriolis at the equator, except for Yotvos.
God, you're so crazy.
Which is a type of Coriolis. Anyway, I'm done. You're boring me.
Hey, I have an interjection here. When Matthew came into the chat 3 hours ago, Zanuck was talking directly to him, and he said to Matthew that I said during the talk online on BC that I said that I destroyed Matthew during the debate last night. I did not. Matthew
already responded to you.
Matthew and I are friends. I have very few Glober friends. Matthew and I are friends. You tried to destroy our relationship because if I wasn't there to see it, Matthew would run away, would go away and say, "Oh, I didn't know that Jim Waterworld guy was a backstabber. I didn't know that." So when I saw this, I PM'd Matthew. Matthew said, "I know you respect me, Jim," and he said likewise back to me. So you can say whatever you want to, Zanuck. I know I always kind of thought you were funny, and you weren't depraved or mean, but you are depraved and you are mean, and I will not spend 1 second looking across from you on a video live debate at any time ever. So if you want to say I ran away, you go ahead. If you want to go ahead, hey, you're interrupting me, Zanuck. You're interrupting me, Zanuck.
I heard you yapping away, talking about destroying people, eating the globe, story lunch. I thought you said it with him. I mistakenly attached it to him, and not the Globers in general. You're still talking over me. So, look, if I apologize for that, I told you that in the chat. You didn't accept it, so you're not a man and can't accept someone's apology. I said you didn't say you're right.
Doubled down.
Oh my God! I remember. I watched the video. I finally went and watched it. You talked about eating everyone's lunch. You didn't say you ate his lunch. Okay, you're an idiot. And a good way to back up. You know what? I would destroy you in a debate. I would destroy you. You're an idiot. You're a moron.
If you bring this up in the future, I will go to this and I will show everybody that what type of person you are. So if you ever bring it up
Don't
in a
be so
voice chat, and I
pedantic.
hear you,
You're eating everyone
I
lunches
have this
except for Matthew,
all
who's your
on
friend. Big
screenshot.
deal.
Hey, Zanuck, I have this all on screenshot that you
Great.
are a liar.
I know. I
That
see
you
it too.
tried to
Well,
destroy
it's no
my
evidence. No one
relationship with
cares.
Matthew.
Nobody
You
cares.
don't
Nobody
care.
cares.
You
Jim,
don't
nobody
care.
cares. Jim,
You don't care.
nobody cares.
You
Nobody
don't
cares.
care. You don't
Nobody
care.
cares.
You are mentally deranged.
You are retarded.
You are.
You think rockets don't work in space?
No, Zanuck is older than 2 years old. He's in high school.
What just happened?
Z-Man knows this all, but dude, Zanuck, you gotta sometimes beware of maybe somebody has an ace that you don't know about, dude, because it's just your overconfidence, dude, is like of the highest of people I've ever met. And so yeah, like, you know, we're gonna fight and be hard back to you, but it's like when I do it to you, I think I'm just trying to get up to your level. Like I don't, you get what I'm saying? I feel like, damn, he's just like, we gotta, this is what type of terms Zanuck communicates with. You have to act like you know it fucking all, definitely, guaranteed. But as far as this topic, yeah, no. I need to bet you. I'd love to tell you what you're missing, and it's not worth, like, you're gonna just go back on repeat. I've heard what's it explain it to you before. I know the physics model is gonna agree, and you know, if you don't actually lose something, you don't get the punishment, you're never gonna learn. And, you know, by the small chance that I'm wrong, I'm willing to do the same. But I trust you, dude. That's something that's different. I trust you as far as that goes. Like I trust you enough to, you know, I'll just pay you up front, you know. You win, keep it. I win, send it back, double. I trust you. You know, it shouldn't be something that would be something that would you know what I mean? Like Zanuck, are you there for a minute? Can I tell you? You don't believe in magic, and that's really what the problem is. It's like you make it like a floating space rock or fireball. It's just that's no big deal. It's just, you know, it's just what it is. Yeah, God bless.
Um, yeah, I like this GIF you posted, Zanuck.
Hey, Electric, I'll tell you later how physics disagrees and can expose Zanuck when with it. Obviously, it's probably telling him something he's not understanding as well as I can go over exactly what that other thing was.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. My whole life I've contemplated all the directions that we're going in at once and how one can influence the other. And this force is
pushing this force and causing it to deviate this way, and it's accelerating this much now, and now it's interacting with a new medium, and there's wind, and there's just so many factors to what's causing your direction, and to act like you just fully comprehend it all is, I don't know. I mean, yeah, go ahead and do that if that's how you feel. That's a cool little badge you could give yourself. I'm not going to act like I comprehend it all.
Right. Me either, but I can definitely, like, we can see what someone else might be missing. You know what I mean? You can help someone see more sometimes, you know, and then by doing it, you'd be like, oh, look, I see this person showing more and this other person not getting it, you know, and then you're like, wait, and this other person is saying the other person's not getting it, but, you know, it looks like that other person is getting it and every time they give it right back to them and show them how they are. It just sets a fucking feedback loop or something. It's like some people, I don't know, man. And you know, I want to be careful because it's hyper specific every little situation. But like this, there seems to be like there's this disagreement. They've done this thing dozens of times, right? Like it should be done like boom. You know, it's like you can disagree, but on objective things, it's like you tend to think like these two guys want to agree on this shit. Like they want to be like, yo, this is right. This is the right physics. Boom, boom, bam. So it shouldn't be dozens of times, blah, 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 and fucking Groundhog Day, fucking memory bullshit. It's like, no. But I wouldn't, Zanuck, you do this like, dude, you even just did it with me. Oh, what paper? All the time, Zanuck. And then the overconfidence, and then but I'm in high school, and da. Man.
Sometimes I feel like, yeah.
Zanuck, help us find the flat earth, Zanuck. Just please stop being mean, okay?
That's something that I notice a lot is that there's some times where there's arguments going on, and it's not about coming to a conclusion about the truth. It's about being right for some people, and they'll like just divert the conversation into like personal digs or just something not related just to get a gotcha moment or something. Like they'll just quickly change the topic to something to just have a gotcha, and it's just like, okay.
Yeah. Sorry for that. Like whoever it is having to do the fucking moderate and work and click on it, I just simply want to say, Zanuck, bet yes or no. He got to do the fucking Zanuck explaining and this, and it's like just fucking say yes or no. I don't want to. I'm not gonna do. I mean that's it. Like come on.
Is Zanuck muted?
No. But early, you know what I mean? I'm like we start screaming at him. He's like, no, I'm not gonna bet. Well, how can you not? Put your money where your mouth is. I don't want to talk about the subject anymore. Now I want to talk about the philosophy of why you pussying out betting. He's still explaining the shit. Like, come on, man. Like, it was all in the middle. I was just trying. We was talking. I'm talking about, man, like, dude, like, it gets me weird when I can see people presenting evidence, presenting logic, presenting data, presenting history. I don't know, man. And you could tell, like, seems like who wants to help, and it looks like those people are the deeper explorers, you know. So why I feel like it's good to support stuff like that, or you know, explore some, or like help. The support, I mean, and the help, like help. You know, just give brotherhood to, you know, that way the inspiration can be there, I guess. It's probably
right. Like imagine if everything wasn't about being right. It was more about just understanding the truth.
Yeah. Because Zanuck at any time never said, well, what am I missing? Did he ever? He don't think nothing. No. He don't give a fuck.
Well, I don't want to talk about Zanuck while he's muted. That's not fair.
Oh, is he crying about being? No. He's well, whatever. But yeah, this man, oh man, you know damn well that there's be some Coriolis Traveling on the ball.
Again, Don. Only if something is moving the rotating reference frame. That's the
Which
only time
it
this week, Corey. Why are you talking
is.
over me again? You're talking. I let you
You were
talk for
about to repeat yourself
10 minutes. I let
because
you
you were about to
talk,
repeat.
and now I'm talking, and now you get to talk over me. It just doesn't work that way, Don. So I'm gonna leave you with this. Look at the drawing. Picture a log hanging from the red string, and see if that would rotate or stand still with respect to the outer pentagon, or looks like a hexagon.
It would start to move. Yes.
No.
Bet me.
I'm not going to bet you because this is a stupid bet, and you're just going to lose for being stupid. I don't like to see people
Prove
being
it.
stupid.
Prove it.
Look at it.
Who are our judges? Who are our judges going to be?
Look at the
Who
Coriolis
are our
equation,
judges going to be?
definitions, and then come back to me.
Who
Tomorrow,
are
I'll
our
get
judges?
back to you. I'm going to go.
You
Bye.
think I got to get you? If I get you to concede, then you'll pay me. Is what you're saying? If I could
Oh, yeah.
teach you something,
Oh, yeah.
how about we leave it at
Yes.
that? If I teach you something, you'll pay me.
There we go. Yep.
Okay.
Show me something that doesn't move in a rotating reference frame that actually has Coriolis acting on it. Show me a log that is not moving horizontally, that it will change directions due to Coriolis.
So
Or for
you're
any other reason. besides
this
Zen.
gift, Zanik, you gotta admit, this gift with the pendulums on different latitudes is so fucking like this is
Badass.
exactly the corkscrew crazy world
Tells you all the
that
answers
we
right
don't
there. It's gonna happen.
experience. This is the craziness.
Shows how you can push buttons.
That is so wild. Xanax a wild boy.
It's what's nice about it. It shows. I should be a little more detailed, a little bigger, but it shows you why there's no Coriolis at the equator, and
I
why the
don't
Coriolis
need to see this. I can teach you
Don,
something.
I can't deal with you anymore. I have to go because you made
We'll teach you tomorrow, then, buddy. I'll take two about buck 380. Good little buck 380. Well, he's obviously missing something electric. That what's it saying? I'm pretty sure it's something to do with the fact that
I think that these people that put the globe together, they intentionally used moving spheres because it's just an unstable model. It just gives you the idea that you're never going to be in the same place at the same time. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you're going. It's just this like chaotic theory. It literally feels like an inversion of the truth. Like this, to me, it just sounds like the opposite of what's happening.
I think there's a middle ground where on some with some with no factors involved, like you would expect the top of the pendulum and the bottom of the pendulum to have different these different rotations and radiuses and all this. And Zanuck always does this where he over asserts his position. You get him to go, oh well, there'd be this 0.0001, and because of the thickness of the string and the joint friction, you know what I mean? He like says we'll never actually see it. You get what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, the crane isn't gonna just start swinging or whatever, but theoretically, it's like Wissett does all the research stuff, and he'll be like, look, I've talked to the college professors and used the model, you know what I mean? And if he's wrong about something, he probably would have just have learned. I know Zanuck, dude. It's 90% chance Zanuck will just lose a bet right here. That's why he will not take that shit, bro. I'm telling you. I don't know exactly what I'm missing. All I know is I got to be like, hey, Witsik, can you clear up his bag? Can you tell me what stupid thing Zanuck is missing right here? That's all I need, bro. Or like, we can get the judges again. Like, he's trying to teach me. Zanuck can't read the situation. You know what I'm saying? And that's what, like, where it's like, I'm saying, yeah, we need to try to get to the truth. You know, and it's like it can help you lead to the truth when you realize certain openness agrees to be looking for it, certain overconfidence states to have it, right? Don't cast the pearls before swine.
Just,
Figure out who you're
I'm
gonna
just
spend
like,
it on.
yeah, I'm just completely tired of being told that I'm on some like crazy trajectory through nothingness.
It's pretty wild.
Really not what's happening.
You're inertial in all these other, although there's all these other accelerations. You're not. You're in the non-inertial rotating reference frame. And God's looking at it all in a video game, okay? And then they'll go, well, that can't be possible, even though they all say it's theoretically it can't be. And then it won't be because then God couldn't see it all at once. It's just like, dude, do you guys understand anything about the term theory or hypothesis? And then y'all take y'all's, and it's like, I don't want to
Right.
overgeneralize,
Like
but you
before we
got to learn the
talk
middle
about
ground.
reference.
Look, can I get this out to you? Sorry. It'll be like, it's used the wrong way in both directions. You know what I'm saying? The theory is overconfident in they part when they just have a theory, and then when you try to just have a theory, then they don't let you have it. So go ahead.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Anything we come up with, they have to be right. And no matter what, if we come up with something that isn't what Google's going to say, they have to argue it technically. So there's always an argument here that they have to stand against. And at all costs, like it doesn't matter, they have to be right because Google's right.
General Constant, and we know because of Einstein. I'm like, bro, they're right now talking about evidence against it.
Like when I go and looked for evidence, when I first, this is like a year ago, I was so shocked. I was like, holy crap, there's no globe evidence. I started freaking out. I was like, okay, let me look at the Himawari. Okay, that's bullshit. Okay, let me look at this. Okay, that's bullshit. And it just started to grow on me like, what the fuck? This is, I believe a lie. Like I was believing a lie.
Well, keep your mind open, man, because it can feel like that. It can feel like that at first, you know, because there's definitely, you know, you definitely should, you know, never over assume and think that you have everything, right? So there could be definitely funny games going on, you know. But they have some stuff, man. You know, and so the truth is always usually somewhere in the middle when there's like completely, you know, conflicting stories of people that have their hands on the same evidence, you know. It's like interpretation of opinion.
Right. I do believe that they had to sprinkle the truth in to make it believable. I think there is truth to there being a sphere. Like we might be contained in some kind of, like there might be like a sphere containing us.
Like that map you showed, that map was freaking wild. Is that you that posted that? Or someone?
The moon?
With the outer lands? No, it was like the middle land and then the.
Yeah. Yeah. That's supposed to be the moon. Look, I'll show you again.
Yeah, the pyramid stuff and the Sphinx stuff, dude. That shit's awesome, dude. Like the Amazon, they be finding all this stuff. Like they're like, how did these people? We were so wrong. We assumed these people didn't have this stuff at this time or this and that. And we know they were into the sky like big time, you know.
Yeah, I imagine that back then there was kids that would have to like just go on their own spiritual personal journeys like by themselves. And if they didn't find their way home using the stars, it was 100% on them. Like if you don't survive, it's on you.
Well, that's like with Aboriginal Australians. Apparently, they have no word for left, right, or any direction. They just know like the north and south, sort of. Like they know the star direction and where the sun rises and sets, and that's their language.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, celestial navigation only works on the ball, huh? Only works on this. Mm-mm-mm.
Well, they definitely didn't believe in a ball, did they?
Yeah, but the honest ones mean show me how it works the other way.
I reckon it's all just a hologram that explains all of it, really. And I like to relate things to our dreams. Like we can experience realities that replicate ours in our own heads, right? And what are these scientists, fanatics, right? What do they have to say about dreams? They don't fucking have a clue what it is. They don't know what imagination is. You can picture something in your mind. They don't realize that there's this whole ethereal consciousness, right? They can't even touch on it in the slightest. And that's where we come from, I think. We come from that angle. Because there's simply no explanation from that. They don't teach you anything about that in school. It's almost like, oh yeah, don't forget about it. It's just how it is. Yeah, you can picture things in your mind. Yeah, you can dream anything you want. You can even ethereally, whatever it's called, project in your sleep, astral projection. Yeah, it means nothing. You know what I mean? They don't even take this angle of reality into account.
The consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. And
they starting to. Some starting to. It's like God bless all the funding that can be there for productive research and stuff. And just less stress in the future, I guess. Like stress, they say it's like it can motivate or this and that, but really, I don't know. Think about when you have a pet or something. You always try to give it like a bigger environment, more food. You don't want it to have stress. They say that it only hurts it. So shouldn't we try to help future generations, have
exactly.
safe and comfortable lives or whatever. And God bless the research that can be done. But we know that there's corruption in funding and blah blah blah, all this weird shit, and like, come on, man. And then that will block these ulterior, you know what I mean? Like, just now coming back around to science being honest, like trying to melt with religion or spirit and consciousness and stuff like this, man. Like everything should be included.
And they don't ever pay our mental health into account or our consciousness, right? In general, it's never even touched upon, and it's a great fucking. That's just awful, you know. Like some of us are clearly more interested in the inner workings of our reality than the outer workings. And like you said, that stress and everything, like our day-to-day lives, they don't touch on this shit. And how it can be, once you know yourself, you can sort of work around it. But, they don't want us in these states. They don't want us in our pure states.
Right. Yeah, because think about it, like these journeys, once it's been accomplished or like a lesson has been learned or something, that can just be given, And then when there's so many, okay, there was a generation, and there's 100 people or whatever. Like, like some of them, a bunch of them are gonna like win or whatever, and then be able to pass it and like all this, and then next generations there's 1,000 people, and there's gonna be a bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? Like the winning, could have easily been discovered, and there's, you know what I mean? Like, and we gotta heed it. It's out there, like where it, like, you know what I mean? By now is what I'm saying. There should be so many. There's so many of us, right? We all should know what it is, right? If it, it's like everyone's like, oh, just be good or do as it's like, okay, no, wait, what are we really doing? What is the winning really supposed to be? What are we, and if we know that that's what it is, okay, let's make sure everybody knows and let's do it. Like, and okay, well, it's all this nice. Okay, well, it's the nice stuff. Well, why is the bad stuff? Why are we still doing the bad stuff? Or what? You know what I mean? It's like, come on. We gotta have so much power right now. If we turn it all. I'm looking at this war freaking movie. I don't know what my wife. She found a movie called Troll. I don't know what the hell this is. They're going to war with the troll. What the fuck is this? I swear to you, turn this movie on. And what? The minister of defense.
I was gonna mention, maybe this relates, but I was gonna mention how we have this chaotic idea that we're flying around. Like I literally be outside in the city looking at people just thinking about how they all think that they're moving like at 1,000 miles an hour in one direction, 66,000 miles an hour in another, and
yeah, they don't even think it, do they?
Feeling like that diverts your thoughts away from the truth. It really does.
Well, that's where the understanding of NPC comes from, right? Like, they don't seem to have any ties to their consciousness, right?
Completely unnecessary to be locked into knowing that's what's. There's no way. Yeah, it shuts you out to the other ideas. Exactly. Just thinking, oh yeah. Simply, oh yeah, all this. I'm tiny. Blah blah. I'm gonna check this movie out with her though. But I'll see you guys.
Have a good one, bro.
For sure. God bless. All right, peace.
Peace. Yeah, it's really dangerous when you're forcing young people to believe in things that they cannot verify that would like really strongly redirect the way they think. Like literally as opposed to what nature would cause them to think.
Yeah, it's fucked up, and I think it's one of the main causes of depression these days.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially for people who, yeah.
I was at a restaurant and a group of kids come and sit down and their humor is so dark. Like they crack like these "I want to kill myself" jokes, and it's just like they all like put on these weird accents and characters. Like out of nowhere, they'll just start quoting a television show and raise the pitch of their voice. And I'm just like
Yeah,
trying
my
to
co-workers do that.
sitting there. I'm like, these kids have it rough just trying to express themselves. I legit have an ex that like I don't mean to get super duper deep and personal, but it always like kind of breaks my heart because she grew up in Russia. I mean, she's Russian, but she grew up in Israel, moved to America when she was in 5th grade. So her English is like naturally just really broken. And she gets really frustrated trying to express herself sometimes. Or like she doesn't have the words where like instead of saying words, she would growl or like make a fist.
Hey, before I go to bed, I just wanted to apologize for about a half hour ago when I came in hot with Zanuck. I apologize, and I just want everybody to know. So everybody have a good Monday. Thanks.
All right,
Yeah,
bro.
you
You
too, mate. Remember, it's still flat, mate.
Yeah, I remember mass attracting mass has never been proven.
Yeah, no, but I think, especially for most people, young people, and well, at least back in the day, people were brought up with exoteric religions like, Christianity or whatever, and there was still a bit of truth in that, right? But as soon as you're brought up in an atheist world and you're an inquisitive person that's sort of introverted and has this connection to something greater, you just lost into, you're sent on your own, and then you can only find it through drugs, basically.
Yeah.
And that can be a slippery slope.
Yeah, both paradigms literally disassemble each other. Like you can't have both.
Gerald,
You are.
what orders must I take or do I take from DP?
Don't
Come
bring
on.
that here. That stays in the text chat.
No, no, no. Come on.
I'm joking. You obviously don't take any orders. Clearly, you're the you take the head, I guess.
Yeah,
Sorry
only
about it. I'm joking
for
with you.
some reason it's only in this topic and this arena. In real life, this shit doesn't really happen.
Yeah,
So
it's clearly
it says something about
very
the
bad.
quality. Yeah, it says something about the quality of people around.
The quality of people around.
Yeah.
In what regard?
How many women are there in this topic that you know?
Well, there could be more. What I have found is women seem to have more grasp on how the moon and the planets and the stars seem to work in
Not the
conjunction with each other.
question. Not the question.
Not many, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I said, I want to hear more women with their takes on
Yes. Yes. And
the
why?
celestial bodies.
And why are they not around?
I don't know.
Why do women feel like they have to act
Not
like
many
I
on
have to
Discord.
act? Yeah. There's a reason I act the way I do.
We got to
In
act a bit like
Discord.
a dude that's fit in with dudes. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong
But
with
the
that.
whole this whole truth movement and equality and all of that bollocks, it's nothing but a farce. It really is.
Not really. We still
Most of
sort
these
of maintain
people.
our primal instincts.
What primal instinct is that? Explain to me.
Men have like sort of a drive to be dominant.
Okay, there's dominant and then there's acting like an asshole.
Who's acting like an arsehole? You're not talking about me, are you?
No, I'm speaking in general in this topic. I'm not mentioning any names. This is a generalized discussion. I would like to get to the root of some of the reasons why there aren't many women in this topic. And
Well, I
whether
just don't think there's many women in Discord topic in general, really. And most of them are like known as Discord kittens or they're underage or some shit, you know. Not many grown women go on Discord.
unless they're gamers, and there's quite a lot of those.
Yeah, but
So
even gamers is
that's
the
where you are.
same, even worse. It's more toxic than the situation you're talking about. Like, they speak on any sort of game and then people are just saying, oh, fuck off, you're a girl, well, show me your tits, blah, blah, blah. So it's a lot worse than it is here.
So that makes this place okay then.
Well,
Not
in
this
comparison to
place, but this
gaming,
topic.
I think
in
Discord
comparison
is
to
toxic
games,
by
yes.
design.
Mm-hmm. But
Well, it's just a
why?
human state.
Yeah, but also why does everybody have an issue with calling out shitty behavior?
No one has an issue with it. And I think lots of people, lots of, what do they call them? Simps stand up to that. So it's really mainstream now not to talk shit about girls, yeah.
Thing is, everybody can be a dick, right? Even girls. I get that. I can be a dick. Tell me I'm being a dick.
Can be
But
a fan.
don't just jump on. There's this whole thing of, oh my God, you're just a girl and we just treat you differently.
Well, whoever says that is kind of different. Yeah, well, that's not true because I think women have a lot to bring to the table in terms of spirituality, more so than men. Like I said, celestial body navigation and things like that.
Oh my God, you just reminded me of something. I used to be in a politics Discord and tons of like younger people in there. But anytime a girl would join, everyone's fucking the conversation changed. Oh, there's a girl here. Hey, what are you doing? I was like, everybody couldn't help themselves.
It's
Pathetic.
like internet, right? Because in person, like, you know, guys like that, you know, the
But
girl sort
why?
of owns the
But why do
scenario.
they? Yeah, but why do they feel like they can act like that on the internet?
Because it's not like being in
There's
person.
no
They don't have the
repercussions, no
same.
consequence.
Yeah, exactly. And they can sort of take out what they've been hiding in themselves, right?
I'm a firm believer in consequence for people's actions. I think that I will like expose what somebody's doing, even if it has to do with me embarrassing myself and saying something not correct. But I will just say what I'm thinking if I think something's fucked up.
Exactly. That's how I am as well. I will speak I would rather just be blunt and honest and say what I'm thinking and be truthful. What's the point in just saying
Yeah.
things you don't
What's the
mean?
worst that can happen besides being wrong? I mean, I'm wrong all the time. No big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I just got to admit that I'm wrong if I am.
Well, you
Have
go
we got?
girl, nothing wrong with that. Hopefully we get more girls in the chat.
Yeah, but you have to. I don't know what it is. It's not everybody. But what I'm saying is there's a big majority of guys in this topic, both sides, that just are horrific to women, females in general. And I'm not one of those freaking feminists, get rid of men, women are better than men.
Maybe
No.
it's the animal brain.
It's all about intentions and why people are here. If I feel like I can learn from you, then I'm grateful to be around. You know, that's why I'm here.